Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with peace taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. But it's evident that the ordeal, compounded with Orochimaru's abandonment, filled her heart with real resentment. She genuinely hoped Kaido could eliminate Orochimaru. Orochimaru isn't someone who can be so easily eliminated. To some extent, he is also taking the blame for his own teacher. Kaido gently shook his head. The idea of taking down Orochimaru wasn't practical. This guy was almost unkillable. Besides, Orochimaru's worth was considerable. How could Kaido possibly want to eliminate him? Kaido was waiting for Shishui's teleportation jutsu to improve before making trouble for Orochimaru. However, Kaido seemed to think of something quickly. His gaze involuntarily fell upon the back of Anko's neck. Although it was covered by clothes, Kaido was quite sure that it should be right there. After some thought, Kaido finally spoke with a smile. I'm sorry, this is something I probably can't do for you. However, there are other matters where I could be of assistance. What kind of assistance? Anko's voice was somewhat dispirited, but Kaido's words still made her lift her head. Something that shouldn't have been on you in the first place has nonetheless left an almost indelible mark. Kaido chuckled softly. Subconsciously, his fingers began to tap on the table. Such as, a certain mark. Chapter 178. Kaido's interest in Anko's curse mark might have seemed impulsive, but in reality, he initially had genuine plans to examine it closely. What Orochimaru had studied with the curse mark was essentially a simplified version of Sage Mode. The power within the curse mark was extracted from Jugo, a peculiar fellow. Jugo was an extraordinary person whose constitution allowed him to absorb natural energy without being petrified by it. However, the natural forces in this world are so ferocious that even Jugo was not spared from their torment. Upon activating these powers, his personality split. Ordinarily a quiet individual, he transformed into a bloodthirsty demon upon entering Sage Mode. This trait was also clearly exhibited in Sasuke. He had no qualms about dealing fatal blows to the sound ninjas. Of course, one could interpret it as their inability to master these forces. After all, these are not powers that any random person could toy with, Kaido thought to himself. But this perspective was only gained after he had befriended the forest spirits and initiated his own Sage Mode. Before that, he couldn't even begin to imagine the terrifying nature of natural forces in this world. He, too, had once desired to comprehend natural energy through the curse marks. Although this remains true, his perspective now greatly differs from before. He now hopes to better understand natural forces through these curse marks to deepen his own understanding and insights. Of course, if he could master the mechanics of the curse mark, that would be a boon for him. It means he could use these marks uplift his clan once more, though not indiscriminately, but rather targeted toward loyal followers. This isn't due to Kaido being miserly. With his systematic approach, he's not worried about trivial matters. Even if everyone gains this power, what then? Can they reverse bloodline degradation like Kaido can? They can't, they lack that capability. They don't even know about Indra and Azura, let alone the Sage of Six Paths. Only those involved and transmigrators like Kaido would know such details. Despite the small episode involving Anko, the gathering went rather smoothly overall. The atmosphere was very harmonious afterward. Even Guy, after having some drinks, specifically came over to Kaido, expressing a desire to spar with him sometime. Kaido did not flatly refuse, for he was well aware of just how formidable Guy's potential truly was. Getting on good terms with Guy might be quite a strategic move. Although Kaido has no intention of delving into the 8 Inner Gates technique, as a master of physical combat, there's much he can glean from Guy. Why yes, glean through the Sharingan. Beyond that, Hidden Leaf Village's future reforms are definitely touching upon the specialist shinobi sphere. Guy, a maestro in taijutsu, could contribute by spending some time training the next generation. No need to go full-on Rock Lee, just some basic training methods would suffice. Such a move would undoubtedly elevate Hidden Leaf Village as a whole. Only if prodigies emerge from the commoner ninjas can the major clans effectively recruit these talents. Though it might seem a bit sinister, a stronger clan means a stronger Hidden Leaf Village, right? Besides, it was Sarutobi Hiruzen who forced us into this, dead or alive. His influence persists. The gathering ended on a high note, with everyone invited by Kakashi forming a whole new impression of Kaido. The collective perception? Kaido is an influential yet remarkably approachable man, an outlier even within the Uchiha clan, offering considerable respect to others. High praise, indeed, especially for someone in a position of power. Their affection for him seems to be on a steady rise. Yet they also clearly understood that Kaido's amiability hinged on the fact that they were not enemies. If their relationships were akin to that between the third Hokage and himself, they would be mortal foes, undoubtedly. But that's alright, ninja should hold little mercy for enemies, otherwise, it's a surefire path to mutual destruction. Enemies are hardly ever easily swayed, and you're not everyone's cup of tea, so it's probably better to eliminate them. Kaido himself was in high spirits. The only thing that struck him as peculiar was that upon leaving the barbecue restaurant, he felt as if someone were following him. This puzzled him, who in Hidden Leaf Village would dare track him? His expression quickly shifted to one of bemusement, as he realized that he recognized, or just met, the owners of the 2 chakra signatures trailing him. One was Anko. Her following him was understandable, he had promised to do her some favors. Her impatience was expected, given her temperament. But the other was a bit more intriguing. Why is it Yamato? What's he doing following me? Kaido is somewhat baffled. He's not exactly on familiar terms with Tenzo, even though Tenzo had indeed been shafted, courtesy of their scheming, though Kakashi was the primary actor in that drama. This guy even showed up for Kakashi's dinner today, which presumably means he holds no grudges against him, right? So why's he trailing behind me now? Could it be he wants to settle scores with me? With his level of skill, isn't he biting off more than he can chew? Kaido mused, not without a trace of malice. After all, he has laid eyes upon the legendary Hashirama Senju himself. Even though the Hashirama he met was, for various reasons, not at his peak strength, he's still no comparison to this guy, right? Mulling over it, Kaido decided he needs to figure out what's going on with these two, especially what this Yamato guy, or should I say, Tenzo, is up to. Thus, Kaido casually veered off into a less frequented route. He intended to find a secluded spot to have a candid chat with these two. His demeanor remained relaxed. He doesn't think he's running into any sort of trouble, even if it turns into a fight. However, as he walked, Kaido suddenly noticed a figure approaching him. His facial expression shifted ever so slightly upon recognizing this individual. The person walking toward him mirrored this change. Both paused for a moment, standing their ground. Chapter 179. Kaido has been back in Hidden Leaf Village for a while now, but during this period, he's avoided making any trips to the security division. The reason is simple, he genuinely fears social death. Even though he's already shown his manuscript to Jiraiya and made the resolution to have Jiraiya take the blame if need be, the fear persists. For a modern person like Kaido, sometimes, he'd rather experience actual death than face social humiliation. After all, you wouldn't have memes like "I'd rather confess to a crime than have people see my browser history in his previous life for no reason." While not that extreme, Kaido still genuinely dreads the prospect of social ostracization, especially in front of his friends. He's still mentally preparing himself for it, unsure when he'll actually be ready. For now, he dares not face Yanko. But sometimes, the world works in mysterious ways. Kaido thought he was effectively dodging Yanko, but never in his wildest dreams did he imagine he'd run into her halfway through his errands. Yes, the person walking straight toward him is Nara Yanko. And clearly, Yanko never anticipated meeting Kaido here either, judging by her rigid posture. The last time she saw what Kaido had written, it had been a significant shock. She never imagined someone could write something so explicitly. Not just explicit, but also detailed in every way, making her think thoughts she'd rather not entertain. Though she doesn't want to dwell on it after all, she and Kaito are just normal friends and teammates. This line of thought only makes her more uneasy. Most troublingly, Kaido hasn't shown up at the security division for days, as if he's avoiding something. Could it be that he has some important business to attend to? Yanko mused. She's held her questions back, even from Narashikaku, making her increasingly restless. Yet, her ninja sense of duty perseveres. She's continued doing what needs to be done, even if it leaves her uneasy. Today, she has to deliver documents to the Hokage building, so she took a secluded route to avoid crowds, only to coincidentally run into Kaido here. The atmosphere becomes slightly awkward, and their silent eye contact only intensifies the tension. But Kaido, after all, is a transmigrator. He's got a bit thicker skin. Taking a deep breath, he manages a forced smile and finally breaks the silence. Yanko, what brings you here? The moment he opened his mouth, Kaido almost wished he could slap himself. What nonsense was he spouting? If this were his past life, a girl might have turned and walked away by now. Who'd want to engage in this aimless chatter? Fortunately, this world isn't littered with such trivialities. Yanko furrowed her brows but nodded anyway. I'm delivering documents to Lord Hokage. After all, I'm still employed in the security division. Yanko's words left Kaido feeling a bit helpless. She not only stated her business but also managed to throw a bit of shade at him. He's aware that his actions are somewhat inappropriate for a division chief, so he doesn't rebut. I've been a bit busy lately. Ask your uncle for the details if you're curious. Kaito internally adjusted his emotional state. Then, he walked over to Yanko with a smile and spoke softly. Speaking of which, I've only been back in Hidden Lee Village for a short time. Is that so? Seems you're quite the busy man, Yanko noted. Observing Kaido's actions, the familiarity made Yanko feel slightly uneasy. However, her keen mind quickly caught on to something. Somebody's following you. Who dares? Mitarashi Yanko, and another guy from the Anbu, although he, like Kakashi, has already left the Anbu. Kaido didn't plan on keeping secrets from Yanko unless absolutely necessary. Mitarashi Yanko used to be Orochimaru's disciple, as you may know. She received quite a bit of unjust treatment after he left. But that's not the point. The point is that Orochimaru left something in her. I'm a little interested in that something, so earlier at Kakashi's gathering, I promised to help her. Little did I know, she'd actually follow me. As for that Anbu guy, he's a friend of Kakashi's. You should know his specific identity, he's that wood-style test subject. Kaido spoke in a hushed tone, but the information was rich. While Yanko was surprised to hear Kaito had attended Kakashi's gathering, that wasn't the key point. The crucial information lay in Kaido's interest in what Orochimaru had left in Anko, and, of course, the matter of that experimental subject. To speak seriously, this experimental subject had indeed been exploited like a pawn in a game. Although his subsequent performance hasn't been bad, nobody knows what he's really thinking, especially his current act of tailing Kaido, which raises all sorts of questions. Yanko is still Yanko, grasping at once why Kaido was walking in this particular area. He probably wanted to lure these two out and see what they were up to. However, her own appearance has complicated matters somewhat. Looks like I can't escape this, can I? Yanko sighed resignedly. Really, running into you never brings any good. You'd be better off ignoring me. You're one of my best friends. I couldn't do that, Kaito said, unperturbed. Besides, I'm not particularly concerned about him. If Yanko and Kaido's relationship appears too strong, if anyone really plans to harm Kaido, they're likely to target Yanko. Capturing Yanko to pressure Kaito wouldn't be anything extraordinary in the world of ninja. As Kaido pointed out, ignoring Yanko probably wouldn't have caused any issues, especially given that intelligence reports indicate they're on good terms. But to avoid complications, those who were really following him wouldn't easily mess with others. However, once Kaito spoke, the situation changed, particularly as he lowered his voice. No one would know what they were discussing. You're something else, really, Yanko glanced at Kaito, who still exuded the same confidence, giving her an unchanged sense of his character. For some reason, Yanko's dissatisfaction seemed to fade at this moment, although she still shook her head. What do you plan to do? Simple, but there's something I need to say before that. As he spoke, Kaito reached out and held Yanko's hand. He felt her tense up slightly, but like before, she offered no resistance. This action reassured Kaito completely. Taking a deep breath, he began to speak in a low voice as they walked. About that thing you saw last time. I really wanted to say, even prepared to say, that it was written by Jiraiya, because, honestly, he could indeed produce such a piece. But for some reason, upon seeing you, I felt I couldn't utter that lie. I must admit, that thing was actually written by me. Kaido's words paused ever so slightly here, as he distinctly felt his hand being clasped back by Yanko, who even began to squeeze a bit. However, this in turn utterly relieved Kaido. After all, a reaction is a good thing. But I did have a reason for writing those things. I made a bet with Jiraiya. I even told him to his face that his Make-Out Paradise wasn't well written, and he remembered that. So, you wrote this because of that? Yanko obviously knew about the incident. How could she forget when Kaido even ended up fighting Orochimaru over it? However, that didn't seem like a sufficient reason for him to have written this. And to do it so proficiently? Truly leaves one speechless. He bet with me, promising that if I won, he'd grant me one request. Kaido chuckled lightly, then continued at a leisurely pace. In order to win that promise, I naturally had to give it my all. As for the contents, don't forget, I am a mission ninja after all. Chapter 180. Asuma once again stepped into the Hokage building. Being the son of a Hokage, he had always been able to come and go as he pleased, but now each visit weighed him down with an unbearable pressure. He had already made up his mind, and in recent days, he had pulled out all the stops to win over anyone he could. He convinced those who already wished to sever ties with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Reaching out to them given his own status wasn't as easy as it sounds to earn their trust. But Asuma was clever, no room for probing or pointless talk. He directly told them this was Kaido's plan. Make a clean break and bring over whoever can be won over. Otherwise, await collective death when those guys lose it. Decisions between life and death are the cruelest, but also the most resolute. The thing that most easily sows doubt in people is indecisiveness and waffling. While it's often said that action is better than overthinking, the practicality of such advice is often dictated by environmental factors. And the most extreme environment is choosing between life and death. After all, there's no room for hesitation here. One wrong choice means collective death for the entire clan. Fugaku Uchiha probably felt the same way. Knowing how unfit he truly was, he seized the opportunity without a shred of hesitation. And now, after learning that Asuma had met with Kaido and that an irresistible offer was on the table, those loyal to Hiruzen knew what they had to do. They knew they had to seize this opportunity. To be honest, they felt some sympathy for Asuma. After all, he was burdened with much more in this situation. After gaining their support and trust, Asuma put the pedal to the metal to persuade others. Because as he came to understand, things were far worse than he had imagined. The entire clan was reaching its breaking point. With Kaido's blockade, and the freeze on all clan assets, they were on the verge of collapse. He knew clearly that if he didn't act swiftly, these people would make the first move. And when that happened, not one but 3 clans would be annihilated. So, in doing this, Asuma had no intention of hiding his thoughts. He unambiguously told everyone that as the son of Sarutobi Hiruzen, he had decided to reconcile with Hidden Leaf Village. My father poured his heart and soul into Hidden Leaf Village, and what the village needs now is stability. Setting aside whether we can succeed, plunging Hidden Leaf Village into warfare is something that absolutely should not be done. I think even if my father were alive, he would not agree. Asuma's stance garnered some nods of approval. Quite a few people clearly understood that Sarutobi Hiruzen had erred, and they too hoped to cut ties with the old Hokage. However, they were also bound by the decisions of their clan, which left them wavering, even leaning towards those with thoughts of revenge. But now with Asuma stepping up, they too could make choices that sat well with their own hearts. Bluntly put, the Sarutobi clan had now split into 2 camps. One yearning for peace and the other yearning to personally reclaim what they had lost. This déjà vu, it's almost identical to what happened with the Uchiha clan back then. Sadly for them, no strong figure like Kaido had emerged. Therefore, they had no choice but to obey, to grudgingly accept this new reality. As he walked into the Hokage's office, Asuma saw not only Jiraiya but also Nara Shikaku, the minister of Hidden Leaf Village's political affairs. Shikaku appeared to be submitting some documents. Not that Asuma paid much mind, he quickly knelt halfway in front of Jiraiya. Lord Hokage, Minister Shikaku, I apologize for the intrusion. Please forgive me. Asuma, no need to be so formal, get up. Jiraiya sighed softly as he saw Asuma approach. He knew why Asuma was here. Hidden Leaf Village's forces had imposed a complete lockdown on all 3 clans, naturally keeping an eye on every move within. In this, Hidden Leaf Village was indeed the master. They didn't even need the Anbu, clans like the Inuzuka and the Hyuga were more than capable of handling the surveillance. And Asuma was anything but low-key. Perhaps this was his way of sending a message to Hidden Leaf Village, to all of its inhabitants. So, Both Jiraiya and Shikaku knew that today would bring good tidings. Still, Jiraiya couldn't help but sigh internally. He knew what the outcome would ultimately be. I already know the reason for your visit, and I'm sorry you have to bear these burdens. Though Jiraiya sighed inwardly, he spoke earnestly. If there's anything you need help with, you can tell us. Jiraiya did not offer empty platitudes like, don't do it if the pressure's too high, or we haven't reached that point yet. Everyone understood that this matter was likely beyond alteration. Kaido and his group had already shown the greatest leniency. When his own teacher had dealt with the Uchiha, there was never talk of leaving any survivors. Keeping Sasuke alive was probably only done to keep Itachi Uchiha in check. Now, Kaido had at least given them an opportunity, the power to choose. All he aimed to do was to eliminate the most extreme among them. This was already quite merciful. Thank you, Lord Hokage. However, this is something Hidden Leaf Village should not, and cannot intervene in, Asuma said, his head still bowed. Slowly, he reached into his pouch for ninja tools. In that instant, he distinctly felt several auras lock onto him, yet he did not halt. Perhaps because his movements were slow and did not appear hostile, he completed the action smoothly. Soon, he had withdrawn a scroll and offered it up. His voice remained steady as he continued to bow. Additionally, Minister Kaido had spoken to me about a matter concerning the daimyo. I have written down all the intelligence I know in advance. Please review it, Lord Hokage, and Minister Shikaku. Daimyo? Jiraiya's eyebrows twitched upon hearing this. He then involuntarily looked towards Nara Shikaku. He knew that Kaito seemed to have some thoughts about the daimyo, but no specific details had ever been shared. Not to mention Kaito, even Shikaku, whom he saw nearly every day, had never mentioned this. Now, it seemed the situation was far from ordinary. I see, thank you, Asuma, Jiraiya said, having given Shikaku a long look before finally addressing Asuma with a smile. You should go for now, and when you have time, meet with Tsunade. Although we can't do much, we can still offer something. Meeting with her could be beneficial for you. Yes, Lord Hokage. Asuma nodded, then rose to his feet and left the room without a backward glance. As the door closed behind him, Jiraiya's gaze once again focused intently on Nara Shikaku, his tone somewhat somber as he held the scroll. Minister Shikaku, can you elaborate on this matter? Since things have come this far, there are some matters that naturally need to be communicated to the Hokage. Nara Shikaku remained neither servile nor overbearing as he nodded and said with utmost gravity, Lord Hokage, do you still remember the reforms I told you about? Of course, I remember. But what does this have to do with the daimyo? You mean, have the daimyo fund us? Exactly. Defending the Land of Fire is Hidden Leaf Village's responsibility. And when Hidden Leaf Village needs to develop, the daimyo should provide greater support. That's his duty. That's true, it seems we have no reason not to. Lord Hokage, I suggest you carefully read the scroll first. If the intelligence recorded by Asuma is trustworthy enough, then I believe you will find your answers. Chapter 181 Kaido wasn't sure what was happening inside the Hokage building, but he was in an exceptionally good mood right now because he had successfully avoided social death. His emotional and rational explanations had left Yanko with no choice but to believe him, even though it made her think, why are men so boring? However, when she recalled that Jiraiya had written a book like Intimate Paradise, everything else seemed inconsequential. Still, the way she looked at Kaido was somewhat peculiar. She knew that after their squad disbanded, Kaido continued to work as a mission ninja, taking on tasks beyond the squad mode. Kaido had been strong even back then, only their team leader was stronger than him. Once he started operating solo, Kaido would likely try to undertake even more difficult and dangerous missions, like the assassination ones he mentioned. Although assassination missions vary, hiding in someone's house to find an opportunity is quite common, so it was natural for Kaido to observe these things during his infiltration. But while it's all well and normal, why write it down in such meticulous detail? Yanko was puzzled. You observed very closely, didn't you? Yanko asked, frowning. Otherwise, you wouldn't have written it down in such detail, right? Indeed, quite closely. After all, you have to find the weakest moment of the enemy to strike. It's necessary to be meticulous, Kaito said, aware of what Yanko meant but still enjoying a little banter at her expense. Moreover, such matters are hardly secrets. Being observant might be useful in the future, right? I never realized you were a pervert. Yanko blushed slightly and glared at Kaito but didn't make any drastic moves to shake off his hand. Her mood, actually, was still pretty good. Kaito didn't mind Yanko's words either. What's wrong with being a little perverted as a man? He remembered in a past life asking in a social group about men with foot fetishes being considered perverted. Before he could express his own view, that chat was filled with hundreds of identical messages, just 4 words: I am a pervert. Though Kaido didn't respond at the time, the message was clear to him: men are all the same, aren't they? Alright, enough of that. We have other matters to attend to. Kaito had no intention to continue this topic. Though he found it amusing, some things indeed needed to be curtailed. He had just narrowly avoided an epic social faux pas, a feat so simple it felt almost unbelievable. Yet, once the page was turned, he didn't want to dwell on it any further. Lifting his head, he surveyed the surroundings. Only after confirming the absence of onlookers did he finally speak. You've been tailing me for a while. So, I'm curious. Are you planning to reveal yourselves, or shall I take the initiative to flush you out? Kaido's words were eerily calm, tinged with a slight chill. Yanko shot him a quick glance. She had seen this demeanor many times before. It signaled that Kaito was ready for action at any moment. As his words settled, there was a faint stir in the surroundings. A man and a woman slowly emerged from the shadows. Yanko recognized the woman. It was indeed Mitarashi Yanko, the dumpling-loving girl she vaguely remembered, especially from the dumpling shop. As for the man, Yanko had never seen him before, but Kaito had mentioned he was an experimental subject of wood-style techniques. Both of their expressions differed. Yamato remained stoic, seemingly unfazed by Anko's presence. Anko, however, looked bewildered. Apparently, she hadn't noticed Yamato at all. Anko knew this wasn't the time to nitpick. She was aware of the consequences that could follow when hanging around Kaido Uchiha. Having survived Orochimaru's purging, she wasn't naive. She quickly spoke up, "Sorry, Kaido. This happened, but I can explain." Anko was rather forward, opting to call Kaido by his name, given he'd said they could do so at Kakashi's gathering. Although others might have thought it was just a polite gesture, she didn't care much about that. "You said you could help me investigate this mark, but I wasn't sure when you'd be available. I didn't specifically ask earlier, so you decided to stealthily follow me?" Kaito sighed lightly. She was a bit careless, maybe even thoughtless at times. But Kaido didn't dwell on that. After all, she was the subject of his experiments willingly, even. So his attitude remained fairly amicable. "It's also my fault for not being clear earlier. How about this? If you don't have any missions on Saturdays or Sundays, you can come to the Uchiha clan and find me. Typically, I'm free on those 2 days and will be around. Even if I'm not, you can find my shadow clone. When the time comes, I'll make the arrangements. After all, unraveling the problems left behind by Orochimaru will take some time." Though slightly disappointed by the answer, Anko still held hope. She quietly sighed, then gave Kaido a slight bow before turning to leave. Her gaze briefly swept over Yamato. She was equally curious why this guy was following Kaido too. It wasn't until Anko was completely gone that Kaido turned his attention to Yamato, who had remained silent throughout. "Now it's your turn," Kaito softly spoke. "I think you owe me a reasonable explanation as well." "Lord Kaido, please believe I mean no harm," Yamato lowered his head as he spoke. "And I do know my limits. I am no match for you. So, what's the meaning of your following me?" Kaido arched an eyebrow but didn't deny Yamato's assertion. It was a fact. Even if Yamato had gained some strength, he was born as an experimental subject, and his wood style was rather average, however impressive it may seem. In essence, what he lacked was yang-style power, which inherently limited the strength of his wood-style techniques. There were many in the world who could utilize yang-style, but those who could control it were depressingly few. Hashirama Senju was a case in point. Why else would his wood style be earth-shattering, while Yamato's merely amounted to planting trees? "Lord Kaido, I wish to join the security division." To Kaido's complete surprise, Yamato gave an answer that left him stunned, and even Yanko seemed taken aback. "What did you say?" Kaido looked at Yamato incredulously before confirming again. "You want to join the security division?" "Yes, Lord Kaido," Yamato nodded earnestly. "I want to join the security division." In a secluded laboratory within the Land of Grass, Orochimaru was engrossed in some special research. He didn't place his lab in the Land of Rain. He had no real trust in the members of the Akatsuki, after all. Yet, given he hadn't severed ties with the organization and might even venture to Hidden Leaf Village, the Land of Grass was the most fitting location for his lab. Though he personally felt that the Land of Rice Fields might have been better, considering it had no ninja villages. But certain things couldn't just be wished into existence. He had to consider a myriad of factors. Furthermore, for the progress of my experiments, I will need to seek additional help soon. Orochimaru paused and shook his head gently. While he could conduct his experiments alone, there were many tasks one person simply couldn't manage. Shadow clones could be a solution, but research flourished best in collective brainstorming. A singular mind could only drive one perspective. Multiple minds would birth a plethora of ideas. Of course, more ideas could also make matters somewhat unwieldy, but Orochimaru knew that as long as he set a clear direction, all would be well. Recruiting research talent, as it turned out, could be even more challenging than recruiting a purely powerful ninja. Nonetheless, Orochimaru had already drafted a list of candidates. He planned to act in due time, as his current work had reached a critical juncture and demanded his undivided attention. But now, the experiments can commence. I wonder what the outcomes will be, he mused. After 2 confrontations with Kaido, Orochimaru had ascertained his strategy for dealing with him. He was fully aware that relying on his innate powers alone wouldn't end well. So, the only effective means to counter Kaido lay in the technique of Edo Tensei, reanimation jutsu, and he had no shortage of material to work with. His present line of research aimed to enhance his control over the reanimated subjects. The individuals he planned to summon were anything but simple to manage. A moment's carelessness could very well ensnare him. Only by amplifying his control could he ensure that the reanimated would be stronger, while simultaneously maintaining his own safety. He had already made modifications. Now, the true test of effectiveness would require summoning a subject to see. The ideal direction for the future would be to let them retain their own consciousness while their bodies fall under my control. In this way, their subconscious fighting reactions would serve as optimal combat strategies, and I wouldn't need to obliterate their will. This would be the best outcome. Moreover, my cloning experiments must progress further. I may not be able to seize an Uchiha for myself, but I can still clone a body using their cells. Even if the cloned body is severely flawed, with a short lifespan, it will nonetheless serve as an excellent vessel. Slowly walking into an underground prison, these thoughts swirled in Orochimaru's mind. Kaito was oblivious to the fact that a prototype for the reanimation jutsu already existed in Orochimaru's thoughts, let alone that Orochimaru harbored such radical ideas. Of course, Orochimaru wasn't foolish enough to use cells from someone like Uchiha Madara for cloning. He still wanted to live, after all. Let me go. As he entered the prison, an inch from the land of grass let out a furious roar. It was evident that this individual was Orochimaru's experimental subject, and this one was far more powerful than the previous captive. No matter their strength, in Orochimaru's eyes they were but the walking dead. Why should he care about the wailing of the doomed? His hands moved quickly to form seals, his immense chakra wildly spreading out. The grass ninja's angry roar transformed into a wail. The next moment, he was entirely transformed into the likeness of Madara Uchiha. Orochimaru didn't activate Madara, he was merely gauging the intensity of this newly transformed Madara, as well as his own connection with the reanimated Uchiha Madara. After a long moment, a slight smile crept onto Orochimaru's face. The power of this Madara far surpassed the last, rivaling even the strength of Kaido. The outcome is not bad at all, although this is just the first step in the experiment. The results are indeed perfect. My control is also not weak. As long as I'm careful, there will be absolutely no problems. With these thoughts, Orochimaru slightly lifted his head, his gaze turning toward the direction of Hidden Leaf Village. The next moment, the smile on his lips grew even more radiant. Chapter 182. Inside a room within the Uchiha clan's territory, Kaido's hand rests on Anko's neck, his mysterious chakra surging continuously. Around him, Uchiha Izumi is busy operating various devices and instruments, recording and observing the changes in Anko's body. Since Kaido had already promised Anko, he had to do something, especially given his inherent interest in cursed seals. This was an opportunity he couldn't miss. So he contacted Uchiha So and Uchiha Taikuki, asking them to find a vacant room and also to bring over some necessary equipment. Uchiha So and Uchiha Taikuki are now entirely responsible for the internal affairs of the clan, especially in the area of education, which they oversee. Although Kaito would periodically inspect their work, this did not bother them in the least. In fact, they welcome such checks. After all, these inspections best showcase their professional capabilities. The Uchiha clan has undergone earth-shattering changes under Kaito's leadership, though not yet to the extent of competing with the Senju clan of old. Nevertheless, this is something they had only dreamed of achieving, yet lacked the ability to make happen. Kaido has made it happen, step by step, right before their eyes. This has elevated their respect for Kaido to unprecedented heights. Though Kaido's focus has slightly shifted, turning his gaze from the clan to the village, they understand that the clan is the fundamental base for Kaido's expansion. Their role is to not hold Kaito back and to diligently manage logistical matters. Only in this way can the clan continue to flourish and Kaido can rest assured in consistently bringing more benefits to the clan. Thanks to their efforts, the clan's circumstances are increasingly improving. Under their guidance, the Uchiha clan members have learned how to think critically and to restrain their personalities. After all, Kaido once stated that merely possessing the Uchiha surname is not a reason for pride. Those who take pride in their clan are useless, those who bring pride to their clan through their own name are the real talents. Uchiha So and Uchiha Taikuki emphasize this point in nearly every class, instilling this concept into the hearts of all. And now, the Uchiha clan is indeed getting better and better, the personalities of its members having changed more in these recent years than ever before. This is all the fruit of their labor, their most gratifying achievement, and they are personally responsible for approving some of the tasks every day. Witnessing the continuous growth and improvement of the clan is, at this stage, their greatest joy. But just a few days ago, they were sought out by Kaido, who also gave them a task. This year, Kaido has rarely contacted them, a fact that filled them with both joy and confusion. They're clever people, they didn't ask any questions but got the job done straight away. However, when they saw that the person who had arrived was actually Mitarasu Yanko, once a disciple of Orochimaru, they couldn't help but speculate. Could it be that their esteemed clan leader plans to make a move against Orochimaru? Or perhaps capture him? Fortunately, Kaido doesn't know what they're thinking, but he would undoubtedly give them a thumbs up and confirm that both ideas are correct. Moreover, Kaido is also pondering whether these two should be included in the Zetsu Cell experiments. There's already some data to support the Zetsu Cell experiment's effect on the Mangekyo Sharingan, but there's hardly any record of their impact on the standard Sharingan. The only reference involves that fellow Danzō, but he has a Sharingan that probably came from Uchiha Kagami. He has not developed the armful of Sharingan that came about after the massacre night, and he used Hashirama Senju's cells, which are somewhat different from the Zetsu cells. The most crucial point is, these two are already so old. If the Zetsu cells can rejuvenate them, wouldn't that be a good thing? Kaido likes smart people, but he particularly favors those who are both intelligent and hardworking. Although these two are older, they still operate largely in a 007 work mode. How could Kaido let such useful people run themselves into the ground? Why not gather data and improve these two's conditions to some extent? It's a win-win situation. However, now is not the time for Kaido to focus on this, he has another project in hand that only he can undertake. Alright, I have a general understanding of your situation. Kaido withdrew his hand, signaling Uchiha Izumi to make a record. Uchiha Izumi is one of the most outstanding people in the lab, especially given her unique identity, once the childhood friend of Itachi Uchiha, and now a disciple of Shizui. Therefore, Kaido gives her special consideration in certain matters, such as securing her a training spot with Tsunade, and this time he outright brought her over to assist him. Anko sat up, one hand covering her neck, the other propping her up on the bed. Her body appeared somewhat stiff. Her eyes were also a bit moist, evidently, this cursed seal was causing her some pain. Upon seeing this, Kaido casually tossed some tissues onto the bed and made a remark. "Wipe yourself," Kaido said. However, the moment he uttered those words, he felt something was off. Moreover, the way Anko was postured made it seem even more out of place. Upon a bit of contemplation, Kaido figured he might have been influenced by Orochimaru. After all, Orochimaru had been known to make some quite shocking and outrageous statements. But Kaido didn't ponder it too much, he stroked his chin and spoke again. "I've understood your situation. Specifically, there are two pieces of news you need to hear, one good and one bad. Which do you want to hear first?" "Let's start with the bad. After all, good news is a rarity for me," Anko said, picking up the tissue Kaido had handed her and dabbing away the tears at the corners of her eyes. "The bad news is that this cursed seal is an incomplete experiment, and the power within it is extremely dangerous for you. You can't even use its abilities properly," Kaido stated, clearly remembering that Anko had never really activated the cursed seal. "Moreover, I can tell you the coarseness of this seal is beyond imagination, it could be fatal." "As I thought, he only ever used me as an experiment," Anko lowered her head, looking silently melancholic. It was evident that she was in immense internal agony and distress, given that Orochimaru was once her most trusted teacher. However, Kaido didn't give her emotional state much consideration and continued after a moment's thought. "But there is also good news. This root seal of Orochimaru's happens to be quite a gem. It contains natural energy. Natural energy is hard for ordinary people to wield, but it's not absolute. Even the Hokage possesses the capability to use natural energy. To utilize this power, your body needs to adapt, which could be a painful process. But, if you were to master this energy at this point," Kaido paused ever so slightly, then spoke with a grin, "who knows, you might gain the strength to take on Orochimaru." He was genuinely curious whether Senjutsu could indeed counteract Orochimaru. And when Kaido mentioned taking on, he meant it in the most straightforward Onion-1 combat sense, without involving any other variables, and certainly not to the extent of killing Orochimaru. Orochimaru is, at his core, an unkillable monster. Every time you think you've got him and you act on it, turns out the guy is back from the dead. In a way, even the cockroaches I used to see every day back in my previous life don't have Orochimaru's survival skills. After all, step on a cockroach and you might get an egg popping out, lose focus and you've got an infestation. But that cockroach is truly dead. Orochimaru, on the other hand, has always been just one. Die and rise again, he's the very epitome of an unstoppable force. Orochimaru's indomitable nature is a hard pill for Kaido to swallow, especially considering Anko's cursed seal also bears Orochimaru's imprint. Such an imprint is enough for Orochimaru to wake up and perform another reanimation jutsu, thus fully reviving himself. While inspecting earlier, Kaido did indeed notice Orochimaru's chakra hidden within the cursed seal, but he didn't tamper with it. After all, he had no expertise in dealing with such methods, and acting recklessly could result in Anko's death. Kaido was still pondering deeply on researching these natural energies. If he accidentally killed Anko, that would be a major loss. Capable of taking on Orochimaru? Hearing this, Anko's eyes widened involuntarily. Are you sure? Our Hokage has used this power, so naturally, I'm aware of its potency. Whether or not it can stand up to him, you're the key, Kaido responded, maintaining an even tone. He even took a cursory glance at Uchiha Izumi's records before continuing. If your own strength isn't up to par, even if you possess natural chakra and gain some power, the extent of that improvement will be limited. But if your own strength is sufficiently high, then using this power would naturally reach an inconceivable level. The foundation decides everything. Senior Anko, you were once a genius, or else you couldn't have been Orochimaru's disciple. However, it seems Orochimaru's departure had a major impact on you. Your growth began to slow, even overtaken by us, the younger generation. If this is the pace of your growth, even if you adapt to the power within the cursed seal, and I help you modify it for use, the improvement, limited by your basic level, might not be significant. This is something even I can't change. At this point, Kaido paused, and Anko fell into silence. Everything Kaido said was the truth. A finicky person like Orochimaru wouldn't pick a disciple with weak talent. Whether it's the early Sound 4, Kimimaro, Sakin and Yukon, or even the future members of Team Taka, all are beings of extraordinary talent. Anko, as Orochimaru's sole disciple in Hidden Leaf Village, may not have exhibited any bloodline limits, but she became a Chunin quite early on. Kaido remembers, she was obviously younger than Kakashi's generation, but she had fought against Obito during the exams. Sadly, her talent did not persist into the future. In the original story, she seems to have remained an elite Jonin throughout. It's a fairly clear tale of unfulfilled potential. Anko is now 20, an age at which a ninja's skills are nearly set in stone. After all, for a ninja, the golden age of growth is from 13 to 20. Earlier than that, you're just laying the foundation. Past 20, growth still happens, but it's far slower in comparison. By 30, a ninja generally reaches the peak of their career, with their experience, willpower, and physical abilities at their zenith. What follows is a period of maintaining that peak. Once you reach your 40s or 50s, it's a period of declining skills. Take Sarutobi Hiruzen, for instance. Although he's at this stage, anyone who gets here tries to slow their decline, or uses special abilities to keep it at bay. Like Orochimaru, who uses reanimation jutsu to slow everything down. Jiraiya is another mystery. He seems to have neither declined nor plateaued. Perhaps it has something to do with his mental state and sage jutsus. His strength always seems terrifyingly consistent. Tsunade is more straightforward. She uses sealing jutsu to maintain her strength. Being a descendant of the Senju clan, her natural abilities are also quite formidable. Anko is at the tail end of this golden age for growth. Whether she can improve is really hard to say, and Kaido was simply giving her a heads up. Having said all this, Kaido didn't linger. He left the room with Uchiha Izumi. Some things are better left for Anko to ponder on her own. Kaido helped her merely because of that cursed seal. He doesn't really have much to do with Anko otherwise. In such circumstances, Kaido doesn't need to do much. His own choices are the most crucial. As long as he can properly research that cursed seal, that's all that matters. You've worked hard, Kaido said to Uchiha Izumi with a smile after they left the room. Coming to help me even when you're busy, thank you. Clan leader, there's no need to say such things. Uchiha Izumi immediately shook her head, her voice earnest. Whatever the clan leader asks of me, it is my duty to help. Being able to assist you is an honor for me. Upon hearing her words, Kaido couldn't help but purse his lips, wondering why people around him often spoke in ways he found peculiar. This even influenced the way he spoke at times, just like what happened a moment ago. But that's beside the point. Kaido had other matters to address. The words I just spoke are enough for you to hear, and do make a record of it, but one thing, clan leader, I understand. Uchiha Izumi cut him off, already knowing what he meant. I will never divulge this information. Please rest assured. That's good to hear. You're a smart person, Kaido nodded, smiling. Then he proceeded to ask, by the way, How is Shizue doing lately? I've been a bit preoccupied, so I'm not fully updated on his situation. The young master is recovering quickly, much faster than Elder Fugaku, Uchiha Izumi responded right away. According to our data monitoring, his combat capabilities have almost fully returned, although he's still under observation. Is that so? That's truly good news. Hearing this, Kaito nodded with satisfaction. It was only natural for the young Shizue to recover quickly. Moreover, his recovery comes at an opportune time, as there will probably be a lot to handle in the upcoming days. By the next morning, Shizue had returned to the clan. He felt as if he'd nearly turned foul from staying so long in the laboratory. Even upon exiting, the smell of disinfectant lingered on him. However, Shizue's spirits remained high. Although he didn't particularly enjoy the lab environment, the gains he made were obviously significant. Upon his return, he didn't immediately report to Kaito. Instead, he first took a thorough bath to wash off the disinfectant smell before setting out. Kaito had been waiting for him. After learning of Shizue's situation yesterday, he had told Uchiha Izumi, if Shizue is fit, let him come back. Although Kaito wasn't averse to getting directly involved in many matters, especially combat, as it helped him better understand his own strength, he's nonetheless a prominent figure in Hidden Leaf Village. Constantly taking the field might give the impression that the Uchiha lack manpower. Image is a manifestation of soft power, a crucial way to build perception for others to see. As someone who crossed worlds, Kaito naturally understands this. Besides, Kaito never aspired to be some Grand Vizier. Lacking both the capability and the energy, he preferred to leave tasks to the professionals. For him, guiding the overall direction was sufficient, which also served as a testament to his trust in his people. Chapter 183 Back, are you? Kaito looked at Shizue, whose hair was still not entirely dry, and let out a faint smile. Did the kid think his days in the lab were like a hospital stay? Kaito himself had been hospitalized before crossing over, and the first thing he did after being discharged was to take a thorough bath. Even though he could bathe in the hospital, he always felt that lingering smell of hospital disinfectant on him, something that irked him deeply. Now, it seemed Shizue was quite the same, disliking that particular scent and environment. I'm back, finally back, Shizue said, rubbing his still damp hair with a somewhat helpless tone. Staying in that lab was driving me insane. The constant sound of machines, that smell of disinfectant. The worst part was not being allowed to move around. If they didn't need the data, I'd probably have bolted long ago. It's good you're back. But I still need to trouble you a bit more. I've seen your report, but I'd like to hear you describe it, Kaito casually smiled. Anyone would be frustrated and helpless in such circumstances, but Kaito wasn't planning to let Shizue rest just yet. Of course, Shizue himself probably wasn't planning on resting either, he'd had quite enough of that. I feel very good, extremely good, Shizue said, the smile on his face intensifying. It's truly strange, the power you injected us with is somewhat magical. Though my body seemed to initially reject it, it later integrated incredibly well. The boost it provided me is also beyond comprehension. I can distinctly feel an additional form of power inside me, or more precisely, this power is continuously growing and intensifying. This growth has significantly improved my physical abilities, and this power even affects my eyes, causing changes in them. The most immediate sensation is the restoration of the power in my eyes, and even the waiting time for my special abilities has further reduced. Shizue spoke not in many words, but he laid out the changes in himself quite clearly and concisely. Upon hearing Shizue's words, Kaito immediately latched onto the key points. First and foremost, the power Shizue mentioned likely pertained to Yang style. Yang style is innate in everyone, but it's somewhat unfortunate for the Uchiha. Beyond the Yang style needed to sustain life, the idea of harnessing and using additional Yang style was hardly worth contemplating. However, conversely, the Uchiha's Yin style is extraordinarily potent. Even those without activated Sharingan are by no means weak in terms of mental power. Genjutsu serves as the most vivid manifestation of Yin style. Though not every Uchiha excels in Genjutsu, their skill levels are by no means low. Now, under Kaito's intervention, Yang style had emerged within Shizue's body, even if this energy clashed somewhat with the pre-existing Yin style inside him. But in circumstances where such power was originally scarce, the body would accept it whether it wanted to or not. And this acceptance had immediately transformed Shizue. Not only did this Yang style make Shizue stronger physically, its most crucial impact lay in the eyes. Arguably, the best news Kaito had received was the reduced wait time for Shizue's Kodo Amatsukami technique. Because this suggested he was one step closer to bringing back Orochimaru 007, how could he not feel elated? How much has it shortened? Kaito directly asked, having little reservation when it came to Shizue. Approximately 2 to 3 years, Shisui provided a precise answer. If nothing unexpected happens, by the time Sasuke and the others graduate, my technique will be ready. This is indeed great news. Kaido's face brightened even more at hearing this. With the Kodo Amatsukami technique, there's so much we can do. Kaido, you're not planning something against the Hokage, are you? Seeing Kaido's expression and considering their status in Hidden Leaf Village, Shisui asked a bit apprehensively. I don't think that would be a good idea. Besides, the Kodo Amatsukami is meant to be used against enemies, not allies. Shisui's words momentarily left Kaido at a loss, amused yet also puzzled. What on earth was this guy thinking? In reality, Kaido knew that Shisui had always been very cautious about using the Kodo Amatsukami. Unless absolutely necessary, he would probably be unwilling to use it against any sentient beings. Because the technique, once deployed, effectively strips someone of their free will to some extent. It could be termed a malevolent and terrifying ocular power. The reason he initially hesitated to use against Itachi Uchiha was that, subconsciously, he had not entirely categorized Itachi as an enemy. Or perhaps one could say that he still harbored the fantasy that Itachi Uchiha might turn back from his path. However, he held no such hope for Dobi, thus using the technique without any hesitation. But the outcome turned somewhat tragic. After all, Dobi possessed both the Mangekyo Sharingan and cells from White Zetsu. His resistance far exceeded Shisui's expectations. Even if Tobi paid the price of an eye, he ultimately wasn't subdued. Yet Tobi is an exception, not everyone necessarily falls within this exceptional category. Even though Shisui deeply trusts Kaido, taking action against the Hokage does give him some discomfort. After all, Jiraiya isn't the same sort of guy as Sarutobi Hiruzen. You bastard, what are you thinking? Kaido landed a punch directly on Shisui's chest, then chuckled and cursed. My target is Orochimaru. Jiraiya might be strong, but he pales in comparison to Orochimaru in some aspects. Orochimaru? Upon hearing Kaido's words, Shisui finally breathed a sigh of relief, then seriously stated, no worries, I'll have Orochimaru completely under control. As long as you say so, but be prepared. You're likely going to be busy very soon. Kaido stretched lazily before continuing. Whether it's within Hidden Leaf Village or outside, there may be tasks I'll need you to undertake. Also, I plan to assign someone to accompany you. No problem. Arrange as you see fit. Shisui didn't bother to ask what tasks were involved or even who Kaido planned to assign, he simply nodded in agreement. You really are something? Shisui's attitude left Kaido both amused and puzzled. Yet Kaido soon spoke with utmost seriousness. The person accompanying you won't be a stranger, he's the experimental subject with wood style that we exposed during our last impeachment against Sarutobi Hiruzen. You mean, Yamato? Shisui's reaction was swift. In a flash, he knew precisely whom Kaido was talking about. After all, Shisui had spent a considerable amount of time in the Anbu Black Ops. Even if he wasn't familiar with many within the organization, he at least knew their code names as they all belonged to the same department to some extent. Yamato? Ah, that guy wasn't someone Shisui could possibly be unaware of, though he was rather enigmatic. Moreover, this guy was the leader of Team 6. The gap in their statuses was not minor, so their relationship was limited to mere acquaintance, they were far from familiar with each other. Otherwise, Shisui would have known that this guy was indeed an experimental subject for wood style. Now Shisui found himself in a state of confusion. Shouldn't this wood style experimental subject be in the Anbu? How did he end up in Kaido's hands, and how came Kaido could assign him so freely? He resigned from Anbu, along with Kakashi. Kaido knew Shisui had been out of the loop in terms of information and intelligence, so he cut straight to the chase. After resigning, he trailed me for some distance and then told me he wanted to join the guard unit. Are you serious? You agreed to that? Shisui looked incredulously at Kaido, then finally asked in astonishment. Does this guy have some other motives or plans? I don't know, but it doesn't really matter. Kaido nonchalantly smiled, before leisurely continuing. So, I'm entrusting him to you. If any issues arise, I believe you can handle them well. Of course, if there are no issues. Don't worry about it. Shisui grasped Kaido's implication, if there are no issues, I'll take good care of him. Shisui had cooperated with Kaido for several years. Many times, Kaido only needed to give a hint of his intent, and Shisui would be able to gauge what Kaido truly wanted. Such tacit understanding wasn't something that could be formed casually, it required a certain level of mutual resonance. Actually, when Yamato proposed joining the guard unit, even Kaido was taken aback. After all, Kaido had no idea what exactly this guy was thinking. But upon further reflection, Kaido thought, well, maybe having him join wouldn't be such a bad idea. After all, having this guy join would demonstrate the guard unit's inclusivity. And let's not mince words, His combat abilities are certainly up to par. Though Anbu's modus operandi may not align well with that of regular ninja, when it comes to fighting, he's way more ruthless. Frankly, if you have two ninja of the same caliber, one from the Anbu and the other from regular missions, the Anbu ninja would undoubtedly survive life or death combat. Their methods are both more ruthless and lack moral limits, that's an immutable fact. Moreover, the guard unit will inevitably establish a security division in the future, requiring many strong, even battle-experienced ninja. Wouldn't it make sense to recruit retired Anbu, and re-employ them? Based on this future vision, Kaido ultimately agreed to Yamato's entry, although the guy would still need sufficient training before formally assuming the role. And Kaido also needs to figure out exactly what mindset this guy holds in joining the guard unit, that's crucial. Though Kaido knows this guy may not hold much sentiment for the third Hokage, even if the third Hokage took him out of the route, what he is truly grateful for is Kakashi. After all, if Kakashi hadn't intervened, he'd still be controlled within the route. Furthermore, Kaido feels that after that night, he should realize that the source of his tragedy is, in fact, the third Hokage. After all, without the third Hokage's indulgence and tacit approval, how could his tragedy have unfolded? But speculation is one thing, a deeper investigation and judgment are necessary. Having Shizue oversee this guy is the best choice. After all, they both have Anbu backgrounds, which should make their interactions smoother. And within the guard unit, whether anyone else could beat him in one-on-one combat is genuinely a question. Shizue doesn't have this problem and can more gracefully handle any unexpected situations. Kaido and Shizue talked a lot. He not only told Shizue that he had abducted Deidara back, but also revealed that Kitsuchi had already died by his hands. Both pieces of news shook Shizue to his core. It had been a long time since he was shocked to such an extent. The last time he felt this shook was when Kaido proposed various theories that transcended both his imagination and the constraints of the times, rendering him utterly speechless. This time, he once again experienced that initial feeling, except now he felt like he was literally struck by lightning. He never, ever expected that just because he was hospitalized for a short while, Kaito would pull off such unimaginable feats. Deidara, does Kaito not know who he is? The disciple of the third Tsuchikage, for heaven's sake. The kid may have some personality issues, but the third Tsuchikage, Onoki, has been extraordinarily tolerant and nurturing toward him. In fact, there were jokes circulating in the Anbu before, wondering if they were grooming the kid to become the Tsuchikage himself. And now, someone Onoki had painstakingly nurtured gets whisked back to Hidden Leaf Village by Kaido? How could he not be flabbergasted? On top of that, Kaido even killed Kitsuchi right in front of Deidara? Do you know who Kitsuchi is? That's Onoki's own flesh and blood, and yet he died at the hands of Kaido. What in the world is going on? For a moment, Shizue seriously doubted whether Kaido had some grudge against Onoki. Otherwise, why would he both snatch his disciple and kill his son? If it weren't for the presence of another child, Kurotsuchi, Kaido's actions would essentially be like cutting off Onoki's lineage. What on earth are you doing? Walking toward the Hokage building, Shizue let out a resigned sigh. He was utterly at a loss for words. He even felt that Hidden Leaf Village should probably start preparing for a battle, because the moment Onoki finds out about this, there will surely be no holding back. Alright, stop overthinking it. I've told you, it was an accident. The guy just couldn't withstand my illusion technique, ended up being defenseless against my lightning style, and died. What could I do? Kaido also seemed somewhat helpless. Shizue had been harping on this issue more than once during their walk. If Kaido could have it any other way, he wouldn't want this to happen either. But what's done is done, and Kaido can't change that. Moreover, he's aware of the severity of the matter, or else he wouldn't have briefed the other 6 families. Let's focus on the meeting we're about to attend, it's very important. If all goes well, I intend to nominate you as a participant in the mission. I might even lobby for you to be the team leader. At Kaito's words, Shizue took a deep breath, nodding solemnly in agreement. Just a short while ago, Kaido received a notice inviting him to a high-level meeting, one that was scheduled in response to recent events. Kaido instantly grasped the situation. Likely, Asuma's timing for taking action had been decided, along with matters concerning the daimyo. Kaido could indeed get intelligence on Asuma's activities within the Sarutobi clan. This was sent to him by Hyuga and Aburame. Though the intelligence had a slight delay, upon seeing it, Kaido couldn't help but rejoice. Isn't this a mirror image of the Uchiha clan? Isn't what Asuma is doing now exactly what Madara Uchiha aimed to do? They just have a more specific objective, that's all. Besides, Kaito isn't as ruthless as Sarutobi Hiruzen, which is why they even have a slim chance at life. However, even with that slim chance, there are some guys Kaido won't let live no mercy. Those extremists would be better off in the Pure Land, having tea with Hiruzen, than suffering in the human world. Kaido has no intention of participating when Asuma makes his move, and Hidden Leaf Village absolutely shouldn't either. In Kaido's eyes, it's a dog-eat-dog situation, and Hidden Leaf Village must not intervene in clan affairs. Breaking this principle is absolutely forbidden. Otherwise, Hiashi Hugo wouldn't have come seeking help, or discussed getting Hidden Leaf Village involved with Jiraiya. When it's a matter of principle, you grit your teeth and endure, no matter how tough. As for taking action against the daimyo, that's another issue to be thoroughly discussed in the upcoming meeting. Unless something unexpected happens, Hidden Leaf Village will also send their own team to the capital of the Land of Fire to do something. To ensure the task's smooth completion, Kaido plans to get Shizue involved. There's no doubting Shizue's capabilities. When he makes his move, things will undoubtedly proceed smoothly. But let's be frank, this mission is also an opportunity to earn merit, so those who go will definitely form a combat squad. Even in a necessary situation, it's not impossible for all 7 major families to simultaneously send representatives. After all, Inoshikacho could form a combat team, while Hyuga, Aburame, and Inuzuka could constitute a reconnaissance team. Kaido has seen these configurations in the original work, and the instructors for these 2 teams are rather interesting in the original work as well. Inoshikacho is led by Sarutobi Asuma, while Hyuga, Aburame, and Inuzuka are led by Asuma's fiancé, Kurenai. It's not hard to see this is Hiruzen setting the stage for Asuma. Just unlucky that Asuma bit the dust halfway. Otherwise, whether Kakashi could become the 6th Hokage would be up in the air. But I seem to recall that the future 8th Hokage is most likely going to be Konohamaru. Seems like I've done some good work breaking up certain monopolies, eh? Kaito murmured to himself. At this moment, he had arrived at the base of the Hokage building. Lifting his gaze ever so slightly, he could see the Hokage monument towering behind the building. Gazing at the statue belonging to Sarutobi Hiruzen, a wry smile spread across Kaido's lips. Unexpected, isn't it? The Uchiha clan's plan Night of Annihilation never occurred. Yet now, it seems your Sarutobi clan will have to bear a new Night of Annihilation. Chapter 184. Amidst the vast rocky terrain of the Land of Earth, a group of Earth ninjas were trudging along, diligently searching. Their search was specifically aimed at one person, the son of the 3rd Tsuchikage, Kitsuchi. Ever since the last mission to capture Deidara resulted in the loss of many Earth ninjas, Kitsuchi had gone off on his own to search for the attacker. This infuriated Onoki to the extreme. While failing the Deidara mission was hard to swallow, what was even more unacceptable was Kitsuchi's reckless behavior. Yes, in Onoki's eyes, Kitsuchi had become reckless, completely overwhelmed by shame and a hateful mindset, leading him to make such an irrational choice. It's terrifying to think that a single person could wield such tremendous power, easily killing hundreds of ninjas. Even if these ninjas were not particularly strong, possessing such power is beyond the realm of ordinary imagination. Yet, despite witnessing all this, Kitsuchi still had not the slightest sense of awe, opting instead to go alone in search of the perpetrator. If this isn't recklessness, what is? What separates this from a death wish? But Kitsuchi was the highest-ranking commander at the time, and nobody could stop him. His subsequent disappearance added urgency to Onoki's concerns. Onoki only has this one son, he has to find out what happened to Kitsuchi, whether he's alive or dead. Captain, we've been searching for so long, and there's still no trace of Lord Kitsuchi. Under the relentless sun, a young Earth ninja finally couldn't help but speak up. His comment made a teammate next to him nod slightly in agreement. After all this time and no word from Kitsuchi, anyone could guess that the son of the Tsuchikage might have met with some mishap. Let's keep searching, everyone. The captain sighed softly. Although everyone knew this mission was extremely difficult, the chances of finding Kitsuchi alive were slim at best. Not to mention finding a body, those odds are even lower. But as ninjas, they still have to complete their mission. Don't forget who we are. No matter the outcome, we'll continue the search. It's not just our squad working on this task. Our search efficiency isn't low either, we've already scoured the Land of Bears. Now only 2 directions remain for exploration. One is the other side of the Land of Bears, and the other is within the Land of Earth. If we're lucky, we may even return to the village of the Hidden Stone for the search. This is already far better than fighting to the death with the Sand Ninjas. The captain's words were indeed grounded in fact. After all, based on the intelligence provided by the ninjas stationed in the Land of Bears, Kitsuchi could only have gone in these 2 directions. Ah, just our luck, sighed the young Earth ninja, exasperated. With a strong kick, he sent a rock flying across the ground. The rock sped towards a pile of rubble, ultimately smashing into a stone tablet standing amidst the ruins. Under ordinary circumstances, they wouldn't have paid any attention to such a thing, but the captain involuntarily furrowed his brows. He had been on missions in this area before, and he distinctly remembered that there should not have been a stone tablet there. Thinking this, he decided to go check it out. They were at a dead end anyway, and there was no time constraint for their current mission. Inspecting something unusual shouldn't matter too much, but once he reached the stone tablet, he was completely taken aback. Is this Lord Tsuchikage? After analysis and comparison, it's confirmed that this is Lord Kitsuchi's body. Please accept my condolences. The message reached him inside the office of the Tsuchikage building. Onoki was standing silently by the window, his eyes fixed on the world outside, not uttering a single word. Behind him, an Anbu ninja was kneeling on the ground, his head bowed low. His entire body seemed tense as Onoki's aura felt unusually ominous at the moment. The silence exuded a suffocating pressure. Onoki's slight figure was like a mountain, sturdy and steadfast, yet heavy enough to crush one's soul. Onoki was furious, a kind of fury he had never felt before. Especially now, the pressure he was under was indeed immense. Ever since the successful impeachment of the third Hokage of Hidden Leaf Village, the weight of expectations had spread over him, with Deidara acting as a spark, neither too big nor too small. This mission was to capture Deidara, a mission teeming with political implications. But what he hadn't anticipated was not just the failure of the mission, but also the heavy loss of manpower, which struck a huge blow to his prestige. Moreover, his son died in this mission. The blow to him was even greater. This was no longer just about politics, it was a violent shock to his very spirit. Who could it be? And what should I do now? He wondered. Onoki took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Yet, anyone facing this situation would find it difficult to remain tranquil. Still, Onoki was, after all, a Kage, the only third-generation Kage in the ninja world, no less. His powers of restraint and control had grown considerably over his years in office. Finally, he did settle down and began to slowly think through it all. Deidara's whereabouts are unknown, but we can't rule out that he buried Kitsuchi. Who else would do such a thing if not an enemy? There are only two possibilities. Either he's with the enemy, which had been suggested in previous reports, or he escaped from the enemy but doesn't wish to return. Perhaps he witnessed Kitsuchi's death, or found Kitsuchi's body, which is why he buried him. The now calmed Onoki had a keen mind, and his understanding of Deidara was exceptionally deep. Instantly, he pondered several possibilities. According to the report, their attackers were numerous puppeteers, users of venomous snakes and unique ninjutsu, even those adept at lightning and water techniques. They could be rogue ninjas from Hidden Leaf Village, Cloud, Sand, Mist, or even our own Stone Village. But that's not the point. The crux lies with the one who used the Chakra Giant. That kind of power, could it be Susanoo? Onoki's eyes sharpened as he reminisced about his younger days when he had encountered Madara Uchiha. What a defeating, despairing experience that was. Even now, he couldn't shake off the shadow that Madara Uchiha had cast upon him. But soon he shook his head. Madara Uchiha was already dead, obsessing over a dead man now made no sense. Moreover, he now had an idea, a bold yet perilous one that could relieve him from this quagmire but also bring about a massive backlash. Hidden Leaf Village, Uchiha. Only by diverting the conflict and dragging you into it can the current situation be alleviated. When Kaido arrived at the Hokage building's conference room with Shizui, the room was already full of people. This was Shizui's first time attending such a high-level meeting. Naturally, he was a bit stiff. Especially when he saw who was in the room, he became slightly more tense. To put it bluntly, if anything untoward happened in this conference room, Hidden Leaf Village would be incapacitated, as it gathered all of Hidden Leaf Village's top echelons. The fifth Hokage Jiraiya, the head of medical department Tsunade, the minister of public affairs Narashikaku, and even his clan leader and the head of the guard department Kaido, among others. Chapter 185. Moreover, the heads of various major clans were also seated within. The atmosphere here was hardly comparable to Shizui's previous one-on-one meetings with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Fortunately, aside from these prominent figures, Shizui discovered that there were quite a few deputies like himself present as well. However, they all stood at the periphery, none had taken a seat. Therefore, Shizui simply chose to stand with them, dispelling his initial nervousness and awkwardness. It seems everyone is thinking along the same lines as me. Kaito noticed the situation and couldn't help but comment with a smile after taking his seat. His playful jab quickly elicited some amicable smiles in return. Clearly, everyone had arrived at the same conclusion, making it not an awkward situation but rather harmonious one. Jiraiya and Tsunade, however, found nothing amusing about it. In fact, they genuinely wondered what there was to laugh about. But neither of them voiced their thoughts, as doing so would serve no purpose. After all, commenting randomly on matters they didn't fully grasp would only make them appear out of touch. Alright, everyone. Pleasantries aside, let's proceed with today's meeting. Jiraiya finally spoke once everyone had settled down. He then slowly scanned the room before continuing. I believe you're all aware of the situation concerning the Sarutobi, Minakato, and Utatane clans, as well as Asuma's decisions. This matter has far-reaching implications, so what are your thoughts? Hokage-sama, quelling a rebellion is fundamentally a righteous deed. Asuma acted independently to spare Hidden Leaf Village any dishonor, which is commendable. I believe this won't negatively impact Hidden Leaf Village, and similarly, Asuma, who acted for the greater good even against his own kin, should not face any punishment from Hidden Leaf Village, should he? Of course, if all else fails, let him leave Hidden Leaf Village as a rogue ninja. That way, everyone is better off, said Kaito. Kaito knew Jiraiya had no malice and had implicitly consented to the course of action. However, he couldn't help but feel irked when he recalled the night of the clan annihilation years ago. So, quite happily, he brought up what the third Hokage had intended or might have intended to do back then, effectively throwing Jiraiya a curveball. Not just Jiraiya, Tsunade also gave Kaito a discreet look. After all, they had both seen the reports, they knew the original treatment plan for the Uchiha and Itachi Uchiha. Kaito was basically using that old playbook to bluff them, and frustratingly, they couldn't refute it. Let's forget about the rogue ninja label. We don't need to go that far. Asuma staying would be better than him leaving, Tsunade interjected before Jiraiya could say anything. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. Of course, we naturally follow the Hokage's wishes, said Narashikaku. He didn't want Kaito to be at odds with the Hokage. He knew why Kaito said what he did, after all, the Uchiha had genuinely suffered such injustice. Moreover, Shikaku spoke up to preempt any interference from the Hyuga. The situation might not be ideal, but Kaito had already cut these clans some slack. Who knows what further awkwardness could arise if this were to continue. As for Asuma, we can offer covert support, which Tsunade has already done. However, it's not enough. We'll provide additional support, such as real-time intelligence. I believe Ibarame and Mizuka will not refuse. Also, we need to send someone from the barrier team. Only then can we keep this matter discreet without causing too much disturbance. The next issue is the daimyo, which I believe is the focus of today's meeting. It will determine the success or failure of a series of future changes. Shikaku's change of subject was rather successful. Kaito had no intention of dwelling further on the matter, and today Hiashi Hyuga was relatively quiet. Kaito had noticed this early on. He could guess what was likely troubling Hiashi, probably some internal family matters. Unschooled in the woes of others, who can speak to their goodness? What was bothering Hiashi was unknown to Kaito, nor did he have any interest in knowing. Though they were both clan heads, each clan's situation was unique. Kaito couldn't impose his own logic on the Hyuga clan. He didn't want to do so either, as that would undermine his own clan's core competitiveness. He could certainly help out to repay some favors or exchange interests, but he wasn't so generous as to casually help others boost their core competitiveness. Exactly, the matter of the daimyo is key, Kaito lightly tapped on the table. His gaze was already set on Jiraiya and Tsunade, and then he spoke in a somber tone. Hokage-sama, Lady Tsunade, are you aware of the incident involving the Shikaku's Jonin in the capital of the Land of Fire? We're aware of it through Asuma's report. The situation at the daimyo's end is indeed complicated, Jiraiya said, while Tsunade nodded slightly, also aware of the matter. In that case, you both should be aware of our reform plans for Hidden Leaf Village. Kaito revealed a faint smile at this point. Knowing the situation with the daimyo made things easier and saved him a lot of effort. Whether it's the welfare for ninja at all levels, reforms in ninja education, or subsidies for war-disabled ninjas, these all require a substantial amount of funding, and the daimyo holds the purse strings. I dare ask you both, if the daimyo were to harbor some ill intentions, especially when such characters have appeared around him, isn't this an extremely bad sign for us? It even forces us into making choices. Therefore, we can't just sit idly. We're not the Hidden Sand Village. While fulfilling our duties, we must also enjoy our rights. To avoid appearing too aggressive, we can start with preliminary probes, then we can take action. Here, Kaito paused ever so slightly, before adding, isn't the Hokage also concerned about the negative impact arising from Asuma's situation? This matter is easily manageable, by shifting the focus and impact. Doesn't the daimyo offer us that foundation? Kaito was unaware that his plan and Danzō's were in such serendipitous alignment. Shifting the focus isn't exactly a new trick in the shinobi world. For instance, the outbreak of the Third War was partly to divert attention. As for how Raza ascended, it was because the third Kusagakure disappeared, offering this ambitious individual the opportunity. But can this guy really get the support of everyone upon taking the stage? That's undoubtedly a rhetorical question because the answer is an unequivocal no. The internal factions of the Hidden Sand Village are diverse, and even in the era of Raza, such factional divisions were extremely severe. Otherwise, there wouldn't be the situation where Raza saved the whole village, yet hardly anyone in the village cared to retrieve him. So, Kaido has always believed that Raza ignited the Third War to forcibly consolidate the internal factions of the Hidden Sand, and to give the village better room for development. Although the outcome was that the Hidden Sand lost many elite ninjas, and successive defeats made the daimyo unwilling to allocate funds, for Raza this was still a victorious move. He successfully shifted the internal conflicts of the village. Not only did he turn the pessimistic and angry emotions within the village into hatred for Hidden Leaf Village, but he also consolidated the power within the Hidden Sand, becoming the true, de facto Kazekage. One has to say that this is the tragedy of the Hidden Sand Village, even the tragedy of the Land of Wind, but it is certainly not Raza's personal tragedy. Of course, perhaps this is Kaito speculating about Raza with the greatest malice. Kaido himself has no good feelings for this man. Not to mention, this son of a gun ignited the Third War, forcing Kaido into the war as well. If not for his good fortune of being born a few years later, he might have really experienced the full package of war, perhaps even dying on the battlefield already. Furthermore, Raza's treatment of himself is quite ruthless, sparing neither parent nor child. This guy has no such scruples at all. Moreover, I've read many reports, and the evaluation of this guy is not good either, especially in terms of ability. He simply does not deserve to stand alongside the other Kages. Even Chio's evaluation is far higher than his, Kaito said. Kaido's idea of shifting the focus was passed without any surprises. After all, some things were already set. He simply offered a more rational, legal, and compliant veneer, while also allowing them to suppress the impact of one matter with another. Why wouldn't they go for it? And there was nothing to fret over regarding who would execute it. The 7 major clans each brought their own clan members to the meeting. The message was already abundantly clear. Perhaps the only point up for discussion was who would serve as the team leader this time. Chapter 186. However, on this matter, Kaito surprisingly flexed his muscles with unprecedented assertiveness. He directly nominated Shisui as the team leader, and his reasoning was exceedingly simple. Shisui comes from the Anbu. In terms of combat tactics, I don't think there's anyone better than him. Furthermore, Shisui possesses the same eyes as I do, and he's even the deputy clan leader of the Uchiha. I can't think of anyone more suitable for the role of team leader. Kaito's words left everyone speechless. Upon reflection, it did indeed seem to be the case. The strength of the Uchiha clan has always been focused on Kaito, but it can't be denied that the Uchihas are rich in talent. Take Uchiha Shisui, for example. Initially, he was even considered more gifted than Kaito, but it was just that the brilliance Kaito exuded after his awakening overshadowed everything. This had the effect of subtly pushing Shisui into the background, but the moment people recalled him, it was clear, Shisui was a force to be reckoned with, not inferior to Kaito in the slightest. Moreover, besides this Uchiha Shisui, Fugaku Uchiha's abilities have never been weak. Although this guy is extremely low-key, even after facing clan impeachment, he still sits stably in a high position within the family. Other than attributing it to clan leader Kaito's magnanimity, there is also an indispensable factor. That would be the strength of Elder Fugaku. Even clan leader Kaito would not dare to act recklessly. Understanding all these things, there was basically no chance for any alteration or instability in Shisui's position as team leader. The hastily assembled elite force from the 7 major clans, after receiving the documents personally drafted by Jiraiya, immediately set out. One could say that the Leaf Village had arrived at a somewhat suffocating moment, but the main characters in this delicate situation had changed. The Uchiha clan, once at the Vortex's center, now sat on the sidelines. Kaito, too, could calmly watch the fish in the great pond of the Leaf Village perform to their heart's content. The night was melodious, and the Sarutobi clan's territory was utterly silent. Ever since they were relegated to a corner of the village, their nights had become exceptionally desolate. The Sarutobi clan lived close to the Utatane and Midokado clans. Their territories were interconnected. Once night fell, people from these 3 clans would generally not venture outdoors, rendering their territories as quiet as a graveyard. Yet tonight seemed somewhat different. Asuma was not in his room. Instead, he was in a storeroom at the corner of the Sarutobi clan's area. Inside this storeroom, there were many other ninjas just like him, donned in their shinobi uniforms, all silently waiting. After what felt like an eternity, Asuma finally stood up. His gaze swept over everyone present, and then he spoke calmly. Ladies and gentlemen, the fact that we are gathered here tonight, I assume, makes it clear what we are about to undertake. I have to admit, this is the least desirable course of action for me, the most bloody and cruel one. Yet this is what we must confront now. We once pressured the Hyuga clan and led the Uchiha into this desperate situation. We failed, and due to improper actions from my father, we are all embroiled in this mess. I'd like to apologize on his behalf, But I feel uttering such words now would be meaningless. And as the losers in this equation, we have no right to choose. Tonight, we must make a final decision, a decision that aligns with the interests of all present, as well as the interests of the Leaf Village. I trust you understand they are all watching us. For the Sarutobi clan, for the rebirth of our family, we must act. And tonight is that moment. I entrust this to all of you. Having said this, Asuma deeply bowed to everyone in the room. Asuma, there's no need for that. Just then, a middle-aged man stepped forward and spoke tranquilly to Asuma. In truth, even without you, we might have gone down this path. Moreover, without you, we wouldn't have had the conditions we have now, and the price we'd have to pay would be even more severe. Even the Uchiha and the 7 clans might not have spared any of us. At least we now have an opportunity. At least the Sarutobi clan can carry on, and the Uchiha and Mikado clans also stand a chance. If anyone should be thanking, it should be me, it should be us. Thank you. Having said this, the middle-aged man led everyone in the room to bow deeply to Asuma. After everyone had straightened up, Asuma took a deep breath and turned towards the warehouse exit. Let's move, everyone. We save our own clans. The sound of footsteps began to echo. In the forests beyond the lawns of the Sarutobi, Uchiha, and Mikado clans, countless masked ninjas appeared. They hid in the dark corners, their eyes coldly sweeping over the ancestral lands of the 3 clans. Clearly, these were members of the Anbu, there to prevent anyone from escaping. Among them were also numerous members of the Inuzuka and Ibarime clans, providing intelligence support for Asuma's operation. In addition to these 2 families, Kaido and Hayashi Hyuga also arrived at the scene. Kaido didn't particularly want to come, finding little interest in the matter at hand. However, he couldn't refuse an invitation from Hayashi Hyuga. The Hyuga clan had contributed significant talent to the security forces. These talents had become the backbone of the security division, and given the good relations between their clans, Kaido ultimately decided to come. Looks like tonight will be quite the feast, Hayashi Hyuga mused, his Byakugan eyes gazing into the distance as he spoke in a neutral tone. A feast is an overstatement, but it does serve to remove certain dissatisfactions and grievances from our hearts, Kaido replied, equally unemotional. He couldn't see as far, but that didn't concern him. The matters of these 3 clans can be left to Asuma and his people. But if anyone escapes, that's when the Anbu will take action. Ruthless individuals will be killed without question, and those of unclear identity will be captured. It's quite a ruthless strategy. Compared to Uchiha's, this doesn't seem overly cruel, does it? Hayashi Hyuga arched an eyebrow, speaking with a tinge of amusement. Indeed, it's not. But I am the victor, and that is enough. Kaido turned his gaze towards Hayashi Hyuga, and at that moment, a slight smile appeared on his face. Those who once bit me are either in paradise now or have been thoroughly exiled and are essentially awaiting death. Their clans have been broken under my heel, their survival is at my whim. Hyuga clan leader, sometimes one has to look beyond the surface, at the tangible gains, don't you think? Kaido's words rendered Hayashi Hyuga silent. Eventually, he could only nod in reluctant agreement. Although Kaido appeared to have spared these people, the humiliation and punishment he bestowed upon them might as well have killed them. Kaido's decisiveness and ruthlessness are precisely why even a prodigy like Shizue disappeared under his dazzling aura. Thinking of his own past hardships and current hesitations in dealing with clan matters, Hayashi Hyuga couldn't help but sigh lightly. He suddenly felt that he might indeed be inferior to this younger man. As the 2 fell silent, tranquility once again enveloped the dark forest. The entire woodland grew hushed, with only the ceaseless chirping of summer cicadas remaining. After entering the clan territory, Asuma waved back at the ninjas following him and then glanced to his left. 3 Sarutobi ninjas were hiding in the dark shadows, the first hidden sentinels at the entrance. Seeing it was him, they immediately showed caution. Asuma's stance was not aligned with theirs. In these extremists' eyes, Asuma had betrayed all 3 clans. Asuma, why are you wandering outside at this hour? Said the foremost Sarutobi ninja, his tone distinctly hostile. What do I need to report to you? Asuma slowly walked towards them, speaking with deliberate pace. You traitor, I wonder how your father would feel in the afterlife, knowing you've made such a choice. Another Sarutobi ninja spat out angrily. But once he opened his mouth, he couldn't say another word. Asuma, less than 5 meters away, suddenly unleashed a teleportation technique. Before the incredulous eyes of the Sarutobi ninja, he watched as a kunai plunged into his heart. Blood flowed along the blade, dripping drop by drop. He wanted to say something else, but no sound could escape his lips. The last thing he saw was Asuma's face, frigid to the extreme. Thud. The Sarutobi ninja collapsed, so abruptly that neither he nor his companions had expected it. Yet those guarding the clan entrance were no fools. The moment they saw their comrade fall, The other two ninjas reacted instantaneously, unsheathing their long swords from behind. With angry glares, they lunged at Asuma almost in unison. Regrettably, Asuma was faster. His hands conjured chakra blades unique to him. A light blue chakra, infused with the essence of wind style, materialized. In less than a second, they crossed paths, and not even the clash of weapons was heard. The two Sarutobi clan ninjas fell to the ground, disbelief etched on their faces, each throat adorned with a line of blood. Fresh blood seeped slowly. Asuma looked at the trio, their eyes wide in terror and yet filled with deep rage, now lifeless. He couldn't help but tremble slightly, even a sense of nausea gripped him. After all, he had killed his own kinsmen, people he had known since childhood. Such extreme perversion left him profoundly uncomfortable. He knew Itachi Uchiha had undertaken similar missions, knew too that Itachi had volunteered for them. But he couldn't fathom how Itachi could willingly go through with such tasks. Such acts were almost too hard to accept. Itachi Uchiha must no longer be human, for no human could be this detached. Asuma took deep breaths, readjusting himself. It took him quite a while to get used to the stench of blood. His grip on his chakra blades tightened. He knew there was no reason, no excuse for him to back out. He could only see this through to the end. Feelings of kinship no longer bind us, this is a battle of ideologies. If I win, the clan survives. If I lose, the entire clan faces extinction. As he mulled over this, chakra surged through Asuma's body. When he looked at the fallen men, all that was left in his eyes was detachment. He knew what he should and shouldn't do. For the sake of the clan, he must now eliminate these disruptive elements. Take action, everyone. Asuma whispered commandingly, leading the charge. However, do not lay a hand on those who surrender, they are still our clansmen, and we must prepare for the future. But spare not a single resistor. The night of slaughter had commenced. You really don't hold back, do you? Atop the rooftop within the Sarutobi clan's grounds, Kaido and Hyuga Hayashi stood still, peering down. Bodies lay scattered all around the Sarutobi clan's area, fires burned ceaselessly, and the sound of cries was deafening. Kaido didn't really enjoy such scenes, just like years ago when he and Shizue witnessed a small village destroyed by the Cloud Shinobi. It filled him with a similar anger. Time changes, but some essential things do not. Of course, Kaido is a man of double standards. He'd have others do what he couldn't, not that he hasn't acted himself. But there's a difference between doing and watching others do it. Yet who can deny being a person of double standards? He was here merely to gauge just how far Asuma could descend. From what he could see, Asuma was thoroughly resolute, he understood his task well. But some humanity remained, he had yet spared women and children. Should that change, Kaido would have to be even more cautious. A man completely detached cannot be trusted. Just like Itachi Uchiha. Kaido would rather chase him 1,000 miles, even prepared to unleash Sasuke to eliminate him, than let Itachi ever return. Even the trick of placing him in the Dark Anbu division, faking his death, Kaido would never resort to it. Because in his eyes, Itachi Uchiha had utterly lost his humanity, and such a detached man is better off dead. Preserving humanity comes at its own cost. After all, I wouldn't wish, nor allow, someone filled with hatred to exist. What you decide to do next is your own business. From this day on, you will be unifying these three clans. Kaido thought silently to himself, then rose to his feet and walked towards the exit, while Hyuga Hayashi slightly turned his head to look at him. Leaving already? Not going to stick around to watch? No need. I've seen what I needed to see. That's enough. Kaido answered placidly, then suddenly chuckled in self-mockery. You may find it hard to believe, clan head Hayashi, but I really detest scenes like this. Even though my own hands are drenched in blood, for some reason, I still feel uneasy. Yet, I can endure it, and it won't affect my combat. That's a good thing, at least. It means you, clan head Kaido, haven't been utterly corroded by war. Scenes like this are hardly uncommon in war. Hyuga Hayashi nodded slightly, evidently misunderstanding Kaido, and said quite seriously, as it happens, I wish I could still feel that way, like you, clan head Kaido. Regrettably, when I face scenes like this, I've become indifferent, mainly because they are not my people. You might reconsider your views, clan head Kaido, after all, no one here is innocent. Hearing this, Kaido realized that his expression might have been misunderstood, but he couldn't be bothered to clarify too much. How could he directly tell Hyuga Hayashi, I don't mind doing it myself, but when I see others do it, I think they're villains. Lightly shaking his head, Kaido grinned and said, thank you for the advice, clan head Hayashi, but have you figured out your own situation? The question made Hyuga Hayashi pause for a moment before letting out a gentle sigh. That sigh, unmistakably, told Kaido that Hayashi probably wasn't quite prepared yet. After all, The plan Kaido had shared was extreme to its core. Hayashi intended to make modifications, but some things are just not that easy to execute. Power, it's like poison once tasted, some people really can't let go. Especially when their power wanes and they no longer dominate as they once did, power becomes the only thing propping up their belief that they still stand atop the world of shinobi. It's hard to say, but the three clans before us, along with that Shimura Danzō, are just like that. Some challenges, yes, but I also don't want to go to extremes. Hyuga Hayashi let out a slight sigh, and spoke directly. Taking action would lead to turmoil, resulting in many deaths. Turning everyone into branch families will lead to opposition from the main family, then rivers of blood will flow again. I know clan head Kaido's plan is correct, but sometimes I prefer to take more neutral measures. I hope to win more people to my side and garner more support, thereby enabling me to abolish certain things. Abolish certain things? Hearing this, Kaido raised an eyebrow. You're not planning to abolish the caged bird seal, are you? Was it that easy to guess? Hyuga Hayashi was momentarily surprised, and then a smile bloomed on his face. Yes, that is my plan, and it's all very difficult, isn't it? The main family wouldn't allow it, they would certainly fight to the death to prevent it. And the branch family members can't resist the main family using the caged bird seal to control them. My situation would become even more difficult. Indeed, you may end up being besieged by the main family along with the entire branch family. Kaito nodded, genuinely surprised that Hyuga Hayashi would be so audacious. But upon reflection, there were hints of this in the original storyline as well. Shaking his head, Kaido decided he didn't want to think too much about it right now. He looked at Hyuga Hayashi quizzically. Have you considered that, if you succeed, what would happen to your Byakugan once the caged bird seal is gone? Of course, I have considered it. Hyuga Hayashi nodded, then looked meaningfully at Kaido. The Uchiha don't have the caged bird seal either, yet you're not afraid, are you? Besides, under such pressure, haven't various prodigies emerged? Such as Shizui, such as yourself. Chapter 187. When Hyuga Hayashi began to harbor such audacious thoughts, Kaido remembered, it likely started when he realized his own brother was marching towards his doom. The relationship between Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hisashi is complicated. Hayashi embodies the sentiments between brothers in the world of shinobi, but as a member of the main family, he must restrain his emotions. Especially as he is the heir to the clan leadership, he has to strike a balance between the main and branch families. Therefore, even if such emotions exist, he has to show a particular stance. Hyuga Hisashi's internal life is also incredibly complex. He despises the main family because of the caged bird seal, hates his own brother. Yet behind the scenes, he was also defending his brother. During his lifetime, the branch family he led was fully aligned with Hyuga Hayashi, keeping him from being overshadowed by the elders. Although his death was verbally justified as a quest for freedom, he couldn't have seemed so composed without genuine fraternal affection. Of course, from a more cynical angle, he had to worry that, should he resist, he would still die and his family and children would suffer. Regardless, it was around that time that Hyuga Hayashi planted a seed of thought. And the realization of this thought can be understood by looking at Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Hanabi, who both do not have the caged bird seal. Kaido remembered there was a notion that Hyuga Hayashi was very dissatisfied with Hyuga Hinata's talents, hence his diligent cultivation of Hyuga Hanabi. But the thing is, while cultivating Hanabi, he didn't brand Hinata with the caged bird seal either. Hinata still enjoyed the treatment of the Hyuga family's young lady. And as for Hanabi, who often appears in fanfiction and should have been branded with a caged bird seal at age 5, she never was. Although the circumstances are somewhat special, Hinata married Naruto, the savior of the shinobi world and the 7th Hokage, allowing her to avoid the caged bird seal. And Hanabi, after Hinata left, became the sole heir of the family, justifiably avoiding the seal. But this is also a result of Hyuga Hayashi's strong suppression of various opinions when they were young, otherwise, at least one of them would have been unable to escape fate. This guy, does he really intend to break the millennia-old rules and destiny of the Hyuga clan? Kaido couldn't help but feel a bit emotional at this thought, for it indeed was a daring and crazy move. If they stop using the caged bird seal, it means the Hyuga clan would end their 1,000-year tradition of familial division. Of course, the main family, as celestial dragons, would lose this halo too. Hyuga Hayashi is digging at his own foundations. But upon closer thought, if he truly proceeds, this could actually consolidate his control over the clan even more. For those branch family members who desperately wanted to escape the control of the main family, it's not like they ever wanted to be slaves. And this guy's ambitions are no small thing either, using the fact that the Uchiha clan doesn't have the caged bird seal to rebut me, how audacious. Besides being a curse of fate, The caged bird seal also serves as a protective entity. Its presence prevents the Byakugan from being stolen by others. It's just unfortunate that this originally protective measure has evolved into a tool to enslave an individual or even a group. Members of the main family can use the absence of the caged bird seal as an excuse to avoid missions and thus prevent the risk of their eyes being stolen in case of accidental death. In contrast, the branch family members must take on all the dangerous tasks of wars and missions. Because they have the caged bird seal, even if their eyes are stolen, the seal can destroy them. This setup is genuinely cruel. Yet, such an environment also significantly diminishes the competitiveness of the Hyuga clan. Perhaps Hyuga Hayashi looked at the Uchiha clan for inspiration, considering the growth of people like Kaido and Shisui, further solidifying his resolve. The Uchiha clan never had anything like the caged bird seal. Clan members with Sharingan also go on missions and face imaginable risks. After all, aside from watching their own lives, they also must keep in mind that their failure could result in the loss of their family's eyes. In Hyuga Hayashi's view, it's under such dual pressures that Uchiha members grow faster and produce so many formidable ninja. Even to the extent of producing incredibly strong ninja like Kaido and Shisui, who can be game changers. But have you considered how hard it is to awaken the Sharingan? The Hyuga develop these eyes at a certain age so easily. And the Sharingan has a clear developmental path, something your Byakugan doesn't seem to have? Granted, the Tenseigan and Rinnegan are on the same level, with the Tenseigan perhaps being more offensive. But what else do you gain from your Byakugan improving, besides seeing further? Kaido can't help but mentally scoff at Hyuga Hayashi's thoughts, although he would never voice them out loud. The Byakugan is a knife from the Otsutsuki clan, and its strength is undeniable. But the Hyuga aren't Otsutsuki. Their bloodline has likely been diluted over a millennium. Not to mention the Hyuga in the shinobi world, even those on the moon claiming to be Otsutsuki have probably seen their bloodlines grow thin. It's just that they still have various scriptures left by Otsutsuki Hamura, and their lineage is somewhat more complete, giving them knowledge of the Tenseigan's existence, perhaps. Even if you know, it doesn't help much. The development of the Tenseigan and Rinnegan is on a relatively low-level stage, making it harder for the Byakugan to evolve into the Tenseigan. The Sharingan can be gradually upgraded into the Rinnegan, step by step from 1 Tomoe to 3, then to Mangekyo and Eternal Mangekyo, and finally, finding a way to break through. It can be said that the Sharingan is effective at every stage, but the Byakugan seems to build slowly, making a giant leap from its initial phase to a later stage all at once. Chief Hyuga Hayashi, you should think this over slowly. I, as an outsider, can't easily judge many of these matters. Kaido and Hyuga Hayashi have now arrived in front of the Hokage building. Tonight's matters have basically reached the final wrap-up stage. Asuma's side has been struggling. Although Asuma might not stand out in Hidden Leaf Village's future Jounin system, he is of the same generation as freaks like Kakashi and Might Guy. Asuma's overall strength isn't particularly weak either, especially with Hidden Leaf Village's assistance, as well as in Yuzuka and Ibarame's help, plus the Anbu circling the periphery. Although he has suffered some loss of manpower, they generally hold an upper hand. And their losses align with Kaito's interests. After all, it's best for the reborn Sarutobi clan to be somewhat crippled. The next morning, all Hidden Leaf Village residents noticed that something seemed amiss today. They clearly found that Hidden Leaf Village seemed to be reducing control over those three clans. Ever since the impeachment incident erupted, these three clans have been forcefully sealed off by Hidden Leaf Village or, more precisely, by the 7 great clans. Whether it's their business or personnel, everything has been under a lock and freeze, forbidding people from leaving clan territory and businesses from operating. This has caused great inconvenience to many Hidden Leaf Village residents since these 3 great clans are fundamentally tied to the livelihood of the people. Yet nobody dares to speak up, especially as more areas are gradually being reopened. Of course, how those 3 clans are handled remains everyone's focus. After all, this could potentially develop into Hidden Leaf Village's most horrifying action since its establishment. Whether these 3 clans will even continue to exist is a question. But no one dares to think about or ask such questions. Everyone is silently awaiting an answer. Today, it seems, an answer has arrived. However, after Hidden Leaf Village's guard forces completely withdrew, the answer the villagers received shook them to their core. Rivers of blood flowed within the territories of the 3 clans, countless corpses were slowly being taken out. These scenes truly agitated the nerves of all Hidden Leaf Village residents. It wasn't until the specific details began to slowly emerge that they realized what exactly had transpired. People within the 3 clans plotted a rebellion, aiming for a coup against Hidden Leaf Village. Asuma discovered this and led those willing to follow him, and directly wiped out these conspirators. This news really left them at a loss for words, because there were too many loopholes. Let's not talk about how Asuma discovered it. When did he even find so many people willing to follow him, and where did he get so many weapons? These are questions worth pondering. Besides, there's the matter of Asuma meeting with Jiraiya earlier. Many people had seen it. Asuma going to the Hokage building without concealing his identity, and not just once or twice either. And then such a thing happens right after. Can this really be considered logical? These matters continued to ripple through everyone's minds, and nobody knew what was really going on. But they all knew that the best thing now is not to ask, not to overthink, just watch and wait for Hidden Leaf Village's official response. While blood and gore were reigning in Hidden Leaf Village, Shizue and the others had already quickly arrived in the capital of the Land of Fire. For them, covering such a distance at full speed would take just a little over a day to arrive. Standing within the daimyo's palace, Shizue and his team were particularly silent, but they had already discussed many things before they arrived. Although the 7 of them weren't familiar with each other, at the end of the day they were from the same alliance, and all of them were young with not too shabby abilities. So they had plenty of common ground, especially since they all acknowledged Shizue's capabilities, making their interactions even smoother. Strictly speaking, they were all actually classmates, as they were all around the same age. Chapter 188. They might be classmates only in the loosest sense of the term, belonging to different cohorts and graduating at different times. Their paths had diverged after graduation, hence the initial air of unfamiliarity. Yet, as they made their way, casually chatting all the while, the strangeness of the way. They even felt an odd sense of familiarity, perhaps owed to the shared experience of education. The crux of their discussions often circled back to Kaido, adding a layer of excitement to their conversation. After all, Kaido was their peer, but this peer now unapologetically stood at the pinnacle of Hidden Leaf Village. How could they not be intrigued when he even had a commanding presence over the entire ninja world? Shizue did not shy away from this topic. In his view, his own inferiority to Kaido was a plain fact, nothing to evade. Kaido's strength isn't merely physical, his thinking, his logical ability, might even surpass his brute strength. Although our abilities may be the same tier, I can sense that if I were to go toe-to-toe with him, I'd certainly be the one to fall. Shizue's praise for Kaido was sky high, and even then, he felt his words failed to do justice to Kaido's full capabilities. Even with his cautious wording, some found his praise unbelievable, even excessive. Shizue offered no further explanation, only those who had actually interacted with Kaido would understand the extent of his prowess. Knowing all this, Shizue was entirely convinced that Kaido was indeed someone capable of reviving the clan, harmonizing relations between the clan and the village, and restoring the clan to greatness. Apologies for the wait. Just as Shizue was lost in recollections of their journey and silently awaiting the daimyo, a voice broke through their reverie. A man came into view, gently fanning himself, his face bearing a kind smile. It was clear that he was the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Behind him followed 11 ninjas. These were undoubtedly his protective force. There used to be 12, but Asuma's absence was palpable. It was evident they had not had the chance to find a replacement for him yet. "Greetings, Lord Daimyo," Shizue said, leading the rest of the 6 to bow slightly. The atmosphere was now gravely solemn, a marked departure from the leisurely mood that accompanied them on their journey here. These were seasoned ninjas, professionals through and through, or they wouldn't have been selected for such a mission. "What brings you here this time?" The daimyo's face still wore a smile, though inside he was far from at ease. He still recalled the shadow cast by Nara Shikaku, and to be frank, he held little fondness for these so-called leaf ninjas. "The Hokage has a matter to communicate to you, my lord. That's why we've been dispatched." Shizue straightened up, speaking neither submissively nor arrogantly. He reached into his pouch and took out a scroll, handing it to the daimyo. "The details are within. Please peruse at your leisure." The daimyo's eyebrows quirked at Shizue's words. He had little idea who this young Uchiha might be, but the mere suggestion from the Hokage set his pulse racing, for reasons he couldn't quite fathom. Presently, the Hokage of Hidden Leaf Village was Jiraiya, someone he'd been rather coerced into endorsing. As for those like Saratobe Hiruzen who had passed away, he was rather glad. Those individuals had shown him little to no respect. Jiraiya's conduct so far seemed acceptable, but who knew what he might do as Hokage? Receiving the scroll via his protective ninjas, the daimyo began to read. And just as he did, he felt his blood pressure spike. A 50% increase. Is this daylight robbery? The daimyo gripped the report in his hands, his eyes beginning to smolder as if ready to burst into flame. This was no exaggeration. In his view, it was an outright siphoning of his family's lifeblood. In the entire realm of the ninja world, the daimyo who contributed most to a ninja village was undoubtedly him with respect to Hidden Leaf Village. Otherwise, how could Hidden Leaf Village have developed so rapidly and so well? Without his money, what could Hidden Leaf Village use to cultivate so many ninjas? Without his funds, how could Hidden Leaf Village amass and store such vast strategic resources? Without his financial support, How could Hidden Leaf Village emerge victorious time and again in wars? To put it bluntly, it was his financial sustenance that had brought Hidden Leaf Village to its present stature. Don't think that taking on a plethora of missions can rake in a lot of money. True, a multitude of assignments can bring a handsome fortune to the village, but that money is quickly absorbed by one project or another. At most, it's used to provide some subsidies to the ninjas. The real financial backing is from the daimyo, yours truly. And naturally, when the ninjas get the money, they have to deliver on their end, like protecting the daimyo's business and interests. It's the least they could do, considering the hefty sum I've allocated to them. I must admit, these leaf ninjas do their job well, particularly in preserving my interests. Exceptional work. But haven't I already given enough? Why are these fellows so insatiable, hankering for more? The daimyo tried hard to keep his emotions in check, knowing these leaf ninjas are not to be trifled with. Last time, that Narashikaku even had the audacity to threaten me. I haven't forgotten that, and I know better than to confront these leaf ninjas directly. But internally, discontent was filling my heart, especially after speaking with certain individuals. One of them told me, for the Land of Fire, the most important figure isn't the Hokage of Hidden Leaf Village, it's you, the daimyo. Without my ceaseless financial backing, could Hidden Leaf Village have grown into what it is today? I am the only jewel in the Land of Fire, not the Hokage of Hidden Leaf Village. These words have been etched deeply into my mind, and at this moment, they are sprouting like mushrooms after rain. I aim to be the sole gem of the Land of Fire, not a co-jewel with some so-called Hokage, and certainly not to make Hidden Leaf Village the only gem. With this in mind, the daimyo took a deep breath before speaking earnestly. 50% is rather steep, especially considering the already generous funding I provide. As far as I know, the daimyo of the Land of Wind only provides 30% of what I initially offered to Hidden Leaf Village for Hidden Sand Village. Now, with Hokage-sama asking for a direct 50% increase, that means my contribution would exceed 5 times what Hidden Sand Village gets. Gentlemen, while we compliment each other, this request greatly exceeds what I can accept. I ask for time to contemplate this. And I hope you will also reconsider. Do you truly need to take so much? Please think carefully about whether, even now, you are not being overly excessive. Chapter 189. The daimyo's words were not harsh, seemingly logical even, but Shizue and others couldn't help but furrow their brows. They all sensed the undertone in the daimyo's speech, a refusal. Even worse, there was a subtle air of threat emanating from him. His posture seemed to suggest that Hidden Leaf Village had taken too much and he needed to reconsider. This response was not something they could easily accept, though it was what they'd expected. Shizue pondered for a moment, his eyes shifting to a member of the Nara clan beside him. The man gave Shizue a subtle nod, prompting Shizue to finally speak up. Lord Daimyo, while we are grateful for your financial support, let us not forget, without Hidden Leaf Village's protection, your family's business would not thrive so smoothly. You fund Hidden Leaf Village, thus enabling its flourishing development, while Hidden Leaf Village, in turn, shields your assets, offering you more wealth and glory. It's a symbiotic relationship, each entity aids the other. We have an obligation to protect Hidden Leaf Village and the Land of Fire, just as you have a duty to facilitate our growth. Think about it, Lord Daimyo, if we ceased protecting your assets in certain areas, would they continue to prosper? Local elements might cast envious eyes and resort to various means of harassment and plundering. Surely that's not a scenario you welcome. The daimyo found himself choked by Shizue's words. Though grudgingly, he had to admit Shizue had a point. Without Hidden Leaf Village's protective arm, his family business would indeed falter. However, deep within, he was truly reluctant to be under Hidden Leaf Village's thumb any longer. After all, he was the daimyo of this nation. But even a daimyo is only human. Faced with the imposing stance of Shizue and his companions, he felt a tinge of hesitation. Fortunately, a silver-haired ninja standing behind him stepped forward and spoke up. What do you lot mean by this? Are you threatening the daimyo? Don't forget, the real sovereign of the Land of Fire is not you ninjas, it's the daimyo standing before you. Know your place. Don't assume you ninjas can affront your own master. The words of this individual instantly made the faces of Shizue and his team change ever so slightly. Thanks to intel from Asuma, they already knew who this man was. He was the most extreme among them, hoping for the daimyo to be the sole Jade leader, and he was the one specifically marked for elimination. According to Kaido's directives, only 5 people needn't be handled lethally, a squad of 4 Raijin users and a monk. As for the rest, in Kaido's words, none should be spared, all must be sent below. Even the daimyo, in a necessary circumstance, could be sent below. Of course, this final directive was relayed privately to Shizue by Kaido. Some things can be done but shouldn't be declared so brazenly. And what are you, barking in my presence? Shisui set his gaze on the individual, and unconsciously he began to adopt some of Kaido's terminology. His words instantly twisted the face of Homa into an exceptionally ugly expression. But Shisui gave him no chance to speak. He just cast a cold glance at Homa, then turned his eyes back to the daimyo. Lord Daimyo, I ask you, is this your decision? The daimyo felt the pressure coming from Shisui. And not just Shisui, everyone else now radiated an aura that gave the daimyo an almost suffocating sensation. How audacious. Homa also noticed the actions of Shisui and his team. With a flash, he positioned himself directly in front of the daimyo. Not just him, the other 10 also charged forward, either willingly or reluctantly, forming a line in front of the daimyo. At this moment, inside the daimyo's palace, the tension was palpable, like drawn swords and cocked crossbows. But it seemed Shisui and his team had anticipated this outcome. Each looked extraordinarily calm. Especially Shisui, he hadn't even activated his Sharingan. He just looked at the daimyo indifferently, not giving a whit about the others around him. I ask you once more, Lord Daimyo, is this your final decision? The daimyo remained silent. Though his face appeared particularly conflicted, he gave no response. I think I understand. I must say, this is an unfortunate first meeting. Shisui let out a subtle sigh. His eyes began to narrow slightly, and his chakra started to surge. But problems always have solutions, albeit solutions that may change depending on Lord Daimyo's choices. Lord Daimyo, I've said before that Hidden Leaf Village stands with you. Without Hidden Leaf Village's protection, your business would face unimaginable disturbances. Yet, even without the daimyo's funding, Hidden Leaf Village can find others to sponsor us. Someone once told me that, in this world, it is the shinobi who are the true power. Chakra distinguishes ordinary people from ninjas. However, the heavens are fair. Anyone can attempt to become a ninja, to become a person wielding power. It's a special pathway, an opportunity to change one's fate. And when an ordinary person becomes a ninja, they must follow specific rules. Just because you've become a ninja doesn't mean you can discriminate against non-ninjas. Because we respect ordinary people, any ordinary person can become one of us. But if someone tries to break this rule, if someone believes they can challenge the ninja system simply because they wield life and death power among ordinary people, then they're gravely mistaken. For what they will face at this point, Shisui's eyes were wide open, and a crimson light flickered continuously within them. Will be the backlash of the entire ninja system. Lord Daimyo, I must say, you are truly audacious. The term audacious, having been often used and mocked by a certain top cabinet secretary, was no longer a term of praise in Kaido's understanding. Kaito had privately joked with Shisui about similar phrases. For instance, Kaido once told Shisui that Sarutobi Hiruzen had made many audacious decisions, such as opposing the entire Hidden Leaf Village ninja clan system or ignoring everyone's opinions and stubbornly making a final decision that hugely damaged Hidden Leaf Village's reputation to avoid war. Although Shisui sometimes felt uncomfortable about the twisted usage of these words, a good word turned grotesque is hard for anyone to accept, one has to admit. Sometimes using what appears to be praise carries an even deeper irony. What Shisui doesn't know is that far away in the land of Earth, Onoki has indeed made an incredibly audacious decision. Within the Sushi Kage's building, Onoki stands at the center of a meeting room, surrounded by a somewhat stunned group of high-ranking Hidden Stones Village shinobi. They were thoroughly shocked by Onoki's audacious plan because they never expected Onoki to actually decide on waging war against Hidden Leaf Village. Granted, Hidden Leaf Village's situation is currently not very good, having lost a significant number of people in an epic impeachment operation. According to their spies hidden in Hidden Leaf Village, that impeachment operation practically eradicated the entire Anbu. Besides that, an untold number of ninjas lost their lives, making it clear that Hidden Leaf Village is in a weakened state at the moment. Striking at Hidden Leaf Village now might actually yield some surprising results. Not to mention, wouldn't complete control over the land of grass likely fall into their Hidden Stones Village hands? However, many present at the scene are psychologically unwilling to start a war. Partly because Hidden Leaf Village's resilience during the Third Great Ninja War left an indelible impression on them. They held off 4 enemies and still ultimately triumphed. Such grit and tenacity are not something commonly found in villages. Furthermore, once they act, it's hard to say whether this could ignite another great ninja war, which is not a favorable outcome for them. Certainly, handling Hidden Leaf Village in a one-on-one situation is not a problem, but let's not forget their deep-rooted animosity with Hidden Clouds Village. They once ambushed the Third Raikage, and that grudge has been set. Had Hidden Clouds Village not given them an ultimatum, they wouldn't have immediately given up warring with Hidden Leaf Village and quickly surrendered, turning their attention to defend against the cloud. If they act now, who knows what Hidden Clouds Village's situation would be. Of course, the main reason is that Onoki made a mistake. If this were the past, No matter how outrageous Anoki's mistakes were, they wouldn't dare harbor any second thoughts. But now, someone has already provided them with a perfect example, and they all have some of their own thoughts, you know. Uchiha-sama, this doesn't seem like a very good reason, said an elder Hidden Stones village shinobi, who was obviously a senior member and spoke in a somewhat calm tone. Chapter 190. I know, the death of Kitsuchi has hit you hard, but we cannot prove that Hidden Leaf Village is behind this. You told us the technique used was Susanoo, but unfortunately, since the death of Madara Uchiha, no one has been able to employ that technique. Though, according to intel, Kaido Uchiha of Hidden Leaf Village did use a similar technique, but the key still lies in evidence. Starting a war under this pretext is not in our best interest. Yes, Kage-sama. Now a middle-aged Hidden Stones village shinobi spoke, bowing slightly towards Sanoki before speaking earnestly. Moreover, we don't have specific intelligence on Hidden Leaf Village at this moment. Acting hastily will not give us the upper hand. Kage-sama, I hope you will consider the bigger picture and not let personal emotions drag the whole village into an unnecessary war. The weight of these words was palpable, causing many to slightly furrow their brows. Yet no one spoke up to refute, because to some extent, they were of the same mind. Since someone was willing to play the brave soul, they naturally were keen to observe Anoki's reaction. Anoki, however, remained unfazed. At that moment, he turned and locked eyes with the middle-aged ninja. In an instant, Anoki's aura began to subtly radiate. Even in his old age, with particle style the unique KK Toda in his arsenal, no one could underestimate him. At first, this aura appeared somewhat weak, but when it focused into a pinpoint directed at the middle-aged ninja, the latter's face went deathly pale. Cold sweat uncontrollably trickled down his forehead. Clearly, he was unable to resist under Anoki's overwhelming aura. Young man, don't think that just because you're sitting in this room you can pontificate on many matters. Anoki's voice dripped with apathy as he calmly observed the middle-aged ninja, whose forehead was now dripping with cold sweat. Trying to run before you've learned to walk is a mistake many young people make, but it's not a mistake someone your age should be making. Eager to prove yourself without even understanding the rules of the game? The only possible outcome for such bravado is to become a sitting duck, and get killed. There are no second chances. Today, I shall give you a lesson in the rules of this game. From this day forward, I don't want to see you in this conference room again. Understood? Having said that, Anoki paused briefly before sweeping his gaze over the entire room. At this moment, no one dared to meet Anoki's eyes, all subconsciously lowering their heads to avoid his gaze. Furthermore, the decisions I make are invariably for the greater good of Hidden Stones Village. Though I must admit, I do want to avenge Kitsuchi, do not think of me as narrow-minded. Look at the reports laid out on your desks. You lose your composure the moment you hear this news in the conference room. If I were to step down, what resources would you have to engage with the other villages given your current state? Anoki's words sparked a glint in everyone's eyes, but they obediently picked up the documents in front of them and began to read. They had genuinely not paid attention to these documents, or perhaps it could be said that Anoki had given them no time to do so since the beginning of the meeting. Upon entering the venue, Anoki had initiated the meeting and directly stated his intentions to take action against Hidden Leaf Village. Who had the time or energy to read this document under such circumstances? Still, they were clever enough. Looking at the middle-aged man who seemed utterly soulless, like a frost-stricken eggplant, they mentally shook their heads. This was their silent way of paying respects. Then, they earnestly began to read the documents in hand. Upon further reading, their facial expressions subtly changed. At that moment, they finally understood the confidence and rationale behind Anoki's thoughts. For these documents detailed events concerning Hidden Leaf Village's three great families, events bordering on annihilation. What in the world is going on? Inside the Hokage's office in Hidden Leaf Village, the leaders of the 7 great clans had gathered. Jiraiya and Tsunade also appeared within the office. Jiraiya's face was particularly unsightly. He had received a document from Hidden Stones Village, and its content made him extraordinarily angry. Because the document demanded the extradition of Kaido Uchiha, claiming that Kaido had assassinated Kitsuchi. This reasoning was incredibly difficult to accept. What made it even more unbearable was Anoki's threat that failure to comply would result in war. Of course, the diplomatic language wouldn't be so blunt, but when translated, that was essentially the meaning. Jiraiya was now utterly incensed. As far as he saw it, Kaido had never even left Hidden Leaf Village, so how could he have had the opportunity to do something like this? Moreover, Hidden Leaf Village was at a critical juncture, and there hadn't even been an announcement about Asuma's actions. They were waiting for Shisui to lead the team and resolve the daimyo's issue. Only then would they seize the opportunity to announce the ninja reform plan, and subsequently divulge the situation of the 3 clans. The intent was to downplay the near extinction of these clans and provide a more stable space for Hidden Leaf Village's development. But Onoki's current actions had genuinely disrupted his plans. How could he not be furious? However, what angered him even more was his realization that Kaido did appear slightly uncomfortable. What did that mean? It suggested that he may have been wrong about some things. Kaido might have actually left Hidden Leaf Village and genuinely committed some actions. As the Hokage, how could he not be infuriated and irritated by his ignorance of such a thing? I actually think the possibility of being framed is higher here, Narashikaku softly coughed, then spoke. Onoki didn't provide any evidence. He simply stated that the attacker used the Susanoo technique. Chief Kaido once mentioned that only those with the Mangekyo Sharingan could use Susanoo. There are likely many people capable of using this technique. That's right, as it stands, possibly 5 individuals can utilize this technique. Kaido was indeed embarrassed, but he would never admit to something like this. Besides, he already had a scapegoat in mind and was ready to pass the buck seamlessly. One is me, another Shisui, and then Fugaku, and the 2 Uchihas who are not in Hidden Leaf Village also possess the Mangekyo. So, they too are suspects, Lord Hokage. Moreover, I believe Onoki is trying to pin this on me, given his precarious position lately. Also, this situation might not be as bad as we imagine. What do you mean? Jiraiya looked at Kaido with suspicion. He was somewhat skeptical of Kaido's words. It's simple, really, Kaido's mind whirred into high gear before breaking into a slight smile. Why not take full advantage of such a splendid opportunity to divert public opinion? Chapter 191. Kaido was genuinely bewildered at first, completely clueless as to what the hell Onoki was on about. True, Kaido had indeed done these things. Whether it was the sizable group of Hidden Stones village shinobi or that fellow Kitsuchi, they all fell by his hand. But the thing was, Kaido had carried out these deeds so cleanly that it was virtually impossible to leave any evidence behind. Even if he had used Susanoo, he could easily pin it on Tobi or Itachi. It's not like that'd be something extraordinary. Would Tobi and Itachi really tell Onoki that they can't use Susanoo because they don't possess both eyes? If it came to that, Kaido could simply have Shisui remove one eye and then demonstrate what one-eyed Susanoo looks like. But Onoki, that old man, didn't follow any script. He straightforwardly concluded that Kaido was the perpetrator, and then brazenly signaled his intent to go to war with Hidden Leaf Village. This did make Kaido think, and not just Kaido. Narashikaku was also momentarily bewildered, before beginning to ponder the old man's thought process. At this level, wielding significant authority over an entire ninja village, these Kages certainly had their own logic and thought processes behind every action. Some things may appear foolish, but that foolishness is merely the surface. Its intrinsic meaning is worth deeper consideration. Take, for example, Kaito's guess about Raza's decision to instigate the Third War, leaving Hidden Sand Village in a terrible state. But how does Hidden Sand Village's bad luck have anything to do with him? Raza did effectively divert attention and eliminate unstable elements in the village, thereby consolidating his authority. So Onoki must have his own reasons for doing this, or perhaps these actions serve his own interests. Kaido quickly began to think through why Onoki might have acted this way. As a transmigrator, Kaido's skills might be lacking in other aspects. If he were to micromanage, his proficiency might be less than that of an ordinary ninja. But Kaido had self-awareness, he knew his limitations and wouldn't mess around. He wouldn't emulate some island-dominating transport captain. Such a pity, I didn't even get to see us land on the island, and next thing I know, I'm transmigrating. What Kaido excelled at was actually overseeing the bigger picture and steering things in the right direction so they wouldn't go astray. With this skill, he could also analyze a particular event or someone's specific actions based on the overall situation to figure out what really lies beneath the surface. After only a moment of contemplation, Kaido pretty much guessed what Onoki was thinking. If I'm not mistaken, Onoki is currently in a tight spot, primarily because of us. Kaido chuckled as he spoke to Jiraiya and others. His words made Jiraiya furrow his brows, while Tsunade caught on immediately, understanding the implications. Are you saying that the impeachment event caused by your 7 families made him feel threatened, so he's using this Kitsuchi incident to divert attention? I have to say, Tsunade is truly formidable. Despite her flaws in the original work, no, she still has the same flaws. For example, her love for gambling hasn't changed a bit, even though she's currently the head of the medical department. It's quite understandable. In the original work, she didn't mend her ways even when she became Hokage, let alone now when she's just in charge of medical affairs. But her abilities are unquestionable. Though she's had her fair share of questionable decisions like the time when she tried to capture Sasuke. Overall, however, she's a fully competent Hokage, hardly inferior to Sarutobi Hiruzen in his youth. Still, that's not enough. Onoki's prestige is incomparable, And his tactics are not something an ordinary person can withstand. Unless there's immense public pressure, someone as conservative as he is wouldn't make such a risky move. Tsunade shook her head rather quickly. Although she wouldn't call herself well acquainted with Onoki, years of gathered intelligence meant that he was no stranger to her. Lady Tsunade, don't you know about that incident? Just as Kaido was about to speak, Nara Shikaku preemptively questioned Tsunade. This intelligence should have already been submitted to both you and the Hokage. It's about their attempt to capture Deidara. Deidara is Tsuchikage's disciple, and he has stirred significant public resentment in Hidden Stone's village before leaving the village. It's precisely because of his departure that Kitsuchi led the mission to capture him, which then led to some unexpected events. You haven't missed reading that report, have you? Nara Shikaku's words immediately caused a slight change in Tsunade's expression. Jiraiya too looked at Tsunade in puzzlement, and it took him quite some time before he sighed softly. Kaido and the others couldn't help but look at Tsunade speechlessly. So she hadn't even read this intelligence report, huh? If that's the case, perhaps I get it now. Jiraiya shook his head, equally at a loss for words, but he also seemed to have caught on. So what you're saying is, your impeachment affairs had already put Onoki under pressure, and Deidara's situation only made that pressure greater. He then planned for Kitsuchi to capture Deidara to quell public resentment, but it led to even greater problems. Not only did Kitsuchi himself die, but I saw in the report that they also lost hundreds of ninjas. This puts him under even more public scrutiny, right? Exactly. Kaido finally allowed a thin smile to appear on his face. He nodded seriously at Jiraiya, and then proceeded to speak softly. It's precisely because he is under such massive public pressure that he needs to divert these conflicts to better manage issues within his own village. As for why he chose us, I think there are only two reasons. The first is naturally the issue with the Susanoo. I've used Susanoo quite a few times in Hidden Leaf Village. Their spies within the leaf probably haven't been sparse in reporting this back. As for the second point, here, Kaido's eyes shifted subtly towards the window before he continued at a measured pace. First, the Anbu suffered significant losses, and the three clans also suffered substantial casualties. Later, Asuma managed the three clans, with blood flowing like a river. Normally, at this time, the people of Hidden Leaf Village would be filled with apprehension, their will to fight hardly strong. If they were to act against us, in their eyes, we would have no capability to resist. They might even send troops directly into our territory in the Land of Grass, potentially stealing the interests of the Land of Grass. This would both bring benefits to Hidden Stone's village and divert the conflicts, giving Onoki time to clean up internal troubles. So even if there's no evidence at all, even if he knows he's being framed, he would still go ahead and do it. Kaido's words caused Jiraiya to furrow his eyebrows while Tsunade appeared lost in thought. Chapter 192. It must be said, after Kaido's detailed explanation, they all finally understood what Onoki was really up to. But they couldn't deny, this Onoki was truly cunning and seasoned. In such a passive situation, he could still see opportunities and seize them quickly. With such ability and sharpness, one could only say he truly lived up to his title as the third Tsuchikage. The level of trouble this guy could cause was really beyond anyone's imagination. Yet, Onoki's plans were so quickly figured out by Kaido. This young man is really something, Jiraiya couldn't help but think as he fixed his gaze on Kaido. If it had been Nara Shikaku who'd come up with this, it wouldn't have surprised him. After all, Shikaku naturally had such abilities, thinking of these things was not at all unexpected. Tsunade was the same. Even if Tsunade seemed outwardly careless and clumsy, Jiraiya remembered the words Kaido once said. Tsunade had received elite education from the Senju clan, her talents were not something ordinary people could match. But what about Kaido? He had no advantage in terms of age, and he'd not received any elite education in Uchiha either. It was well known that he didn't get along with the Uchiha clan back then. Jiraiya felt that if it hadn't been for his own teacher taking action against this clan, and Kaido discovering it, thus feeling compelled to intervene, Kaido might not have risen to his current influential position. The young man might have remained a joyful task-focused ninja. It could only be said that fate toys with people, and in the end, Jiraiya became the one to pay the price for his teacher's actions. However, these were inevitable matters. What Jiraiya was more focused on was Kaido himself. Without having received such education, he could still grasp Onoki's inner thoughts so clearly and quickly. This was truly an unimaginable thing, and Jiraiya also noticed that Kaido had done too many unimaginable things. The things Kaido did were so easily overlooked, yet this guy wasn't even old enough to drink. So young, yet already achieving so much, with such thinking ability, and also overwhelmingly powerful. What kind of monster is this? So, you want to use Onoki's declaration of war against Hidden Leaf Village as a tool to divert attention and conflict? Just as Jiraiya was lost in thought and sighing inwardly, Tsunade suddenly spoke. No, Your thoughts aren't that simple. To divert attention and conflict, one big event would be enough. Ninja reform and medical reform, along with the daimyo incident as a support, are already more than sufficient. You can't possibly really want to have a confrontation with Hidden Stone's village, can you? Tsunoda's words snapped Jiraiya back to reality. His eyes quickly locked onto Kaido. Not just him, everyone's gaze was fixed on Kaido. But unlike Jiraiya's slightly tense demeanor, the others were lost in thought. Perhaps there will be a confrontation, perhaps not. But isn't this also an opportunity for Hidden Leaf Village to show its stance? Kaito seemed not the least bit concerned. He nodded straightforwardly, making his position clear. Then he began to tap lightly on the table while calmly speaking. You may think my idea is somewhat risky, given Hidden Leaf Village's current unstable situation. But have any of you considered the current morale within Hidden Leaf Village? Especially after years ago, when the third Hokage chose to compromise under the threat from Hidden Cloud's village. Just how heavy an impact did that have on our internal morale? And furthermore, what sort of negative implications has that compromise brought us on the grand scale of the ninja world? Kaido's words made Hiashi Hyuga's facial expression slightly change, as it was their Hyuga clan that suffered the most due to that forced compromise. However, Hiashi remained relatively calm. Even though this incident was a lifetime pain for him, he was not one to shy away from facing it. And his personal capabilities were not weak. After a little thought, he understood what Kaito was trying to say. Clan leader Kaido, what you mean is, this time Hidden Stone's village is somewhat imitating what Hidden Cloud's village did years ago. While we can't rule out that a real fight might happen, if we back down it might again deliver a devastating blow to Hidden Leaf Village's morale and our image in the ninja world. So, we need to overturn everything that Sarutobi Hiruzen did back then, giving the citizens of Hidden Leaf Village a brand new image, thereby boosting Hidden Leaf Village's morale. And also, to turn around our image in the ninja world? Exactly, that's what I mean. Kaito smiled and nodded at Hiashi Hyuga, then continued to speak. Onoki acts in his own interest and also for the benefit of Hidden Stone's village when he confronts us. But why can't we act based on our own considerations in responding to this? Especially since the third Hokage's actions led to a sharp decline in Hidden Leaf Village's image throughout the ninja world. The loss of mission quotas can be quantified, but the more terrifying, more deplorable loss is that intangible one, giving people the soft image that Hidden Leaf Village is not reliable. Now the opportunity is right in front of us. If we don't seize it, it would be a terrible mistake. At this point, Kaito stood up and continued very seriously. Moreover, our ninja and medical reforms involve the welfare and assistance for deceased ninjas and those after the war. If war really does break out, we can use this to prove to all Hidden Leaf Village ninjas that we are not joking around. While it's cruel to do so, I can't think of any other way to quickly make everyone believe in us. Still, war is risky. Once it starts, it's uncontrollable. Have you thought about the extent of the damage it could cause? Jiraiya was angered by Kaito's words. He personally loathed war. Even though he knew Kaido had a point, he couldn't help but retort. Then, let's limit the conflict to a low-intensity scope. Kaido looked seriously at Jiraiya and calmly gave his answer. Hokage-sama, do you remember what I told you about peace? The land of grass is a testing ground where we can validate our thoughts. And, Hokage-sama, a great person once said, seek peace through struggle, and peace exists, seek peace through compromise, and peace perishes. Peace is always fought for, never acquired through compromise or negotiation. On the road back to Hidden Leaf Village from the capital of the Land of Fire, Shisui and his companions proceeded with caution at a slow pace. In their midst was a carriage, and surrounding the carriage was a group of people in ornate clothes, silently following along. Clearly, the individual inside the carriage held a position of lofty status. Behind the carriage, 3 ninjas and a monk followed in silence. These 4 were members of the daimyo's 12 guardian ninja. So, it was obvious that the person within the carriage was none other than the daimyo of the Land of Fire. However, the atmosphere among the group seemed somewhat heavy, even Shisui was notably reticent. The reason was quite straightforward: they had made a big mess of things. Yes, in their eyes, they had indeed escalated the situation, or at least that's what everyone apart from Shisui believed and how they perceived it. Because, quite unintentionally, they had ended up killing the daimyo. The battle with the daimyo's ninja had not been surprising, it was what they had planned to do all along. The daimyo's incredible belief that ordinary people could rule over ninjas was largely due to the extreme ideas instilled in him by these ninjas. Such troublemakers had to be eliminated. How could they possibly let them live? The battle this time left little room for doubt. While the opponents were not weak and had good coordination, they were facing the talented elite members of major clans, after all. Especially with Shisui, a formidable character, involved, the battle was far from difficult. The Inoshikacho trio were dealing with a four-man squad that used lightning style. Even though the opponents were not weak and their coordination was good, they were restricted within the palace. In contrast, the Inoshikacho trio had no such constraints. That they hadn't dealt killing blows already showed their strict adherence to the mission requirements. Aburame, Hyuga, and Inuzuka were responsible for dealing with those who had even worse coordination, as well as facing off against that monk, Jiraku. For them, this was not particularly stressful. The monk was a bit troublesome, but the others were nothing special. Shizue only had to deal with one person, who did have some abilities, but even so, he was hardly a match against Shizue's onslaught. Particularly because Shizue never intended to hold back, his near full-force fighting was something that man couldn't cope with. One could say that the outcome of this battle held no suspense at all, and the daimyo who had been observing it all was truly dumbstruck. He never dreamt that the gap between his own guardian ninjas and those from Hidden Leaf Village could be so immense. This wasn't a matter of tit for tat, this was sheer slaughter. Lord Daimyo, you've made an erroneous choice. Only after Shizue and his team had either directly killed or thoroughly defeated and controlled all of the guardian ninjas, did he turn his indifferent gaze toward the daimyo. At that moment, his eyes quietly transformed into a Mangekyo Sharingan, one of his eyes subtly rotating. Given your poor choices, I believe it's necessary for Lord Daimyo to make a trip back to Hidden Leaf Village with us. Some matters require your personal explanation to the Hokage, and some issues need to be discussed at length with him. Shizue's words were impeccable, part of the original plan, but crucially, at this moment, he chose to act according to Kaido's instructions. His Mangekyo was secretly emitting an eerie power. Under this influence, the daimyo inexplicably felt an overwhelming sense of dread that made him tremble. At that moment, his heart rate suddenly accelerated, his blood flow spiked rapidly, and his blood pressure continuously rose. Abruptly, the daimyo felt as if he was lacking oxygen, yet he couldn't control his rapidly pounding heart. Gradually, his face turned flushed, and his heart began to ache. The fast-flowing blood coursed through his heart like a deluge, and when this pressure reached a certain threshold, the daimyo suddenly clutched his chest. His complexion turned ashen instantly, and in the next moment, he collapsed on the ground, clutching his left chest. Unsurprisingly, his cardiac muscle had torn, and his heart should be hemorrhaging. This method was imparted to Shizue by Kaido, and as a member of the Anbu, Shizue's understanding of human anatomy was no less than that of the Hyuga clan. Though genuinely curious, Shizue wondered where Kaido got so many of these ruthless techniques that left no trace. And such a manner of death involuntarily reminded him of incidents in the Hidden Leaf Village prison. However, this thought was but a fleeting one, as he had no interest in delving deeper. Quickly deactivating his Mangekyo, Shizue moved beside the daimyo to begin his inspection. Chapter 193 In truth, he could have accomplished this using just the regular Sharingan. He resorted to the Mangekyo only to ensure there were no hiccups. The others who witnessed this were flabbergasted. Then, the Hyuga among them activated his Byakugan to aid the examination, and they all received news that left them on the brink of tears. This guy, he scared himself to death. Scaring oneself to death, something they'd only heard of in stories but had never witnessed. Well, consider their horizons broadened now. What frustrated them was, had it been just some ordinary person or even an enemy who died, they wouldn't have cared as much. But the problem was, the guy who died was the daimyo. Captain, we're in trouble, said a member of the Nara clan, looking helplessly at Shizue. He too felt his scalp tingling, but being from the Nara clan, his reflexes were assuredly swift. Yet, there is a remedy. We need to immediately find one of the daimyo's sons and have him ascend the throne post-haste. Being of the same bloodline, I don't think it would cause much of an issue. This way, we can take him back to Hidden Leaf Village to meet Lord Hokage. I presume, Lord Hokage's admonishment will not be as severe by then. Upon hearing this suggestion, Shizue couldn't help but silently nod. Yet he also cast an involuntary glance at the Nara clansman. This guy's thoughts were practically identical to what Kaido had been thinking. The need to replace the daimyo was something Kaido had discussed with him in private. The daimyo had begun entertaining thoughts of challenging the ninja system, and such thoughts would inevitably give rise to more ambitious figures. While they could pressure the daimyo this time, resorting to this approach repeatedly would undeniably affect Hidden Leaf Village. Especially when the daimyo holds the purse strings. Suppose he were to stall funds just when Hidden Leaf Village needed it most. For instance, delaying payments, that would certainly not be good news for Hidden Leaf Village. A new, obedient daimyo who wouldn't hinder Hidden Leaf Village, that would be a good daimyo indeed. This is a good idea, let's proceed this way. But we're short on time, as everyone should well understand. Shizue nodded in agreement, and spoke with utmost sincerity. Hidden Leaf Village has many matters waiting for us, or perhaps waiting for the sincerity and goodwill of the daimyo. We can't afford to delay for too long. So, I must trouble you all. We have to be quick. Yes, Captain. Every member of the 6 great clans responded earnestly. Now, they felt like grasshoppers tied on the same string. Perhaps it was the pressure that spurred them into remarkable action. Within just 2 days of coordinated efforts, a young man of around 17 or 18 became the new daimyo of the Land of Fire. Now, this new daimyo was seated in a horse-drawn carriage, under the protection of the surviving guardian ninja and escorted by Shisui and others, slowly making his way to Hidden Leaf Village. We're finally returning. As the silhouette of Hidden Leaf Village became clearer, Shisui stopped reminiscing. The others also involuntarily swallowed hard. They were genuinely worried after all, a daimyo had died on their watch. But Shisui remained unflinchingly calm. He cast a glance over the carriage and whispered. Let's go, everyone. Trust me, everything will be fine. Don't forget, we've found important evidence from them. That chakra is not something they could collect. What, the daimyo is dead? When Jiraiya saw Shisui and the others, he received news that left him dumbfounded. At that moment, he wondered if he was fundamentally incompatible with the office of Hokage, or perhaps he should have never accepted this damned role in the first place. Otherwise, why would he encounter so many calamities upon taking office? Could he be any unluckier? Jiraiya pondered the misfortunes he had faced since becoming Hokage, each one enough to make his skin crawl. Not to go too far back, even the most recent events were enough to make him spit blood. First, there was the issue of reforming Hidden Leaf Village. A myriad of matters needed his attention, and to make things worse, Hidden Leaf Village didn't have the financial resources to pull off such an undertaking. But the problem involving the 3 clans alone was overwhelming. So many people died overnight that it would make anyone's skin crawl. Then there's this bizarre, out-of-the-blue framing. That lunatic Anoki directly pinned the death of Kitsuchi on Hidden Leaf Village's head. Although Jiraiya also thought that it's very possible Kaido had done it, admitting to it was absolutely out of the question, whether it was true or not. Being framed is one thing, but now Hidden Leaf Village might actually face war? This is both ridiculous and lethal, isn't it? Then there's the issue of the daimyo. Even though it might be considered secondary, Jiraiya initially didn't take it very seriously. What's the big deal with a daimyo? Isn't it just about cleaning house around him and then milking him for money? Compared to other matters, this really didn't seem worth mentioning. But now he realized he'd underestimated his own bad luck. What the hell is this? This is yet another big issue. He sent someone to meet the daimyo, and upon their return, they tell him the daimyo has been replaced? What kind of news is this? What the hell is going on? What's most disheartening to Jiraiya is that the daimyo wasn't even killed. If he were, Jiraiya could at least find an opportunity to vent his frustration. Although he's realistic, knowing that the 7 great clans plus Tsunade are definitely more competent than him, he's happy to delegate important matters to these families, while occasionally consulting Tsunade's opinion. The problem is, sometimes these clans are too assertive, blatantly contradicting his ideas and theories, showing him no respect at all. Especially when their objections leave Jiraiya speechless, and he ultimately realizes they're right, which only adds to his sense of helplessness. If he could find an opportunity to annoy these folks without affecting Hidden Leaf Village's situation, Jiraiya would really love to do it. But now, there's no point in even thinking about it. The daimyo saw his people killed and practically died of fright. What can he even do now? I'm very sorry, Lord Hokage, we didn't anticipate things escalating to this extent. Shisui shook his head helplessly, then handed several scrolls to Jiraiya. These contain the bodies of those evildoers, and the daimyo's body is also included. We seem to have discovered some unusual chakra within them, a type of chakra similar to that of the creature that appeared when the 4th Hokage died several years ago. So we've brought back their bodies for examination. Upon hearing that the daimyo's body had also been brought back, Jiraiya's facial expression instantly changed. The man was scared to death, and instead of burying him, you bring his body back? Are you worried I won't believe you or something? Please, even if you guys did kill him, what else can I say? The man is already dead, a new daimyo has been prepared. What, can we bring him back to life? However, before he had the chance to express these thoughts, his face turned incredibly serious the next moment. He heard very clearly, what Shisui was talking about. If nothing unexpected happened, must be the chakra of the 9 tails. These guys, are they actually collecting the 9 tails chakra? If so, they really deserve to die. Are you sure you understand the implications of what you're saying? Jiraiya's expression became very solemn. This is a most serious allegation, against both the daimyo and these guys. I'm sure, Lord Hokage. Shisui slightly bowed to Jiraiya, speaking with utter sincerity. It's not just me, everyone has checked and confirmed. We only brought these things back because our memory of that period is somewhat distant. We hope to achieve more accurate verification. The attitude of Shizue and the others was extremely serious and earnest. Jiraiya understood the gravity of the situation. At this moment, he no longer cared about the daimyo's death. In fact, he felt the guy really did need to die. He actually allowed his subordinates to do such things. According to intelligence reports, the guy even had ideas about challenging the ninja system. His thoughts truly put the Land of Fire in an extremely dangerous situation, and his actions filled Jiraiya with nothing but disgust and fury. How much damage had the Nine Tails inflicted upon Hidden Leaf Village in the past, and how much harm had it caused Naruto after being sealed for various reasons? Now these guys are still collecting the Nine Tails chakra and planning to do some terrible things. These people are better off dead than alive. I understand, you may go. Jiraiya took a deep breath, then nodded to Shizue and the others. Don't let the events of today spread too far. However, some information can be temporarily released, like the fact that a new daimyo has been appointed. I trust you're all intelligent enough to know what should be said and what shouldn't, right? We understand, Lord Hokage. Shizue and the others nodded, then quickly exited the Hokage's office. At that moment, they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Although they knew that after locating the Hokage's chakra scroll, they were essentially in the clear, the death of a daimyo still left them somewhat concerned. After all, the daimyo was just an ordinary man. The moment he entertained the idea of challenging the ninja system, he was destined to be a failure. Even if he didn't die, he likely wouldn't have lasted long in his position as daimyo. What awaited him would have been actions from within his own family. Now that he had scared himself to death, it might actually be a blessing in disguise for him. After Shizue and the others left, Jiraiya sat quietly in his office. He held a scroll that Shizue had handed over, and slowly tore it open. Feeling the chakra emanating from it, Jiraiya's expression became somewhat unreadable. After a long while, he forcefully crushed the scroll in his hand and finally spoke softly. Summon them all. We have a meeting, an important meeting that needs to happen now. What exactly Jiraiya discussed in the meeting remains unknown. But the meeting ran late into the night, ending only when the moon was already high in the sky. And when a young man, dressed as the daimyo, met Jiraiya the following afternoon, everyone received notices to assemble at the Hokage building. No one knew the reason, no one knew why, all they knew was that they had to drop everything they were doing, including their missions, because it was the Hokage's order. And when they arrived, they were dumbfounded to find that not only was the Hokage present, but so were all of Hidden Leaf Village's upper echelons, including members from the 7 great clans. This scene instantly made them realize that things couldn't be simple. Something major must have occurred to warrant such a decision. Everyone waited nervously until almost every corner of the bustling area around the Hokage building was filled. Then, Jiraiya stepped forward. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for disturbing you at this time, but there are matters I must clarify with all of you, as they concern the entirety of Hidden Leaf Village. Amplified by chakra, Jiraiya's voice spread far and wide, and almost everyone could hear him clearly. Having said that, his gaze shifted toward Kaido and the others. Then, retracting his gaze, he spoke with an extremely serious expression. I know, everyone must be perplexed about the many things that have recently happened in Hidden Leaf Village. The first point naturally concerns the situation of the 3 clans, which is closely related to everyone here. Yes, some unfortunate events have occurred within these 3 clans. After my teacher completed his mission of redemption, they were very dissatisfied with the outcome. They also chose a path that I, and everyone here, find unacceptable. They intend to betray us. Jiraiya's words were simple, yet everyone immediately grasped the crux of the matter. Betrayal, something absolutely unacceptable to all. If they truly kick up a fuss and actually do something, Hidden Leaf Village's days will certainly not be pleasant. It would unquestionably be a time of great upheaval. Asuma reached out to me and informed me of these matters. He also told me that he is willing to take some responsibility. At that moment, Jiraiya's voice rang out again. Therefore, before those within the 3 clans who harbored intentions of rebellion could make a move, Asuma took the initiative. Leading those of his clan willing to integrate into Hidden Leaf Village, he, despite suffering heavy casualties, dealt decisively with those rascals. However, to avoid further unrest and because much remains to be investigated, the details have not yet been publicly disclosed. The affairs of today do indeed need to be announced, and this is only the first matter for today. Upon hearing this news, everyone subconsciously began to stir. The downfall of the 3 clans apparently hit so much more. In reality, they were somewhat prepared mentally. After all, Jiraiya had already stated these people intended to stage a coup. But, no matter how you put it, with so many dead in one fell swoop, the corpses being carried out in the early morning, the lifting of the barrier and the pungent smell of blood continuing to spread, it's hard to accept that this all boiled down to a mere betrayal. People are naturally skeptical, especially when encountering things they find hard to accept. This gives rise to numerous speculations, and hence, the birth of conspiracies. And such conspiracies perhaps initially circulate only among a very small group of people. But when some individuals with ulterior motives such as spies hidden within the village begin to act, these conspiracy theories become extremely frightening. This is also why Kaido and the others are so cautious. Even with sufficient reasons, they must have even larger news to disperse these lingering clouds of suspicion. Please, everyone, quiet down a bit. Hearing the ongoing murmurs below, Jiraiya's voice gained a certain heft. In that moment, everyone immediately fell silent. The second matter is that the daimyo of the Land of Fire has changed due to some special circumstances, and the new daimyo has promised to provide Hidden Leaf Village with even greater support. A change in the daimyo? All of Hidden Leaf Village's residents were momentarily stunned upon hearing this news. For the Land of Fire, this is indeed a significant event. Their attention was somewhat diverted, but not particularly significantly so. The daimyo is indeed important to the Land of Fire, but for them, the ninjas, it really isn't that significant of a matter. As for increased funding, although it sounds good, they really can't see how the money is actually being used. At best, mentioning it only piqued their interest, diverting their attention momentarily. However, Jiraiya soon spoke again. And the third matter, which concerns everyone here, is important. Because Hidden Leaf Village will undergo reforms, comprehensive reforms to the ninja welfare system, reforms to the ninja medical system. And these reforms will affect everyone present here. The articulation leaves you with a sense that something monumental, beyond just news, is being unfolded, a gravitas in transition, a shadow lifting. The elements of mystery, cautious optimism, and underlying tension are woven seamlessly into the fabric of Jiraiya's speech, making every word weigh heavily in the air. Chapter 194. The term reform seems somewhat unfamiliar to the average person. Even though Jiraiya emphasizes that the reform will have a significant impact on them, for the average person and civilian ninja, the term remains somewhat alien. Yet no matter how alien, some specific information can be clearly understood even as they hear it, just like now. When Jiraiya slowly revealed the content of Hidden Leaf Village's impending reforms, everyone was dumbfounded in that moment. The reform is divided into two parts. The first part focuses on ninja welfare, a topic both simple and instantly understandable. Especially this area, just as Jiraiya pointed out, directly concerns matters of great importance to them. The scope of the changes in ninja welfare is vast, covering reforms for all ranks of ninja, from Geinin to Jounin. The magnitude of these reforms has left everyone speechless and wide-eyed. To put it bluntly, the benefits they will receive going forward will be several times greater than what they had before. What a Geinin can receive in terms of benefits will soon be almost on par with what a Chunin used to receive. While what a Chunin can get may still not match current Jounin, it's beyond what they had ever imagined. Within the ninja village, relationships between ninjas generally aren't bad, they usually shouldn't be, unless there's an inherent problem between individuals. But even so, there's still a significant gap in status between Geinin, Chunin, Special Jounin, and Jounin. Within the ninja ranks, there is a hierarchy unique to themselves, and it's far simpler than in civilian life. It's determined by strength. Resources allocated to each level of ninja are entirely different. Naturally, the stronger you are, the more you get. While this seems fair, at least it's not a zero-sum game where the winner takes all. It still contains elements of unfairness. For instance, high-ranking ninjas at a certain stage of their careers really don't need that many resources. However, for a low-ranking ninja in a critical phase of their growth, more resources are necessary to aid their development. What Hidden Leaf Village previously provided was far from enough for their growth needs, it only covered their daily life requirements. But the current reform can provide a foundation for those who have the desire to advance further. Each phrase and sentence sways like the scales of justice, balancing the discomfort of change against the hope of something grander. The air seems to tremble with the heaviness of a shared destiny, a collective future rewritten with a single proclamation. However, the corresponding penalties and inspection mechanisms have also become much stricter. Hidden Leaf Village provides so many benefits that even Geinin can be said to live without worries of food and clothing. This can motivate ordinary people to strive harder, to journey down the path of the ninja, but such generous benefits can also lead some to complacency. Some may think that spending a lifetime as a Geinin is enough to scrape by, all the while living off Hidden Leaf Village's generous welfare without any aspiration for advancement. So when Jiraiya and others were finalizing these welfare reforms, they specifically called upon Kaido and others for a detailed discussion. What they concluded was that even within the ninja system, there must be bottom-ranking eliminations and performance assessments. Every year, evaluations will be conducted based on the number of missions and strength assessments of current ninjas. Those who fail to meet standards will be demoted immediately. Such assessments and evaluations cover all ninja ranks, Whether you're a Jounin or a Geinin, no one can escape this. This effectively roots out those who merely want to coast along, greatly increasing the sense of urgency and competitive pressure on everyone. In terms of welfare, ninjas at every level will get more, but the most significant changes are really aimed at the Jounin. After all, Jounin are openly considered the reserves for the future Hokage. In people's understanding, every Jounin has the qualifications to become a Hokage. While this is true, the key is that becoming a Hokage isn't as simple as being a Jounin. There are many other interests and complexities involved. Unless you can become the head of a powerful department and gain everyone's approval, only then will you have a chance to vie for the position of Hokage. And within Hidden Leaf Village, the influence of a Jounin isn't as significant as people imagine, a situation similar across all ninja villages. However, in this round of reforms, the rights of Jounin have been greatly enhanced. From now on, unless there's a particularly significant issue requiring discussion by department heads or higher-ups, other matters will be resolved through Jounin meetings. This means the influence of Jounin within the village has been directly amplified. They now have the qualifications to discuss the village's future direction. And these matters are indeed the most attractive. After all, if you aspire to become the Hokage, you should at least know the operational mode of the village, and have a channel to express your own voice. Hidden Leaf Village is directly providing you with these, but the prerequisite is that you must become a Jounin. How could this not stir the hearts of those with grand ambitions? Is all this true? It's fantastic, truly fantastic. Such reforms completely surpass the era of the third Hokage. This is the new chapter for Hidden Leaf Village. Merely this one point of reform is enough to stir all of Hidden Leaf Village into a frenzy, their cheers and jubilations unceasing, evidently invigorated beyond measure. In this moment, concerns regarding the three clans have largely been cast to the backs of their minds. What follows, the announcements from Jiraiya, has them over the moon. Reforms in the educational and healthcare systems. These are changes that affect each individual, my god. For the civilians, educational reform means a greater likelihood of becoming a ninja, thereby crossing societal barriers from bottom to top. Hidden Leaf Village will no longer strictly adhere to the old, all-encompassing method of nurturing. While still focusing on overall skill development, they will also help students hone their specific talents. And in the future, if you meet the comprehensive and combat requirements, you can still become a qualified ninja. Fantastic. Standing amidst the crowd, Guy clenches his fists quietly. Being a ninja specialized in taijutsu, he knows all too well the difficulties he has faced along the way. He has also heard some comments, that if it weren't for his father demonstrating the value of taijutsu, he would never have received Hidden Leaf Village's training. These words initially angered him, but after the death of the third Hokage, he took time for serious contemplation and observation. He found that among those in Hidden Leaf Village specializing in taijutsu, it seemed only he had fared reasonably well, a realization that also left him somewhat powerless. But now, with these new reforms public, he sees genuine hope, feels genuine hope. It's truly fantastic. It's not just Guy who is delighted, even those who may be lacking in physical abilities but are intellectually gifted find immense joy in this moment. For this means they too could have an entirely different future. And when they hear of Hidden Leaf Village's future plans for healthcare reform, a brief silence befalls the crowd, only to explode into even greater cheers. These are people who have experienced war, they've been tormented by it up to this point. They can never forget the suffering and sorrow that war has wrought upon them. Chapter 195. Regrettably, not even the third or the fourth Hokage had ever paid them much attention, and they themselves had never raised any demands. After all, ninjas were tools. This notion was deeply ingrained in the zeitgeist of their times. But now, they felt as if they were being treated as human beings, as if Hidden Leaf Village had not forgotten them, as if the higher-ups of Hidden Leaf Village had not forgotten them. The current leadership truly outshines Sarutobi Hiruzen and his ilk by far. Soon, cheers soared high into the sky, the fervor akin to a festival celebration, as if welcoming a new Hokage. Jiraiya stood quietly atop the Hokage building, absorbing the spirited atmosphere. For a moment, he felt as if he had been transported back to the day he loudly declared himself as the fifth Hokage. He knew these were the fruits of the reforms, but what filled him with shame was that these ideas were not his own. Nevertheless, Jiraiya quickly collected himself, for what he was about to announce next was of utmost importance. How long the intense cheering lasted, he himself didn't know, he just waited in quiet anticipation for it to subside. In his heart, he wished that such exuberance would last even longer. Because what he was about to announce was extremely important, yet, for him, it was also unbearably cruel. He didn't know what the collective thoughts of the crowd would be, and he was uncertain about how matters would evolve from here. But he knew it had to be announced. After all, people had already begun to take liberties. Glancing slightly, Jiraiya's gaze fell on Kaido, standing not far away. The youth's expression remained incredibly placid, seemingly undisturbed. But this tranquility also slowly settled the restlessness within Jiraiya, as if he had drawn a measure of confidence from Kaido. In truth, he did feel confident, for everything Kaido had done so far proved that he was right. Even now, everything seemed to be progressing according to his plans, as if nothing had strayed from his envisioned trajectory. Moreover, this reform initiative, jointly formulated with the 7 great clans, was so successful that even Jiraiya himself felt swayed by the collective emotion of the people. Jiraiya was aware that focusing solely on Kaido wasn't fair. But Kaido was indeed exceptional, his youth starkly contrasted with the others, and it was precisely this gap that highlighted his uniqueness. Such a remarkable individual, Jiraiya found it hard not to lavish him with attention, and sometimes even found himself sinking into self-doubt. Why is this young man so extraordinarily capable, while I, twice his age, still fall short of his achievements? As these thoughts crossed Jiraiya's mind, the venue gradually quieted down. The faces of Hidden Leaf Village's residents still bore the feverish excitement from earlier, but as they noticed that not a single high-ranking figure had left, they realized something more must be coming. Although they were unsure what else was yet to be announced, they sensed it was time to rein in their effervescent spirits. Seeing the crowd gradually settle down, Jiraiya took a deep breath and finally began to speak. My apologies, everyone. While I don't wish to dampen your enthusiasm, what comes next is equally important to Hidden Leaf Village and to all of you. After good news, people are often most reluctant to hear the bad. But, more often than not, reality is less than ideal. According to the information we've gathered, Hidden Stone's Village's troops in the Land of Grass have begun to reinforce. I think you all understand what this means, don't you? Jiraiya's words acted like a bucket of cold water, dousing the inner flames of everyone present. How could they not know what this meant? Especially since most of them had lived through the 3 great ninja wars, they naturally remembered how each had erupted. Back in the day, Hidden Sand Village had amassed troops like mad in the Land of Rivers, before advancing towards Hidden Leaf Village. This had set off a powder keg in the ninja world, leading to the outbreak of the 3rd Great Ninja War. Is war coming again? At that moment, these words silently reverberated in the hearts of countless Hidden Leaf Village residents, and their expressions began to subtly shift. Some faces grew solemn, some darkened to a frightening extent, while still others showed a slight panic. Especially among the civilians, their faces wore their panic most visibly. After all, they were not ninjas. I know, this news is unsettling to anyone who hears it. We have specifically communicated with Hidden Stone's Village, and the answer we received is absurdly laughable. As everyone maintained their silence, Jiraiya's voice rose once more. They claimed that Kaido Uchiha, our minister, appeared within the confines of Hidden Stone's Village, obstructed their capture of their own rogue ninjas, and even killed the son of the 3rd Sushi Kage, Kitsuchi. How laughable is that? Kaito has always been in Hidden Leaf Village, how could he possibly commit such acts? They blithely disregard the fact that rogue Uchiha ninjas exist outside Hidden Leaf Village, conveniently forgetting that runaway Itachi, the mysterious Uchiha behind the Ninetales incident. They just want to pin the blame on us because we yielded once before. They seek for us to step back once again, to offer no resistance. They can't stand to see Hidden Leaf Village rise anew. Jiraiya's voice began to elevate, his words drawing the assembled minds back to the events of yesteryears. Back then, the people from Hidden Cloud's village arrived in Hidden Leaf Village so arrogantly, so domineeringly certain that Hidden Leaf Village sought to ignite war. When, in reality, it was their people who kidnapped a child of the Hyuga clan, forcing Hisashi Hyuga to commit murder. Even so, Hidden Leaf Village was forced to bear the full brunt, to capitulate, and Hisashi paid with his life to appease the matter. The incident has forever imprinted itself in the memories of Hidden Leaf Village's residents. Perhaps some thought Hisashi's death was a worthy trade for peace. But many more viewed it as humiliation, for it made it hard for them, as Hidden Leaf Village ninjas, to hold their heads high in the ninja world for a long time thereafter. Ninjas have pride, that's beyond question. After all, being a ninja is a profession of combat. How can you fight if you don't even have that sense of honor? Even if at first, they might have thought themselves fortunate to have avoided war, in the years that followed, true peace was hard to find. My former teacher made a wrong decision back then. He thought sacrificing one person could bring peace, and so Hisashi paid the price. Jiraiya's voice remained strong, but it had shifted, elevating into a crescendo of heightened emotion. Yes, we avoided war, but we lost so much more. We lost the prestige we'd fought for in 3 great ninja wars, a prestige bought with the blood of countless ninjas. We lost our glory, we lost trust, our standing in the ninja world kept plummeting, our mission shares shrank as mistrust grew. We signaled to our enemies that we were weak and easily bullied. We let down those ninjas who laid down their lives for Hidden Leaf Village, those Hidden Leaf Village ninjas. Today, such an event unfolds before us again. They seek to incite war on false pretenses. Can you accept this? Can you bear this? Are you willing to see Hidden Leaf Village compromised once more? Chapter 196. Even if all 4 major ninja villages ganged up on Hidden Leaf Village, didn't they eventually retreat for various reasons? Hidden Leaf Village has grown weak, that giant-like entity has collapsed, and for the entire shinobi world, that is a good thing. Even if, regrettably, the ones to shake Hidden Leaf Village's beliefs aren't us but those idiots from the Hidden Cloud Village, the joy in Onoki's heart can't be concealed. This time, he does somewhat want to emulate those guys from the Hidden Cloud. To force the currently precarious Hidden Leaf Village into compromise, thereby diverting the troubles and predicaments he himself is facing, and even gain some benefits from the Land of Grass. But Hidden Leaf Village's strong response has made Onoki slightly worried. Simply put, in this response, Hidden Leaf Village has explicitly stated that they neither accept nor recognize the allegations from the Hidden Stone. Don't expect them to hand over Kaido Uchiha. As for whatever the Hidden Stone really wants to do, then Hidden Leaf Village will definitely see it through to the end. What on earth gives Hidden Leaf Village the audacity to do this? They just lost so many of their Anbu, and they've also conducted a large-scale purge of 3 clans. Even with their so-called reforms, they've been weak for so many years. This isn't something that can be resolved by Jiraiya's few words. Onoki really can't figure this out, but since he can't, he might as well not overthink it. For him, this action is imperative. He must push forward with his operation no matter what. Otherwise, he has no way to divert attention within his own village, to suppress those voices, and he also doesn't have the time and space to solve some troubles. Moreover, this operation is really to avenge Kitsuchi. Onoki clenched the document in his hands, his face turning sinister, yet tinged with a trace of sorrow. Kitsuchi's body has already been thoroughly examined. According to the report, Kitsuchi's death happened in an instant. He had almost no chance to resist. He was killed in the course of an attack, instantly controlled by the enemy and pierced through the heart with a lightning jutsu. This news truly pained Onoki, and also further confirmed to him that the one who took action must be an Uchiha. Although Kitsuchi may be intellectually akin to burning books and burying scholars, his combat prowess was more than formidable. Anyone who encountered him would find him a headache, and there are very few who could take him out in an instant. Even if he was caught off guard, his reaction speed wouldn't be slow. The only explanation then is that Kitsuchi, in the instant he was about to strike that guy, was controlled by an illusion jutsu and then killed in a counterattack. In the entire ninja world, the only person capable of such a feat powerful enough to instantly control Kitsuchi is someone with the Uchiha's Sharingan. How powerful the Sharingan could be, perhaps the current shinobi world is somewhat unfamiliar with it. Even the Mangekyo Sharingan is largely a mystery to them. But Onoki, he has witnessed Madara Uchiha. He knows too well just how terrifying the Sharingan can be, just how horrifying its illusionary techniques are. He is even clearer that, if you're not careful, making eye contact with a pair of potent Mangekyo could lead to catastrophic results. And in the present shinobi world, Kaido Uchiha is a master of using the Sharingan. According to intel from Hidden Stone spies in Hidden Leaf Village, this guy's eyes are not just in some ordinary Tomoe state, but in a sinister Mangekyo state. That means Kaido Uchiha possesses power that surpasses the average Mangekyo. He may even be walking down the same path as Madara Uchiha. If you don't die, I dare not imagine what the world will become. Especially now when there is no one like Hashirama Senju around. Given time and space to grow, the ninja world will sooner or later become your plaything. Be it for this ninja world, for my village, or for my son, this battle must be fought. Onoki takes a deep breath, then decisively lifts his head, shouting, "Summon someone." Tsuchikage-sama. In an instant, an Anbu wearing a mask appears before Onoki, kneeling and speaking softly. Spread the word that Hidden Leaf Village has refused to hand over the culprit and is prepared for war. Onoki says this emotionlessly, but after saying it, he pauses slightly as if pondering something. However, he soon recovers, continuing in a quiet tone. Inform all the reserve units to prepare for deployment. But before leaving, I need the entire Hidden Stone Village to know something. Yes, Tsuchikage-sama, we will complete the mission. The Anbu replies softly, making his commitment without even asking what the mission is. I want the entire Hidden Stone Village to recall the scene from years ago when we were forced to surrender. I want all of Hidden Stone to feel both shame and hatred. Onoki stands as he speaks, his gaze firmly fixed on the Anbu in front of him, his voice deep and resonant. However, in the midst of such shame, they must also know that Minato no Mikaze is dead. The time for revenge has come. What we've lost, we must reclaim with our own hands. Do you understand? Yes. The Anbu bows his head even lower, responding in a voice tinged with gravity. Tsuchikage-sama. As he watches the Anbu leave, Onoki finally lets out a small sigh. The commencement of war is not just a test of combat and financial might, but a clash of wills. Only those whose spirits are high and whose hearts are filled with conviction can dominate the battlefield. And while there are many forms of conviction, hatred is the simplest, most direct, and most effective at stirring everyone's emotions. But let us not mistake, war is never merely a manifestation of hatred. For the true essence of war is not in service to mere gain. As the only living third-generation Kage in the world of shinobi, Onoki understands this fully. Yet he also knows well the cruel reality that war inevitably brings death. This holds true not only in conflicts between two large ninja villages but also in the low-intensity warfare involving smaller nations and their ninja villages. Losses are inevitable. In such low-intensity conflicts, Onoki has always preferred to hire mercenary shinobi to carry out tasks, thus reducing Hidden Stone Zone losses. And he certainly won't miss this war with Hidden Leaf Village, especially given his long-standing ties with the Akatsuki organization, which includes Itachi Uchiha. Itachi Uchiha joining the Akatsuki is no secret. This intelligence was disseminated throughout the shinobi world through Hiruzen Sarutobi shortly after Itachi defected from Hidden Leaf Village. Almost everyone knows that the Uchiha clan has produced such a brutally extreme traitor, and that he has joined an organization with the strange name of Akatsuki. Onoki is no exception, especially after deciding to wage war against Hidden Leaf Village and avenge Kitsuchi. He's fully prepared for the battle ahead. Kaido Uchiha, you may well owe me thanks, Onoki murmurs to himself. In an instant, he uses a body flicker technique to vanish from his office. His chakra surges wildly in the sky as he dashes toward the village outskirts. He'd contacted the Akatsuki last night for a meeting. Even though he wasn't certain at that point that war with Hidden Leaf Village would erupt, it never hurts to be prepared. If war does break out, they can be deployed immediately. If not, they can still disrupt Hidden Leaf Village's stronghold in the Land of Grass. Deep down, Onoki knows that Kitsuchi's incident likely involved the Akatsuki as well. After all, according to intelligence, there were individuals wearing the black robes with red clouds involved in that breakout. But they were a minority that time, so Onoki isn't entirely sure. What Onoki doesn't realize is that many of the Akatsuki members' clothes were damaged during that battle. For instance, Kisame's merger with Samata caused his robe to tear apart. Or how Orochimaru changed his clothing after using his snake substitution technique. Sasori was unscathed, but he used a multitude of puppets to combat Kaido and the large-scale stone ninjas that appeared later. These puppets hid him so well that no one could get close or even see him. The only one who was clearly visible was Itachi Uchiha, which made Onoki realize that the Akatsuki must have been present during Kitsuchi's incident. But none of that matters now. What Onoki doesn't know is that the person who exposed the Akatsuki was Itachi Uchiha himself. What he does know, however, is that Kaido Uchiha will not let Itachi Uchiha go. So why not bring Itachi to the battlefield to face Kaido head-on? Employing the Akatsuki as mercenary shinobi in the war would undoubtedly alleviate the Hidden Stone's casualties. Plus, every single member of the Akatsuki is formidable. Deploying them against Hidden Leaf Village will surely catch them off guard. And Itachi Uchiha is also an Uchiha, capable of killing his own son, and furthermore, he is the prey of Kaido Uchiha. Once he takes the stage, Kaido Uchiha will inevitably come. The Akatsuki won't allow Kaido to kill one of their own, bloodshed is sure to follow. And all the Hidden Stone troops need to do is to seize the right moment, even if it's Onoki himself making a personal appearance, he can surely kill both of them. This way, I will have avenged Kitsuchi, Onoki silently mutters to himself. By now, he has arrived at a valley just outside the Hidden Stone Village, where someone is already waiting. The man is dressed in the Akatsuki's iconic black robe with red clouds. His long hair obscures his eyes, and his chilling aura feels as if it belongs to the dead. Onoki frowns, he genuinely dislikes interacting with these people, something about them just feels off. However, his choices are limited, given their undeniable strength. You're early, Onoki says as he lands, eyeing the man in front of him. It's my first time seeing you come early. It's not that I'm early, you're late, the man retorts coldly, devoid of any sign of life in his voice. Enough chit-chat, what's the mission? The stakes are high this time, riskier than any mission you've taken before, Onoki replies cautiously, scanning his surroundings before speaking indifferently. I assume someone like you has heard the rumors. Relations with Hidden Leaf Village have been tense lately, and they responded today. Barring any surprises, we'll be at war with Hidden Leaf Village, and it will happen in the Land of Grass. A war with Hidden Leaf Village? Upon hearing this, the man's aura changes slightly, though it returns to its icy state in an instant. I know, but you big nations are really something. Every time a war breaks out, it happens in a smaller country. Hidden Leaf Village is not to be trifled with, they have Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Uchihas like Shizui, Fugaku, and Kaido. I didn't come here to listen to all that. I'm only here to ask, are you up for the task or not? Onoki furrows his brows. He's fully aware that Hidden Leaf Village houses many dangerous individuals, none of whom are easily dealt with. If he were the one to face these individuals, he would be in over his head for sure. Just because he couldn't handle them doesn't mean he'd be happy if the cannon fodder he had arranged couldn't deal with them either. The price will be 10 times what I've offered you before, and it will rise further with every significant target you eliminate. I don't have much time, and I don't want to waste it on meaningless matters. I'll ask you one last time, do you dare accept this mission? Don't try to provoke me with such a low-grade strategy, it's useless. The man dismissively shakes his head, his expression as icy as ever. We accept the mission. After all, we've never been ones to shy away from money. Good, you can prepare to depart for the land of grass. Having received the answer he desired, Onoki immediately takes out a scroll and tosses it at the man. This is your advance, also 10 times the previous amount. I expect you not to disappoint me. With those words, Onoki once again takes flight, his figure swiftly vanishing into the sky. The man left behind stands silently in place. After a considerable pause, he turns around, tilting his head to look at the sky. His hair slips away from his eyes, revealing pupils tinged with light purple and marked as if by annual rings. His gaze seems to extend infinitely, as if from his eyes alone, he could see all the way to the distant Hidden Leaf Village. The aura around him is so chilling that even the crows perched on dead branches couldn't bear it. After a long while, he coldly huffs, turning quietly to walk in another direction. Yet, the corner of his mouth twitched ever so slightly, and his icy voice quietly echoed around him. Hidden Leaf Village, huh? Truly intriguing. Jiraiya-sensei, it's been quite a while. I wonder if this time, our paths will cross. Onoki has not responded to us, but their actions have already spoken volumes. Inside the Hokage's office in Hidden Leaf Village, the land of fire, Jiraiya looks gravely at Kaido and the others. Their reserve troops have already begun mobilizing, and the forces in the land of grass are inching closer to our defensive lines. It seems war is inevitable this time. Indeed, it appears so. Narashikaku nods, seemingly composed about the situation. But that might not be so bad, everyone has steeled themselves at least. What we need to do now is immediately establish new supply lines, and also move the bulk of our forces into the land of grass. Most importantly, we must select an experienced commander so we can keep the scale of the war limited. If war is unavoidable, then acceptance is the only course, though that doesn't mean they'll let the conflict spiral out of control. Hidden Stone's village may be reckless, but Hidden Leaf Village can't afford to be. The most rational approach, then, would be to limit the scale of the war to localized skirmishes. To achieve this, they need a commander with ample military and strategic experience to ensure the smooth execution of their plans. I have a recommendation. Kaido, who sits at the back, hasn't spoken up until now. He knows all too well that when it comes to discussing war, his experience is negligible compared to those in the room. Each person here has been a formidable presence on the battlefield. To them, Kaido's war experiences are practically child's play. However, he now has some constructive ideas. Everyone here is a veteran of war, and while I might be speaking out of turn, I've thought of someone particularly suitable for the task. That person is our Minister Tsunade. Tsunade? Kaido's suggestion takes Jiraiya and the others aback for a moment, but upon reflection, they begin to feel that it might indeed be a viable option. In Hidden Leaf Village right now, the individuals with the most command experience are naturally Jiraiya and Tsunade, followed by people like Narashikaku and Hayashi Hyuga. Perhaps the wisest among them is Narashikaku, but Hidden Leaf Village is in the midst of reform and can ill afford to do without him. Similarly, Jiraiya, as the Hokage, isn't ideally suited for heading back into battle. Given these considerations, Tsunade seems to be emerging as the best choice. I have no objections, I can take on this mission. Tsunade is also present and initially raises an eyebrow at Kaido. Whatever Kaido suggests demands contemplation, to discern whether there's a catch somewhere. Upon reflection, however, Tsunade confirms she is indeed the most suitable for the role, but her involvement will come at a price. However, if I am to command, there must be sufficiently powerful combat support. Kaido, head of your plan, what say you? Agreed. This time, I can go. Not just me, Shizue will accompany me, and I will lead 10 Uchiha Jonin into battle as well. Kaido's thoughts swirl at high speed, and he quickly makes up his mind. However, the 10 Uchiha Jonin can be under your command, but Shizue and I will form a separate squad. We will report our actions to you, but as for what we do, don't interfere. Is that acceptable? No problem. Unless there's a large-scale battle, you all can act freely. Any other conditions? Yes. I would like Narayanko to join our small squad. She was once my teammate, and I trust her abilities in information analysis and strategic planning. Chapter 197 Kaito's agreement to participate isn't particularly surprising. The outbreak of this war, to be honest, is somewhat unexpected. Yet, regardless, it's also a symbolic event marking Kaito's impact in shifting the progression of the ninja world. For him, despite the significant changes in the ninja world, and many things possibly not following the original course of events, Kaito's presence has already altered much. After all, Kaito, as a member of the Flower household from his past life, truly cannot comprehend a place with a similar history, similar culture, and essentially the same language. Yet, astonishingly, it's divided into 5 major nations, with the needs of each giving rise to over 10 smaller countries. He doesn't understand this division, but he knows that his best move is to level them all and then establish a unified ninja realm. Of course, Kaito never denies that he acts in his own interest. Especially since he's bound by the system to the entire Uchiha clan. How then to ensure the safety of the Uchiha? Naturally, the larger the territory and the stronger the ninja power, the safer the Uchiha can be within. From the beginning, even before Kaito eliminated Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others, he had already been scheming about Hidden Leaf Village. After he dealt with Danzō, he started pondering the entirety of the Fire Country. Once he thoroughly resolved the third Hokage and the others, he began to consider the entire ninja world. Though his thinking and methods might be extreme, even somewhat underhanded, it's all relative to his personal perspective. If he succeeds, he would be the one who integrated the entire ninja world, genuinely creating peace. Who knows, decades from now, it might be my face printed on the currency of this ninja nation. Kaito wasn't joking with Jiraiya about this. He's been serious about it from the start, although his initial idea was to start with the smaller countries. Until now, there hasn't been a suitable, logical reason allowing him to boldly venture into these small nations. Of course, he could always learn from past experiences, such as gradually entering smaller countries through aid. You don't have proper roads for merchants to circulate? No problem, Hidden Leaf Village can fund their construction. You don't have enough resources to establish your own ninja village? No worries, Hidden Leaf Village can finance your build. You lack enough ninjas to operate your village? No worries, Hidden Leaf Village can provide the manpower and effort to train for you. Any challenges you face, Hidden Leaf Village can step in to assist. But if you can't repay in cash, no worries either. Let Hidden Leaf Village have a share in your mining resources. Hidden Leaf Village can use your ports for free, and goods from Hidden Leaf Village can be tax-exempt or enter your markets with low taxes. Isn't that a win-win? You could say that this is gradually nibbling away at these smaller nations. And don't forget, the ninja village was built with Hidden Leaf Village's help, and the ninjas were trained by Hidden Leaf Village. In time, all Kaito has to do is get a bit tough, subtly indoctrinating them with Hidden Leaf Village's ideology during training. Ensure these foreign ninjas identify with Hidden Leaf Village from a young age. Then, wouldn't everything here, except legally, belong to Hidden Leaf Village? But such actions are time-consuming, energy-draining, and expensive. Money is crucial. Currently, Hidden Leaf Village itself is financially strapped due to reforms. How can it even aid others? To achieve what Kaito envisions would take at least 5 years. But in 5 years, perhaps the fourth ninja war might break out. Would all these efforts still matter then? Thus, with limited time, the rabbit's method is unfeasible. But the hawk's method might work, force your way in through sheer might. Yet, this could incite massive resistance. Kaito would undoubtedly have to intensify propaganda and education while deploying troops to eliminate the rebels. This will drain resources and manpower, but it might be better than whittling away slowly. However, at this moment, Hidden Stone's village suddenly declared war, which is, ironically, good news for Kaito. He can directly act against some regions now, like the Grass Country, which is undoubtedly Kaito's target. And by showcasing overwhelming strength on the battlefield, making Hidden Stone's village taste the bitter fruits of the Third War, then, with the momentum of a victorious nation, Hidden Leaf Village can, under the pretext of security, directly enter the tea and hot water countries. If Hidden Stone's village has fallen, and Hidden Sand Village, for now, is still an ally of Hidden Leaf Village, as long as Hidden Leaf Village doesn't make a move on the river country, they wouldn't act recklessly. The primary concern is Hidden Cloud's village. That village is full of lunatics. Indeed, Hidden Cloud's village is a troubling entity. They suffered the least in the Third War, losing only the third Raikage in their elite ranks. They initially went to war with only a little over 1,000 troops and had fewer confrontations with Hidden Leaf Village. Primarily it was just the AB combo having a tough fight with Minato no Mikaze. Had it not been for that, they wouldn't have had the audacity to trouble Hidden Leaf Village years ago. Now that Hidden Leaf Village is once again clashing with Hidden Stone's village, it's hard to say if they won't intervene. And whom they'd target is not so easily predicted. Hidden Cloud's village holds a grudge against Hidden Stone's village because of the incident with the third Raikage, and their relations with Hidden Leaf village are sour due to the Hyuga incident. If they were to step in, maybe Hidden Leaf village and Hidden Stone's village would cease fire and turn against them instead. Kaido suddenly thought, hoping that the madcap Hidden Cloud's village would genuinely intervene, but still, it's essential to be cautious. As for Hidden Mist village, whose relations with Hidden Leaf village are perpetually poor, Kaido didn't care much. Hidden Mist village has suffered enough under Tobi's hand, so much so that they don't even have a Kage now. Everything is under the control of the elder named Genma. Even if their relations with Hidden Leaf village are terrible, they might not necessarily intervene at this time. So, overall, the situation isn't bad, just need to control the scale of this battle. Kaido thought silently, but as he returned to the Uchiha clan, a figure ran up to him. Sensei. Without even looking carefully, Kaito knew it was Sasuke. After all, within the entire Uchiha clan, he only had Sasuke as a disciple. To be honest, he felt he owed Sasuke. Until now, he hadn't seriously instructed Sasuke in anything. He mostly let Sasuke grow independently, letting him spar with Karen and Naruto. Ever since Jiraiya agreed to take Naruto in, Naruto would come by whenever he had time. After Jiraiya adopted Naruto, and he got along well with children from major clans, he frequently visited the Uchiha clan. The villagers' attitudes towards him began to change for the better. One could say Naruto's life now is much improved. And with everything going well, Naruto's progress was swift. This meant that whenever Sasuke sparred with him, Sasuke often found himself losing. Sasuke genuinely couldn't accept this, but there wasn't much he could do about it. After all, Naruto had the careful guidance of Jiraiya. Sasuke, what are you doing here? Kaido greeted Sasuke with a smile and a nod before asking curiously. Sensei, I've come to ask for your consent regarding a matter. Sasuke knelt on one knee, looking earnestly at Kaido, before slowly voicing his request. I want to join this war. Kaido looked strangely at Sasuke, finding it hard to believe. Was Sasuke really so brave to voluntarily join the battlefield? Kaido couldn't quite comprehend this desire, as war wasn't child's play. Especially on the battlefield, no one cares about your identity. Any jutsu, a single kunai, or even a single shuriken could take your life in an instant. However, after contemplating it for a moment, Kaito seemed to grasp Sasuke's intent. Sasuke appeared to have some training injuries. It was evident that he had been pushing himself hard. While he might not reach the prowess of the original, he wasn't any less diligent than Kaido and Shizue in their younger days. Kaito had even heard from Shizue that Sasuke rigorously trained his physical stamina daily, aiming to be better prepared for the battlefield's demands. It's no simple task. Only those who've experienced how tedious physical training can be truly understand. Not everyone is like Might Guy, whose sheer passion makes even the most mundane training feel exhilarating, and fully commits to every exercise. And Might Guy's strength and skill can't be simply defined by his 8 inner gates. Even without his taijutsu, his level is top-notch. Sasuke's perseverance is due to adhering to Kaido's teachings and external pressures. Karen, the little devil, has slowly adapted to Uchiha life and has frequent interactions with both Naruto and Sasuke. The girl's progress in her skills is impressive, naturally pressuring Sasuke. Not only Karen, but Naruto has also been a motivating factor for Sasuke. Previously, Naruto was all guts and no skills. But now, under Jiraiya's guidance, Naruto's growth is rapid, making Sasuke envious and concerned. Moreover, there's always someone on Sasuke's mind. He had heard that at his age, that person's strength was already extraordinary. Chapter 198. While he is still engaging in child's play, how can Sasuke come to terms with it? He longs for greater breakthroughs, yearns for more progress and power, which means he inevitably needs deeper insights and more training. With the outbreak of war now, he sees an opportunity. He might have also heard that that person had been on the battlefield before. Not only that person but both Kaido and Shizue had been on the battlefield, so he doesn't want to miss out. He craves a more holistic experience and breakthrough. I think I understand what you mean. Kaido stroked his chin, then said slowly and thoughtfully, first, get up. I will seriously consider this matter. Sensei. Sasuke stood up, but he seemed still hesitant and conflicted since Kaido didn't give him a definitive answer. I said I would consider it. But whether you can go, you have to strive for yourself. First, your teammates, then preparations. How can I agree to let you go if you're not prepared at all? And most importantly, you need to communicate with your parents. This is very, very crucial. I hope you understand. Having said that, Kaido ignored the somewhat crestfallen look on Sasuke's face. He directly sent a clan member to notify Shizue to meet at the location of Fugaku Uchiha and then headed towards the laboratory. The lab remains a secret. Kaito wouldn't haphazardly reveal this secret, ensuring there wouldn't be any issues notifying Shizui. Shizui arrived quickly. But when Kaito briefed his situation to both Shizui and Fugaku, while Shizui seemed okay, Fugaku's expression changed. "Clan leader, I think it's best if I replace you and go with Shizui." Fugaku Uchiha spoke directly, his face slightly pale. After all, he was considerably older than both Shizui and Kaito. Even if his physical functions were still in decent condition, his recovery couldn't match that of the younger ones. Thus, while Shizui was already bouncing around, he hadn't fully recovered. "You might as well drop it. Focus on your recovery. Moreover, this time Tsunade personally named me for this task, it wouldn't be right for me to decline." Kaito immediately shook his head, dismissing Fugaku's suggestion, then said with a smile, "Additionally, this mission holds great significance for me. There are other aspirations I wish to realize during this operation. So, you'd best not join in for the thrill. Besides, you have very important tasks to execute in Hidden Leaf Village." Pausing momentarily, Kaito continued with great emphasis, "The training within the guard division is essentially complete, and the Nara's people are in place. The reform in Hidden Leaf Village has also begun. Now, the guard division's reform must follow suit. I need you to establish the guard office in Hidden Leaf Village according to our original plan. Moreover, while setting up the guard office, start preparations for the judicial office. It may seem rushed, but once you've laid the foundation, I can make gradual modifications. The judicial office pertains to the establishment of Hidden Leaf Village's legal system. It's something we must plan for in advance. Your task is both crucial and challenging. Can you manage all this, Fugaku?" Kaito's words rendered Fugaku Uchiha momentarily silent. However, he soon nodded with utmost seriousness. After hearing Kaito's description, he felt invigorated. As the former clan leader of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku recognized his own failures and the disappointment he brought. Now, seeing the Uchiha clan back on track and improving, his heart was filled with joy. However, he also held regrets, mainly that he wasn't the one to bring about these changes. He once considered himself a failure. Yet now, Kaito had granted him an opportunity, a chance to personally transform the guard division. How could he not be excited? Although the reform of the guard division originated from Kaito, Kaito was too laid back and occupied. His management style was distinct from others. He preferred delegating tasks to those specialized in the field, only seeking the end result. Of course, desiring results doesn't mean one can act recklessly throughout the process. But this delegation has already pleased countless individuals. They could feel a deep trust. They could sense that, within certain constraints, they were given full latitude to showcase their abilities. Up till now, Fugaku Uchiha has been busily involved in the guard division. One could say that he's deeply invested in its reform. Now that Kaito had given him this pivotal opportunity, his heart was filled with gratitude towards Kaito. He swore to himself that he would do well. "I understand, clan leader." In an instant, Fugaku Uchiha's demeanor turned utterly solemn. Bowing his head, he earnestly said, "I promise, I won't let you down, clan leader. Your assurance is enough. I believe in you." Kaito, smiling, patted Fugaku Uchiha's shoulder. However, he soon remembered something and spoke up. "By the way, there's something else I need to discuss with you." "Please speak, clan leader." "Well, as I was coming here, I ran into Sasuke. He told me he wishes to join the battlefield. What are your thoughts?" Kaito's words rendered Fugaku Uchiha silent, making Kaito feel a bit awkward. Just as Fugaku once said, he now has only one son, and that son is Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke and Fugaku share a close relationship currently, and Fugaku's education and investment in Sasuke is truly top-notch. Frankly, having Kaito as a teacher is somewhat tragic for Sasuke. But having Fugaku as his father now is truly his good fortune. Where Kaito didn't instruct Sasuke, Fugaku would personally teach him. Before Kaito could teach Sasuke, Fugaku had already taught and trained him. It can be said that, apart from not having the Sharingan, Sasuke has basically completed all the necessary training. Furthermore, post-Kaito's clan reform, Sasuke received further education and training. He himself is intelligent and always eager to learn. One could say that his entire developmental trajectory has been comprehensively altered. However, the fact that he can't surpass Naruto can really be attributed to the issue with the Sharingan. The battles among these youngsters are primarily focused on physical prowess, and the Uchiha clan has never been known for having exceptional physical strength. This clan has always excelled in techniques and combined the use of ninjutsu and ganjutsu. Sasuke has already received some training in ninjutsu. He has mastered the shadow clone jutsu and can also use some basic fire-style techniques. However, even though Naruto's performance with the shadow clone jutsu is average, with Jiraiya's assistance, he indeed became competent with it. Although he hasn't received much training in ninjutsu, his physical prowess has surpassed Sasuke, especially given this young lad is inherently filled with yang style, allowing for rapid bodily recovery. With such abundant stamina and a restriction on using offensive ninjutsu during their sparring, it would be surprising if Sasuke could best him. It can be said that mere sparring no longer satisfies Sasuke. He yearns to prove himself and break through on the battlefield, which is quite understandable. But then again, Sasuke is Fugaku's only son. Do you think Elder Fugaku will agree? Upon leaving the laboratory, Shizue couldn't help but ask. This Sasuke, he hasn't even graduated and already wants to join the battlefield. This is really... At his age, didn't both of us already experience war? Though it was during the less dangerous tail end of the war. Kaido, smiling, shook his head, interrupting Shizue's words. Besides, I'm not the one deciding if he can go to the battlefield. Otherwise, I wouldn't have informed Lord Fugaku about this, right? That's true. Such matters should be left to Elder Fugaku to decide. Shizue nodded, then began to speak with a smile. Moreover, if he really goes, it's no big deal. We can just have someone keep an eye on him. Isn't that Kakazu fellow still in Hidden Leaf Village? Speaking of which, he's rather unlucky. He was about to depart when Hidden Stone's village caused disruptions again. He must be annoyed to death by Deidara now, right? Mentioning the unlucky Kakazu, both Kaido and Shizue couldn't help but suppress their chuckles because Kakazu truly had rotten luck. Chapter 199 If war breaks out on Hidden Stone's village's side, then Hidden Leaf Village's resources naturally can't continue to be sold externally, and he can naturally take a break. For him, this isn't a pleasant situation. He's a classic willing to be on call kind of person, and people like him are Kaido's favorite. But unfortunately, he's now encountering some minor troubles that prevent Kakazu from being on call. This situation not only displeases Kaido but also frustrates Kakazu greatly. Currently, Kakazu spends every day with Deidara. Kaido has received messages from Kakazu more than once, hoping he could be assigned solo missions away from that brat, Deidara. Clearly, he's been quite tormented by Deidara. So, are you suggesting we let Kakazu take some action? Kaido immediately understood Shizue's meaning, which made him unconsciously stroke his chin. That might not be a bad idea. With Kakazu overseeing things, a lot can be avoided. Moreover, I'm thinking, maybe we could also make a move with that guy Deidara. You can't be serious, have him attack Hidden Stone's village? Shizue, hearing Kaido's words, widened his eyes in disbelief. Though that kid is a rogue ninja from Hidden Stone's village, he doesn't necessarily hold any grudges against the village. Taking such action could very well backfire. Even though I didn't agree with you bringing him back from the beginning, now that he's here, we should take responsibility. Even if my viewpoint sounds naive, still. No, not naive. I hope you always maintained such a perspective. Kaido interrupted Shizue with a smile before he could finish. Even though we hold high positions and must view everything with a calm mind, being too detached can slowly erode our humanity. We live in this world as individuals, naturally having all sorts of thoughts. Being responsible and compassionate is good, and should be retained. However, this only applies to our own people. For outsiders and enemies. Outsiders can be ignored, but for enemies, they must be eradicated entirely. This time, Shizue's expression became serious, his intense, murderous aura seeming to satisfy Kaido. Don't worry, I was just thinking aloud. I haven't planned to let Deidara confront Hidden Stone's village's people directly, but that doesn't mean he has nothing to do. Kaido nodded at Shizue and continued with a smile. I intend to have him look for some potential targets, preferably letting him wander around the Land of Hot Water. The Land of Hot Water? Are you worried about those guys from Hidden Cloud's village? Shizue's reaction was swift, understanding Kaido's thoughts in an instant. We should indeed be concerned about Hidden Cloud's village. Those folks are all madmen. If they get involved, things could become complicated. Since you've made arrangements, I'll rest easy. Once Elder Fugaku makes a decision, I'll notify them. But there's something I want to ask. When you said we'd team up, shouldn't we have another teammate? Exactly, there's one more person. Kaido nodded with a smile. He had no intention of hiding this, so telling Shizue directly was just right. As you know, it's Yanko. Oh? Upon hearing Kaido's words, a playful smile appeared on Shizue's face. The one from the Nara clan? I had a feeling. But being with her, why do I feel like I'm playing third wheel? You and your thoughts. Kaido didn't even bother responding to Shizue's jesting, finding his thoughts somewhat speechless. He admitted he had a certain fondness for Yanko. After all, she didn't have the Nara clan male's distinctive pineapple-shaped hairstyle. Usually, she lets her hair down, the straight black locks deeply touching Kaido's heart. During battles, she ties her hair up, and that high black ponytail seems to constantly dance in Kaido's vision. Moreover, they've known each other since childhood and have been teammates. How could Kaito not have fond feelings for such familiarity and cooperation? However, this time, Kaido's decision to include Yanko wasn't merely out of affection. Yanko's analytical abilities are genuinely exceptional. Kaido's previously demonstrated skills were largely because he was familiar with the original work and understood how to navigate challenges. Furthermore, he emphasized more than once that his strength lies in macro perspectives. He's quite average when it comes to handling details. But Yanko is different. While she might not see the broader picture as intricately as Kaido, her proficiency in various details is unparalleled, something even Kaito admits he can't match. This war is something not found in the original story, so he must approach it with caution. He can discern the reasons for Danzō's war initiation, analyze some of Danzō's psychological motivations and methods. But when it comes to the actual battlefield, even regular missions, Kaito feels that he truly falls short compared to Yanko. Stop speaking nonsense. It's tedious. Besides, you still don't have a girlfriend. What's on your mind? Is the clan leader admitting he has Yanko as his girlfriend? Shizue teased Kaido with a smile, leaving Kaido momentarily at a loss for words. If he agreed, wouldn't that be a confirmation? If he denied, Shizue would undoubtedly retort with something like, "Why the rush when the clan leader hasn't even approached me? Get lost. Prepare yourself, we depart tomorrow." With a glare at Shizue, Kaido briskly walked towards his room after dropping that line. Shizue chuckled and swiftly left the spot. While war is nothing to be happy about, if they don't maintain a good mindset confronting it, the outcomes could be even graver. Once back home, Kaito naturally needed to rest. He didn't need to worry about Yanko since Shikakunara would undoubtedly inform her. After returning, Kaito pondered the course of this war, such as its possible extent. The general direction of a small-scale, low-intensity conflict was set, the details of its execution would be Tsunoda's responsibility. As for Kaito, he still had many choices and tasks ahead. Otherwise, he wouldn't have formed a team possessing 2 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan. The existence of his team is actually similar to the squad of Minato Namikaze back then, designated for completing critical missions. Minato's squad's most significant mission was to destroy the Kanabi Bridge, but Kaito's team, being more potent, could accomplish much more. For instance, directly raiding Hidden Stone's village's main camp, or even causing havoc in the Grass Country's Hidden Stone's village sector, or perhaps, when Anoki reaches the front lines, they could strike within Hidden Stone's village or even ambush Anoki midway. With their strength, Kaito's team could achieve all this. While it might come at a significant cost, this is strategic deterrence. However, being able to do something and choosing to do it are 2 different matters. For example, if Kaito truly eliminated Anoki or started a major offensive within Hidden Stone's village, triggering mass hysteria could spell disaster. Many things aren't as simple as one wishes. The consequences of a situation blowing up are sometimes unimaginable. Even if Kaito is incredibly powerful, facing a mob would force him to flee. After all, the episode involving the 3rd Raikage serves as a lesson for all. And Hidden Leaf Village, no matter how strong, especially in its current recovery phase, might not withstand an assault from all major shinobi villages. So, certain matters require careful consideration. Reckless actions won't lead to victory but could bring disastrous results. Kaito took a deep breath and lay down on his bed, intending to thoroughly contemplate their operational plan. But just then, Kaito suddenly felt an eerie fluctuation spreading within him, instantly alerting him. He knew very well, this was a reaction from his system. Although Kaito was puzzled, he had just received a skill extraction opportunity last time, why was he getting another so soon? But Kaito wouldn't overthink. Such opportunities were always welcomed, he never thought them excessive. Current binding, Uchiha clan, current status, stable and prosperous. You've resolved internal clan issues and neutralized external threats. You've solidified the Uchiha clan's place in Hidden Leaf Village, continuously strengthened the Uchihas, and ensured their integration within the village. Prosperity level, 22,000. The standard clan baseline prosperity is 10,000. Recommendation, continue to enhance the clan. Making the Uchiha the strongest clan in Hidden Leaf Village is the goal you must achieve as the Uchiha clan leader. You've accumulated 1,000 points, eligible for 1 skill extraction. Seeing his clan's prosperity level, Kaito felt that perhaps if a 0 was missing, it might remind him of a certain rice. However, these things aren't the crux of the matter. The key is that Kaito has once again received an opportunity to extract skills, and most crucially, he has no idea why. System, why did I get another opportunity? Although I'm delighted, hasn't my clan only been steadily progressing lately? Kaito directly posed the question. If he's uncertain about something, he needs clarity, especially when it concerns the system's point calculations. Only by understanding these issues can Kaido continuously seek ways to exploit the system. Though reality has already proven that Kaido's attempts to game the system aren't very feasible, since the system has its own calculation methods and standards. All Kaido can do is honestly adhere to these standards and continually improve. There isn't much else that can be done. Yet, Kaido still harbors hopes of exploiting the system. Even without opportunities, why not do some research? Due to the host's efforts in promoting reforms in Hidden Leaf Village, although you were just one among many involved in these reforms, it's sufficient for the residents of Hidden Leaf Village to recognize and appreciate the host, further enhancing the clan's reputation. Clan development is comprehensive, and reputation is a factor. The prosperity of the host's clan always takes reputation into account. Previously, the host's clan reputation was negative. While it improved over time, it merely reversed the previous adverse state. Now, the host's clan reputation is in a positive state, and we hope the host can manage this better. Reputation? Upon hearing this, Kaido found it somewhat ironic. He didn't need the system to tell him about the Uchiha's previous bad reputation, he knew it all too well. But he hadn't realized that the system also took these things into account. It probably didn't mention it earlier because it was too disastrous. Now that things have improved, the system started to calculate points. This realization made Kaido somewhat apprehensive. After all, the adverse effects didn't directly deduct points from Kaido, which in itself was fortunate. Wait, maybe it did deduct points, and I didn't know. After all, this darned system has never been transparent about its calculation methods. Any gratitude Kaido felt disappeared in an instant. Lack of transparency implies there's still much room for manipulation. Given his various moves within Hidden Leaf Village, especially after gaining significant influence, Kaido's actions have also been opaque. In his understanding, the residents of Hidden Leaf Village have the right to know everything, but they also have the right not to know. In other words, Kaido has the right to disclose everything, but he also has the right not to disclose everything. How to maneuver, how to manage both sides, it's entirely up to them. No one else should even think about interfering too much. However, Kaido quickly shook his head. Now is not the time to think about all this mess, as he has more pressing matters to attend to. That is, to extract this round's skill. Considering the skills Kaido has acquired, they are diverse and each one is exceptionally brilliant. He's already used up skills such as True Evolution, Dark Scythe, and Valor, all of which granted him significant power boosts. Yet, he still possesses numerous abilities, like the Black Flame that can replace a regular blaze, and the Waterfowl Dance, which earned him the title Uchiha Blade. To Kaido, these two skills are god tier, and he uses them the most and has mastered them perfectly. Besides these, he also possesses skills like the Sky Dance Jutsu, Chakra Shield, Mystic Heart, Void Walk, Mystic Heart, Thunder Prison, and Mystic Heart, Steadfast Will. And the skill that can amplify the strength, speed, and power of his Susanoo, Grand Destruction. All of these are active skills. While Kaido uses some less frequently, each skill is immensely powerful. Even if he uses them sparingly now, who knows about the future? After all, some skills are specifically for preparing for what's ahead. Of course, most crucially, Kaido also possesses growth-oriented or unique effect passive skills, such as Ascension Steps and Forest's Friend. Both these skills are passive, but they genuinely offer Kaido an unimaginable growth potential. It can be said that the range of abilities Kaido has acquired is vast, and they're diverse. They contribute immensely to his actual combat strength, making him formidable and powerful. And he's greatly anticipating the current extraction, even if it's just one chance. Last time, I obtained the Forest's Friend, which allowed me access to Sage techniques. I wonder what I'll get this time. Kaido muttered to himself, and soon after, he opened his extraction interface. But when he saw the skill he could acquire this time, Kaido was dumbfounded. He stared intently at the interface, his body starting to tremble. He had been waiting for so long, and when such a skill appeared again, he couldn't control his emotions. Mystic Heart, Ravenous Crow Swarm, you've acquired the Spirit Communication Jutsu, Raven. The presence of the Raven can assist you in casting illusions and ninjutsu, and it can also enhance the effectiveness of the techniques you perform by 30%. After you defeat an enemy, the Raven can consume their chakra. This chakra can then be channeled back to you when needed in battle, ensuring the strength of your combat. Mystic Heart, Multiplying Shadows, when you cast this technique, the vision of all enemies around you will be affected by chakra, making everything appear incredibly dim. At this moment, your teleportation technique will also see significant enhancement. Within a certain range, you can quickly appear next to an enemy using teleportation and deliver a fatal blow. Thousand Grace Mark, you can actively mark an enemy, or wait for the system to mark one for you. Once you complete the marked hunt, you can enhance a specific ability of your own. This ability is not limited to eyes, bloodline, or a certain technique. Chapter 200. Actually, every skill that came up this time is not bad at all. Of course, the skills that appear for Kaido are never bad, it's just a matter of whether they suit him or not. For Kaido, there have always been only 3 directions in choosing skills. First and foremost are skills that enhance his bloodline and eyes. He has always been clear that his bloodline is a treasure. What he needs to do is continuously develop his bloodline, allowing this treasure to reach its utmost potential. Next, Kaido would consider developing his physical abilities. After all, only with a strong enough body can he harness more yang style and maintain a prolonged combat stance. Lastly, Kaido would choose skills that can instantly boost his combat power. After all, his personal strength is by no means weak. His body techniques and ninjutsu are sufficient for him to face most enemies. If all else fails, he can directly use Susanoo. Once it's activated, both offense and defense can reach an extreme level. Although sometimes it might seem like using a cannon to kill a mosquito, the strategic deterrence of this ability is terrifying. One could say Kaido has a clear understanding of the direction of his strength's enhancement and development. And every skill he chooses is the one that best fits his usage habits and can most enhance his actual combat power. The abilities he obtained this time are all excellent, but since he originally had to choose 1 out of 3, and among them appeared something of the highest priority for Kaido. So Kaido's choice didn't require much consideration. His focus has been on this particular ability from the beginning. Acquired skill, 1000 Grace Mark, Marking Method. You can actively mark an enemy, or wait for a passive mark on an enemy. Mark requirement, 0 out of 5. Friendly reminder, actively marking an enemy has a time constraint and will be influenced by the actual strength of the enemy. You can mark 1 enemy every month, with the marking taking half a month to take effect, and the mark remains valid for 1 year. Passive marking is when the skill automatically marks 1 or more ninjas from the enemy camp. Every time the host resolves a marked enemy, the mark will reset, with the reset taking half a month. The retention time is infinite, lasting until the enemy is defeated or the host completes the task. The host needs to hunt 5 times to upgrade the mark, and during hunting, whether it's a kill or a defeat, a layer of the mark can be obtained. When Kaido acquired this skill, in a flash, he found an abundance of information emerging in his mind. Beyond the basic introduction of the 1000 Grace Mark, this information also informed Kaido about how to actively mark an enemy and how to recognize a passive mark. Kaido was genuinely hesitant. He considered using the active mark to simply tag 5 weaker foes and then complete the task. However, this time the system seemed pretty sharp, as if it knew that Kaido was always tirelessly looking for opportunities to exploit its flaws. Therefore, in the description of this skill, there was a specific constraint placed on Kaido's wish to exploit any loopholes. While he could still try to game the system, the results might not be particularly good. If Kaido chose to take his time, then it would be fine. But obviously, the time cost wasn't acceptable to him. When it came to actively marking, Kaido found it quite challenging. He worried that if he marked a too weak opponent, he might not get a full mark. On the other hand, if he marked a too strong enemy, he might not be able to win and obtain the mark. After much thought, Kaido felt it might be better to let the system handle the passive marking. This way, at least, he could understand the system's evaluation of his own strength. Plus, he could determine who he might actively mark in the future. After all, the system can mark multiple enemies, while I can only mark 1. It's quite unequal. Kaido was somewhat resigned to this preferential treatment by the system. But with the interpretation of the skill being in the system's hands, there wasn't much he could do. He was the beneficiary of the rules but not the one setting them. It was inevitable. So now, in Hidden Leaf Village, not only did he need to benefit from the rules, but he also needed to become one who set the rules. Children make choices, while adults, regardless of their abilities, always strive to have it all. After all, if you don't even dare to dream or put in effort, you're really no different from a dead fish. There shouldn't be any protective period at the start, right? Then help me mark. I want to see the kind of opponent I'll need to adapt to. Matching host with suitable opponents, matching complete. As the enemies appear almost simultaneously and are brothers, the number of marks is 2. Kaido was slightly taken aback when he saw this. Although he felt fortunate to have 2 marks right off the bat, considering that the system explicitly stated it would match him with suitable opponents, obtaining these 2 marks probably wouldn't be a straightforward task. Appearing together, with a brotherly bond, such opponents plunged Kaido into deep contemplation. It seemed in his memory, there weren't many such individuals left, especially since many events had changed due to his involvement. Take, for instance, Itachi Uchiha and Sasuke, or Itachi Uchiha and Shizui. They were either real brothers or as close as brothers could be. Yet now, their relationships, if not problematic, were at the very least that of sworn enemies. Given these circumstances, how could they join forces against Kaido? Among the deceased, renowned brothers were Ken and Jin, those somewhat mindless shinobi from Hidden Cloud's village. Then there were Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju, the two who, as revived memories, once attacked Kaido. Could it be? Has Orochimaru resurrected them using the Edo Tensei technique again? Kaito raised an eyebrow. Such an occurrence wouldn't be entirely surprising. After all, Orochimaru had ties to the Akatsuki organization. Otherwise, when Kaido had traveled to the Land of Stars, he wouldn't have encountered Akatsuki members and even brought back someone like Kakazu. It's plausible that, to cope with the impending war and minimize his own losses, Orochimaru might actively recruit members from Akatsuki. Hiring the Akatsuki wouldn't come cheap, and they're probably short on funds, especially after losing Kakazu, their money-making machine who, as long as he remained undead, could be ceaselessly exploited. They would likely not pass on such an opportunity. So, I have to be wary of Orochimaru stirring things up, though I can't rule out those guys from Hidden Cloud's village either. Apart from the Akatsuki, who could resurrect the deceased, another pair of brothers that Kaido had to be cautious of were the siblings from Hidden Cloud's village. The fourth Rukongai and Killer Bee. There's no need for Kaido to elaborate on just how dangerous this duo is. Chapter 201. The implications of their participation were clear and needed no elaboration. Seriously, you thought of involving me in such an operation, didn't you? The next morning, at the gates of Hidden Leaf Village, Kaido, Shisui, and Yanko were already standing together. However, it was evident that Yanko wasn't thrilled, for anyone would feel the same if they were suddenly pulled into a war. But Kaido was unperturbed. He just gave Yanko a brief smile and then surveyed the large Hidden Leaf Village forces, lined up and ready to march. These troops were Hidden Leaf Village's reserve forces. However, though called reserves, the majority were veterans of the three wars. That was Hidden Leaf Village's strength. The village suffered severe losses in the three wars, but they also retained a wealth of experienced shinobi. These war veterans, who survived the battles, were among Hidden Leaf Village's most precious assets. Unfortunately, Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't value them enough. He awarded them certain honors, but there was a lack of subsequent support for them. Moreover, the village they fought so hard to protect lost its due glory in Sarutobi's compromises with Hidden Cloud's village. Kaido felt it was harsh to push them back into the abyss of war, especially since he indeed killed Kitsuchi, but perhaps it was better to adapt sooner rather than later, as wars might be inevitable in the future. Forget the Fourth War, Kaido's sights were set on the entire ninja world. The other villages wouldn't just stand by and let Kaito dominate. There would likely be resistance. So, adapting now would be much better than scrambling when the time comes. Don't worry, I'll protect you, said Kaido, having surveyed the surroundings. He then turned with a smile to Yanko. We have no choice this time. No one can escape the responsibility of a war breaking out. Furthermore, Lady Tsunade specifically requested my participation and agreed to let me form my own special task force. For combat strength, I thought of Shisui, and for intelligence analysis and battlefield situation management, I thought of you. You are the most outstanding person I could think of, and you also have battlefield experience, don't you? Kaido praised her without a hint of change in his expression, and just as seamlessly, he shifted the blame onto Tsunade. After all, Yanko hadn't attended that high-level meeting, she likely didn't know that it was Kaido who had recommended Tsunade. Moreover, it was evident that Kaido wouldn't tell her that he had wanted to be on the battlefield all along. Sure enough, after hearing Kaido's words, Yanko let out a soft sigh, but she quickly regained her composure. Indeed, for a Hidden Leaf Village ninja, participating in a war was a duty that couldn't be shirked. How do you see this war? Yanko asked, her voice filled with resignation but her expression serious. With the special task force, you'll likely have a high degree of autonomy. Apart from joining the main force in large-scale confrontations and engaging with the enemy's toughest fighters, you can either stay off the battlefield or penetrate deep into enemy territory. So, your attitude and decisions are vital, and potentially lethal. You do think highly of me, don't you? Kaido just chuckled in response to Yanko's words. He wasn't surprised that she had guessed the purpose behind forming his squad. After all, there were precedents, like the fourth Hokage's team, which was one of the finest examples. Given that Kaido and Shisui were powerhouses in their own right, the team's mission was surely to execute tasks beyond the enemy's imagination, perhaps even ones that could tip the balance of the war. However, what was unfortunate was that Kaido hadn't quite decided on how to handle some matters, so he asked with a playful grin, "What do you think we should do, then? After all, I approached you precisely for your expertise in this area. You, lazy bones, acting as if you can't figure it out on your own." Yanko sighed in resignation, seemingly having come to terms with the situation. After pondering for a moment, Yanko reluctantly shook her head. I can't provide a specific answer to this question right now because we lack intelligence from Hidden Stones Village. Only when we understand their internal situation, combined with the current state of the battle, factors like their morale, supplies, and so on, can I speculate how far we need to push them before they feel compelled to surrender. After all, I've always agreed with something you once said, which is better to err on the side of caution. Without detailed intelligence, acting too aggressively might backfire. Yanko's clarity was as sharp as ever, which made Kaito nod subtly in agreement. Beside them, Shizue curiously observed the beautiful woman with long black hair in front of him. He had often heard about the close relationship between Kaito and this girl. The first he'd learned of it was years ago when Kaito was still a mission ninja. He wasn't unfamiliar with Yanko, they were classmates after all. But this was their first direct interaction. He now had to admit that this girl's analytical ability seemed exceptional. Even without giving concrete answers, she had already provided a clear direction and logic for her analysis. And she did it so quickly, surpassing many ninjas he knew. Initially, Shizue hadn't paid much attention to her, thinking she might just be a whim of Kaito's or perhaps he wanted to give her a boost. But now, he recognized that she probably played a significant role. Yet, wasn't this good news? Although Shizue still felt like he was third-wheeling, the more capable the Snara clan girl was, the smoother their mission would likely proceed, right? As they chatted, Hidden Leaf Village suddenly began to mobilize. Kaito and the other two immediately ceased their idle talk and daydreams. They knew that at this moment, the war had begun. I never expected that guy to take on such a task. In his laboratory in the Land of Grass, Orochimaru looked at the Akatsuki members, who seemed like phantoms before him, and couldn't help but shake his head in resignation. The content of this video meeting was straightforward. Their leader, Pain, informed them that they would be participating in the war between Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Stones Village. To be honest, Orochimaru was quite surprised by this news, as he was genuinely unaware of the situation. These days, he had been hiding in his laboratory, busy improving his Edo Tensei technique. His last improvement had shown decent results, but it was far from enough. He had to make even more enhancements to cope with the pressure brought by Kaito. Moreover, he genuinely agreed with Kaito's statement. While he was refining the Edo Tensei, Kaito himself was also continuously growing and evolving. In fact, Orochimaru had always been curious about one thing: why was Kaito's progress so rapid? It seemed that every time he met the guy, he could notice significant growth in him. Orochimaru was genuinely puzzled by this, but knowing Kaito's progression meant he couldn't let his guard down. Even though, strictly speaking, he and Kaito weren't exactly enemies, due to the Akatsuki's involvement, he constantly had to confront Kaito. Facing such a formidable opponent without enough strength and preparation would indeed be deadly. Orochimaru was very clear about this, or it could be said he had always been clear-headed. He always knew what he had to do and was always prepared for it. However, the situation this time seems quite significant. Has Onoki discovered Uchiha Kaito? Or has someone leaked his information? Orochimaru licked his lips, his gaze sweeping over the phantoms before him. Especially lingering on the phantom of Itachi Uchiha for a moment before slowly shifting his gaze away. But, it seems Kaito Uchiha truly killed Kitsuchi this time. The guy really is ruthless. Yet, what evidence did he leave behind for Onoki to grasp? Oh well, it's none of my business anyway. Orochimaru gently licked his lips again and then felt too lazy to say anything more. In any case, things had been settled, and what awaited him was inevitably taking action. However, Orochimaru had no intention of deploying the spies he had planted in Hidden Leaf Village, for using one meant one less in hiding. Besides, Orochimaru wasn't planning to reveal much more information. He didn't fundamentally have a fondness for those from Hidden Stones Village. After the Second and Third Wars that lasted so many years, how could he possibly harbor any good feelings for those from Hidden Stones Village? But he still had to participate this time. After all, he wanted to try out some interesting things. What Orochimaru held wasn't just Madara Uchiha as his last trump card, he had some other intriguing figures as well. Like the two brothers he used against Kaito last time, Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju. Strictly speaking, these two brothers were the best choice to face Kaito Uchiha. But from their last encounter, Orochimaru noticed that their will to fight was rather average. Perhaps Tobirama might be a bit more eager, but Hashirama truly seemed not very inclined to engage. The problem was, Tobirama alone might not be able to handle Kaito Uchiha, especially since Kaito was also adept at space-time ninjutsu. Yet, these two brothers were indeed powerful. Even if their fighting spirit was a bit low, their combat experience was undeniable. If he wanted to experiment, these two would be the perfect tools to test against Kaito. He had made so many adjustments to the Edo Tensei, it was about time to find a fitting opponent. It really is, unexpectedly making one look forward to it. The speed of the Hidden Leaf Village forces was fast. Although the Land of Grass was at a certain distance from Hidden Leaf Village, they still managed to arrive in just over a day. For Kaido and his team, such a forced march wasn't much of an issue. Even Yanko seemed very relaxed. After all, they had experienced such things in the past, and Kaido had already undergone a significant transformation. Such intensity was nothing to him now. Kaido didn't even use any chakra. The enhanced physical strength was unimaginably beneficial to him. Now, more than ever, he could relate to the struggles Hashirama Senju faced against Madara Uchiha, constantly draining his physical stamina in battle. Chapter 202. Of course, when it comes to Kaido, this translates to an endless sense of superiority. With such physical prowess, who would he fear in continuous combat? He suddenly felt that in the future, perhaps he could take on 10 opponents at once, even with his shadow clones. Well, the focus is on the matters after marriage. Director Kaido, greetings. However, just as Kaido and his team had arrived at the Hidden Leaf Village camp on the front line of the Land of Grass, a middle-aged ninja with Byakugan swiftly approached him. First, he sized up Kaido, and then he respectfully bowed slightly. I am the commander of the frontline camp in the Land of Grass. My name is Hueco. I look forward to your guidance, Director Kaido. Hello, Joninji, the pleasure is mine. Kaido glanced at the man before him and then revealed a slight smile, extending his hand for a handshake. The Hyuga clan indeed didn't hold any significant ministerial positions in Hidden Leaf Village. However, the reason their influence hasn't waned is that their clan members usually serve in various important roles within the defense forces. The defense forces of Hidden Leaf Village have quite a few members of the Hyuga clan. Moreover, within the border defense forces of Hidden Leaf Village, there are even more of them, even some serving as commanders. After all, the Byakugan might show average performance in one-on-one combat. But in defensive roles and large-scale group battles, the Byakugan truly is a strategic asset. It allows the user to quickly detect approaching enemy ninjas and anticipate enemy formations in large-scale battles. Such an ability is truly extraordinary. Perhaps Hidden Cloud's Village's earlier intent to get their hands on the Byakugan was due to valuing this ability. Of course, there's also the possibility they simply wanted to create chaos in Hidden Leaf Village. Considering Hidden Leaf Village's past concessions made out of war fears and Hiashi Hyuga's resentment towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, from these incidents, one can deduce how advantageous Hidden Cloud's Village's actions were at the time. On one hand, he severely damaged Hidden Leaf Village's reputation throughout the ninja world. On the other, he deeply strained the relationship between the Hyuga clan and Hidden Leaf Village. Imagine, if the Hyuga truly broke ties completely with Hidden Leaf Village. Without these Hyuga ninjas to guard the borders, enemies could truly find various weak points to infiltrate. We've already received word. Lady Tsunade is the supreme commander for this operation, right? Hyuga was very modest in his demeanor. He showed no arrogance just because Kaido appeared young. Nor did he show any displeasure simply because Kaido was a member of the Uchiha clan. However, it seems Lady Tsunade hasn't taken her position yet. Currently, the highest-ranking official in the camp is you, Director Kaido. I am willing to hand over command of the front line to you. I hope you would accept. Never mind that. Continue with your command. I have other responsibilities. Kaido pondered for a moment and quickly smiled, shaking his head in refusal of the offer. While for him, taking over this front-line unit would indeed be an intriguing proposition, it didn't hold any real significance. He came to the front line not intending to command a large force, otherwise, he would have vied for such a position back in Hidden Leaf Village. He was well aware that he could maybe boost morale, but he probably didn't possess much talent in commanding battles. Leading a small squad was different, where he had experience and wasn't worried about issues arising. Even if there were any issues, he could rely on his own capabilities to overcome them. However, large-scale operations were entirely different from small squad tactics, requiring more considerations. Hence, he thought it better to decline. Besides, he didn't want to get bogged down with such matters. He'd rather exert his and Shizue's deterrent power. As for these headache-inducing matters, better let Tsunade enjoy them herself. By the way, are there any updates from the front line? After refusing the offer, Kaido directly inquired. The Anbu should have already handed over to you by now, so you must have some intelligence from the front lines, right? We have indeed received quite a bit of information, but some of it still needs verification. Hyuga nodded immediately, then seriously said, from what we see now, the morale in Hidden Stone's village has been consistently high. Recently, there's been a spread of some rather extremist hate speech within their village. Such remarks have continuously intensified their animosity towards us. At the same time, there's propaganda suggesting that the fourth Hokage is already dead, and the last failure was due to Hidden Cloud's village's interference. Guided by these two narratives, I fear their morale won't be low. Not surprising. This is a standard tactic. Kaido lightly nodded in agreement. To be honest, using this kind of method to boost morale is not uncommon. Shizue raised an eyebrow. This was yet another confirmation of something Kaido had once told him. However, Kaido paid no attention to Shizue's thoughts. Right now, he had only one pressing question on his mind. Who is the commander of Hidden Stones Village this time? With Kitsuchi dead, I really can't think of anyone else from Hidden Stones Village who can take on such a significant role. Could it be Kurotsuchi and Akatsuchi? Also, what's the status of their Jinchuriki? Is the Four Tails Jinchuriki still not in Hidden Stones Village? What about the Five Tails? As for the commander, we haven't learned that information yet. The Anbu are still searching comprehensively. I suspect Hidden Stones Village might also be unaware of our situation, Hugashi said in a low voice. Every question from Kaido was critical, and she exhibited the awareness expected of a subordinate. As for the Jinchuriki, we do have some intel. The Four Tails Jinchuriki is still missing, and nobody knows his whereabouts. However, we must be cautious. Just because he doesn't get along with Onoki doesn't mean he doesn't hold Hidden Stones Village in his heart. As for the Five Tails Jinchuriki, he is currently in Hidden Stones Village and there has been no movement so far. It seems that the situation this time isn't too bad. It's not particularly disastrous. Kaito nodded. While the information wasn't exhaustive, it was still sufficiently informative. The lack of intelligence was in line with Kaido's expectations, as many pieces of information aren't that easy to thoroughly investigate. Therefore, their squad can play a more significant strategic role. With this in mind, Kaito smiled and nodded to Hugashi. I understand the basic situation. Thank you, Joninji. No need, Minister Kaito. I'll immediately arrange rooms for your rest, Hugashi replied with a smile. Alright, thank you, Joninji. All of this is what I should be doing. Inside the room arranged by Hugashi, Kaito began to seriously ponder the next steps. After all, before coming here, he had made it clear to Tsunade that the actions of their squad wouldn't be influenced by the main forces. Unless there's a large-scale battle and they face formidable opponents, Kaito doesn't need to focus here. With such high autonomy, Kaito naturally has to take some initiatives. Causing disruption and attacking key figures is inevitable, but now he also needs to gather some essential intelligence. Yanko, who do you think will be the commander of Hidden Stones Village this time? Kaito asked while sitting on the bed's edge. Shizue, who was organizing equipment, looked over upon hearing the question. The commander of Hidden Stones Village is indeed a vital role, as the commander's style could dictate the course of the war. For instance, whether he is prudent or reckless, whether he excels in offense or defense, Hidden Leaf Village can adjust their strategies accordingly. I don't know. Either the Anbu will provide intelligence, or we'll investigate ourselves, Yanko said while resting, already in her zone. However, based on the current state of Hidden Stones Village, they seem to be in a state of transition. The most suitable commander would have been Kitsuchi, but with him gone, Hidden Stones Village lacks an appropriate choice. They might opt for a newcomer. Before coming here, I reviewed some files. They have someone named Bunjia who seems competent. He is in Hidden Stones Village Jonin with a physique akin to a massive boulder, possessing extraordinary strength and adept at using Earth-style techniques. And based on the intelligence I've seen, he possesses a strong sense of responsibility and team spirit. Such a person might be given special training. Of course, I think it's likely that this guy will be in charge of the initial defense, with a Tsuchikage of the third generation, Onoki, personally taking the field later on. Onoki? Kaido raised an eyebrow in thought, quickly seeming to grasp Yanko's meaning. Onoki needs time to sort out the internal affairs of Hidden Stones Village. So, by our logic, he won't come out so soon because he requires that time. Therefore, a trustworthy newcomer might be cultivated for the initial phase. But isn't he afraid? Kaido paused mid-sentence, initially wanting to say, isn't Onoki afraid of being breached just like that? But on second thought, if Hidden Stones Village were to staunchly defend, it's uncertain if Hidden Leaf Village could break through swiftly. Moreover, in Onoki's style, he might likely summon members of the Akatsuki. And these Akatsuki members could adequately harass Hidden Leaf Village. Furthermore, Onoki has a strong sense of revenge. Calling the Akatsuki might not just be about dealing with Hidden Leaf Village. He likely harbors a vendetta, especially with Uchiha Itachi being part of the Akatsuki. So, that's the case. He might have found some evidence, suspecting the Uchiha's involvement. He is uncertain about who it is, but his target seems to be Itachi Uchiha. Once Kaido figured this out, he couldn't help but sigh. Onoki was indeed cunning and ruthless. This move of his was akin to killing several birds with one stone. One could say that the longer this man lives, the more intricate and fearsome his schemes become. Afraid of what? Afraid of us breaking through their defenses? Yanko glanced at Kaido and promptly replied. He might be concerned, but if he still proceeds this way, it suggests he might have a contingency. As for what that contingency is, that's something truly worth investigating. Therefore, I suggest that our current actions can be carried out in 3 ways. First, we need to investigate who the current commander of Hidden Stone's village is. The second approach involves the necessary sabotage and harassment. As for the third, it builds upon the first. Once we figure out who the commander is, we need to understand their backup plan. With just the information currently available, Yanko already constructed a relatively complete action logic, which left Shizue feeling somewhat astounded. He now truly understood why Kaido chose to bring this girl along. Perhaps Kaido indeed has some special feelings for her, but her abilities alone prove that she's worth bringing along, even if she had no fighting capabilities. It seems our course of action is clear. Kaito said with a nod and a smile. Let's prepare and set out. So soon? Hearing Kaido's words, Yanko raised an eyebrow, but she eventually nodded in agreement. That's fine. It might be easier to make our move before they are firmly established. That's one way to see it, but I have some additional thoughts. Kaido's gaze drifted to the window, his expression reflecting a hint of inexplicable emotion. After a while, he turned to Shizue. Shizue, do you remember when we first encountered Kakazu and Orochimaru? Of course. Shizue nodded, seemingly grasping something instantly. You mean, Onoki might seek them out? It's not out of the question. Didn't he do exactly that in the Land of Bears? A subtle smile appeared at the corner of Kaido's mouth, and he then rose to head outside. So, we can skip some steps, like trying to locate these guys. After all, strictly speaking, their attire is quite recognizable, and their strength is formidable. If they truly get involved, the consequences would be unimaginable. Upon hearing Kaido's words, Shizue immediately stood up. Indeed, none of these individuals are simple. If they really were to join the battle and we remain unaware, the consequences would indeed be dire. Seeing the actions of Kaido and Shizue, Yanko also stood up. Although she didn't really understand things about the Akatsuki organization, she was familiar with Orochimaru. If Orochimaru was in such an organization, then the danger of the organization was beyond imagination. And Kaito was right, it's better to be safe than sorry. What Shizue and Yanko didn't know was that Kaito was almost 100% certain that the members of the Akatsuki were here. Because his grace mark had already given him a hint. This time, his hunting targets were Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama. In the dense forest of the Land of Grass, Orochimaru, dressed in a white kimono, walked leisurely forward. Sunlight filtered through the thick foliage of towering trees, casting mottled shadows on the ground. This environment was just right for him. At some point, Orochimaru no longer cherished the sunlight as he once imagined. Perhaps it's related to his research, as his behavioral patterns and some habits have increasingly leaned towards those of a snake. Maybe because he had gotten used to working in the dark while researching for Danzō in Hidden Leaf Village, he didn't really enjoy basking in sunlight anymore. But all of that didn't matter. The upcoming mission was the key. No, to be precise, the upcoming test of the results of his experiments was the most crucial. Orochimaru wasn't quite sure if Kaido had already joined the battle since he didn't have much information on this. However, one thing was certain, if they started moving on the battlefield, there was a high possibility Kaito would be drawn in. Even Jiraiya and Tsunade might be drawn into this. Orochimaru subtly licked his lips, his feelings towards these two old friends were somewhat complex. He was, after all, someone who had never truly severed his bonds, even if he was genuinely cold-blooded. But for those few friends he had, there was still a place for them in his heart. However, if they truly come, I won't hold back in the slightest when I act. We are all ninja, after all, and we must be prepared for whatever comes our way. Orochimaru chuckled lightly and continued to walk slowly forward. At this moment, he was nearing the actual controlled area of Hidden Stone's village. His chosen location for his laboratory was within the influence of Hidden Grass Village, not belonging to these two major powers, which meant he was relatively safe at all times. Even so, it would take him some time to reach Hidden Stone's village's territory, especially at his current leisurely pace. However, at that moment, Orochimaru suddenly became alert because he sensed someone rushing towards him at great speed. And the direction these individuals were coming from was indeed under Hidden Leaf Village's control. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, stopping in his tracks and silently observing. Yet, when he clearly saw who was approaching, his expression showed a hint of change. Similarly, the three individuals rushing towards him also hesitated for a moment upon seeing Orochimaru. It was as if they hadn't expected to encounter Orochimaru here. Chapter 203 Kaido always believed in one thing, his system wouldn't act arbitrarily. Furthermore, Kaido was inclined to trust that the Grace Mark wouldn't have any unexpected issues. Since the Grace Mark had indicated both Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, the two brothers, for Kaido, it meant he was destined to encounter them. Otherwise, what would be the point of such a marking? Kaido didn't believe that his system would engage in pointless actions. Both Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama had long since passed away. The system marking them indicated something significant. The two of them would rise and launch an attack on Kaido once more, and the only one capable of this feat was Orochimaru. Kaido almost didn't need to think further to conclude that Orochimaru must be nearby, and being a member of the Akatsuki, he likely already engaged in the ongoing war. Of course, whether this was the case needed further investigation. Kaido couldn't be sure if Orochimaru was just taking a stroll here. Orochimaru seemed to have his laboratories everywhere in the ninja world. The principle of a crafty rabbit has 3 burrows was something he clearly understood. So, the best way to confirm anything about Orochimaru was to confront him directly, as making blind guesses would yield no definitive answers. Kaido's original assumption was that Orochimaru should be in the Hidden Stones village region, so he planned to inspect the situation. At the same time, he could gather some other intelligence. After all, with Yenko speaking so clearly, Kaido wouldn't ignore it. However, what he never dreamt of was encountering Orochimaru halfway. And judging by Orochimaru's appearance, it seemed he too was taken by surprise. Orochimaru? Kaido halted, and after exchanging glances with Shizui, they both stepped forward, positioning Yenko behind them. Kaido stared at the man indifferently, though deep down, he was somewhat excited. Meeting him essentially meant encountering Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama. Once he defeated these two, he could obtain the mark. Under such circumstances, how could he not feel exhilarated? Yet, amid his excitement, Kaido remained exceedingly calm, especially considering that Orochimaru still possessed the ability and possibility of summoning Madara Uchiha. Chief Kaido, I truly didn't expect to encounter you here. Orochimaru licked his lips, his gaze filled with surprise and a hint of mischief. I was wondering earlier if Chief Kaido would grace the battlefield. Yet, I didn't anticipate meeting you so soon. How intriguing. Meeting Lord Orochimaru was equally unexpected for me. Kaido nodded slightly at Orochimaru, then asked with a touch of curiosity, was it a mission from Akatsuki, or do you have a laboratory nearby? Chief Kaido is indeed astute. Have you considered all possibilities so clearly? Orochimaru looked at Kaido with a smile, his raspy voice sounding particularly magnetic. It's quite a coincidence. I had heard that the Land of Grass harbored a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. Regrettably, I never had the time to visit before. This time I did find the opportunity to come, only to discover that the individual has vanished. What's even more fascinating is that my organization received a mission, a war mission. Kaido raised an eyebrow at Orochimaru's evasive words, uncertain of the truth behind them. Of course, his doubt was limited to the earlier part of the statement, because the Land of Grass indeed had Karen. And in the original story, Karen was taken by Orochimaru, but that event followed the Chunin exams. Despite knowing this piece of information, Kaido remained unsure of Orochimaru's intentions. Could it be that Orochimaru really had another lab in the Land of Grass? Orochimaru would never realize that by revealing just a smidgen of information, he aroused Kaido's suspicions. However, he should feel fortunate. At this moment, Kaido had no interest in dwelling on these details. Staring intently at Orochimaru, after a long pause, Kaido finally inquired slowly, so, are you suggesting that the Akatsuki have entered the war, am I right? Yes, I accepted the mission. Orochimaru licked his lips, feeling no guilt for betraying the Akatsuki. I just happened to be in the Hidden Grass village searching for some interesting materials, so I came straight here after receiving the mission. What about the others, like Itachi Uchiha? Kaido pondered for a moment, then asked with a hint of gravity in his tone. Also, since you are an organization, there must be a leader. Who is your leader? So eager to gather information already? Orochimaru's face retained its smile, but now there was a playful glint in his eyes. Itachi Uchiha is on a mission. The last time, he messed up recruiting Deidara, so now he needs to recruit a new member independently. Interestingly, the one he's trying to recruit is Hueco, who was once a member of the Leaf Village. Unfortunately, his records were erased by the Leaf, and I was one of those tasked with his erasure. As for the leader of our organization, he's an even more intriguing individual. Hueco? Hearing this name, Kaido slightly furrowed his brows, and after a brief contemplation, he recalled, isn't that the one with the Chimera Jutsu? Kaido remembered him as a character from the movie and knew that he was particularly interested in the Sharingan. Most importantly, he had created an incredible jutsu called the Chimera Jutsu. This technique is a combination ninjutsu that allows one to merge with a ninja or a summoned creature, even absorbing Kekkei Genkai. Such a technique is truly an unimaginable existence. If it could be modified to merge chakra, Kaido dared not imagine further. Being aware of the Kekkei Dota, he knew exactly what that implied. In truth, Kaido wasn't unaware of this individual, but he hadn't expected a character from the movie to actually appear. Strictly speaking, the version of the world where Hueco exists is quite different from the one Kaido remembers. For instance, in Hueco's movie world, the Hidden Stones village ninjas specialize not in explosion style but in some sort of steel style. The one who was directly stabbed to death by kunai excelled not in scorch style, but in some kind of swift style. The funniest thing is that Joy, who Kaido personally took out, no longer specializes in magnet style. Instead, he could directly be a candidate for the next Rukongai or even his successor, possessing something called storm style. With such serious discrepancies, Kaido thought there wouldn't be a Hueco. And previously, when he searched for information, he couldn't find him, which made Kaido even more certain. But now Orochimaru is telling him that Hueco exists and his records were erased. Why would this upset Kaido? Kaido's thoughts began to churn, and clearly, whenever he contemplated like this, someone was bound to be unlucky. As for my leader, that guy might come back. After all, this is a big deal. Seeing Kaido fall silent, Orochimaru discreetly started to circulate his chakra. He gently licked his lips before finally speaking. Moreover, my leader possesses a pair of truly extraordinary eyes, the Rinnegan. The Rinnegan is a legendary set of eyes. Anyone hearing about them might struggle to remain calm. Even if they think he's spouting nonsense, they would at least show some sign of doubt or curiosity. That's the reaction Orochimaru is waiting for. If it appears, it would be Orochimaru's chance to make a move. He doesn't believe Kaido would let him leave unscathed. Although they aren't exactly enemies, given their current positions, neither would let the other go easily. Orochimaru really couldn't figure out why Kaido remained so nonchalant upon hearing this news. Shisui, standing behind him, already displayed a puzzled expression. Yet this guy seemed utterly unaffected. The Rinnegan is known as the legendary Eye of Creation. Does he not know about this eye? Or, did he already obtain some intel, and he's only asking to confirm his information? Chapter 204 Orochimaru wasn't sure, but his gaze shifted to behind Kaido and Shisui. Both of them were guarding a girl, which surprised Orochimaru. Without saying more, anyone teaming up with Kaido and Shisui mustn't be insignificant. Really intriguing, the Rinnegan, huh? Kaido seemed to see through Orochimaru's intentions, looking at him with a slight smile. As someone who had traversed realms, how could he be shocked by such information? If anything truly startled him for a moment, it was the existence of Hueco. Sadly for Orochimaru, he didn't seize that chance to strike, which meant he lost another opportunity to catch Kaido off guard. For most people, news of the Rinnegan would be startling, but for Kaido, it was quite mundane. Is Chief Kaido aware of Rinnegan? Orochimaru furrowed his brows, finding Kaido hard to gauge. I'm not aware, but I'm not surprised either, Kaido responded, playfully eyeing Orochimaru. He continued, after all, anyone worthy of Orochimaru-sama's attention can't be simple. Judging by your actions, I believe you have one primary interest in him, to study him. This means he possesses something truly remarkable to captivate you. It turns out that it's none other than the legendary Rinnegan. To think that the one who understands me best would be Chief Kaido. Orochimaru's golden serpentine eyes locked onto Kaido, taking a moment before he chuckled. Since Chief Kaido knows so much about me, I assume you also know what I intend to do? Of course. While we might not have any specific issues between us, our positions make us adversaries, Kaido calmly stated, his chakra also beginning to stir. You have this determination, as do I, so. Suddenly, Orochimaru's chakra began to rise rapidly, its intense force making it hard to breathe. But at that moment, a figure appeared behind Orochimaru as fast as lightning, swiftly drawing a sharp ninja blade, aiming straight for Orochimaru's neck. Orochimaru's focus was impeccable, and he twisted his body in an uncanny manner, dodging the strike. He realized he was a bit unlucky this time. Not only did he encounter Kaido, but he also faced the teleportation jutsu. Under the watchful eyes of these two, one careless move would mean more than just a simple mishap. Fire style, Great Fire Dragon Jutsu. Seeing Shisui make his move, Kaido didn't hesitate and launched a fire style technique directly at Orochimaru. Shisui's speed was showcased once more. The moment Kaido unleashed his technique, Shisui had already used the teleportation jutsu to retreat to a safe distance. Seeing this, Orochimaru didn't seem intent on evading. However, his chakra was already gathering. As the fire dragon was about to strike Orochimaru, Both Kaido and Shisui simultaneously turned their heads to the side. In the direction they were looking, Orochimaru was already standing on a tree, with one hand forming a seal. Truly deserving of the Sharingan. Under those eyes, no secret remains hidden. Orochimaru licked his lips, but his hand movements did not slow down. His chakra quickly gathered, and the next moment he slammed one hand onto the ground. Ninjutsu, Serpent Array Jutsu. Countless foul-smelling venomous snakes were summoned by Orochimaru, swiftly slithering towards Kaido and the others. Kaido was forming hand seals, preparing to unleash a fire style, but he quickly paused. Releasing a fire style now to burn the snakes would create a blind spot in his vision. This would provide Orochimaru the perfect opportunity to take advantage of such a blind spot for his next move. It's that damn Hashirama Senju again. Can he teach something good? In his mind, Kaito swore that any time he saw anyone using ninjutsu to create a visual disparity to deal with the Sharingan, the first person he thought of was Hashirama Senju. Whether this guy deserves the blame or not, he indeed has earned Kaido's resentment. Even though blocking was also a good option, it allowed Orochimaru to safely release the Edo Tensei. But being maneuvered this way, Kaido was still somewhat displeased at heart. However, Shisui didn't think so much about it. Although he wondered why Kaito suddenly stopped, seeing the increasingly close venomous snakes, he still acted. This scene made Kaido's eyes shine slightly, but soon he pretended to shake his head and sighed, looking at Shisui. Nice fire style, but it's better not to do it next time. Kaido shook his head slightly. What happened? Shisui was somewhat puzzled, but the next second his face changed slightly. You felt it, right? This guy is just using fire style to obstruct our vision. Kaido patted Shisui on the shoulder, speaking softly. After all, the Sharingan is not the Byakugan, it doesn't possess the ability to see through. During the conversation, a strong scent of burning distress was spreading continuously. The venomous snakes were continuously struggling and writhing under Shisui's fire style, but eventually, they couldn't escape being completely burned. Black smoke was rising continuously, but the flames were also slowly receding. After the flames, two faint silhouettes appeared, changing the expressions of Kaido and Shisui instantly. Kaito was happy at heart at this moment, while Shisui's face was incomparably angry, because these two people were Hashirama and Obirama Senju. It seems we are in some trouble. Kaito, controlling his emotions, whispered to Shisui. I'm giving you a task, protect Yanko and ensure her safety. Also, depending on the situation, be ready to retreat. Do you understand? Kaito, you should handle this. Shisui shook his head, his eyes filled with anger as he stared at the two figures. But before he could finish speaking, Kaito interrupted him. My power is stronger than yours. Plus, I possess space-time ninjutsu, which gives me the ability to escape. Kaido's hand was already resting on his ninja blade, leaving no room for Shisui to argue. Furthermore, I am the leader of the Uchiha clan. Are you telling me you won't even follow my orders? The usually stoic Hashirama Senju blinked suddenly, as if realizing he was back in the world of the living. Glancing at his brother Tobirama beside him, he remarked, it seems something has happened again. Tobirama, arms crossed, didn't acknowledge his elder brother. Instead, his gaze settled on Orochimaru. With a dismissive snort, he said, it's you again, brat. Growing ever bolder, aren't you? Although I didn't wish to disturb the two of you, the troubles I've encountered are too significant. Orochimaru licked his lips, appearing relaxed, but in reality, he was on high alert. The bodies he'd provided for Hashirama and Obirama were top-notch. Even though he had employed new techniques, these two remained highly dangerous. It's the same person, the leader of the Uchiha clan, the one who once defeated you. Humphrey, I didn't need you to tell me that. Obirama didn't offer Orochimaru a pleasant look, but his gaze inadvertently shifted to Kaito. From the moment he awakened, he noticed Kaito's presence. He hadn't forgotten how badly he fared against Kaito the last time they met. Even if the current situation seemed somewhat improved, he could sense his own powers had increased considerably. However, dealing with Kaito remained a formidable challenge. After all, Kaito also mastered space-time ninjutsu. Moreover, he noticed that Kaito seemed to have grown considerably. Especially in the realm of Yang style, this guy's progress completely contradicts what he understood about the Uchiha. According to his previous research and findings, the Uchiha shouldn't possibly possess such a powerful Yang style. Even if this guy had cells from his elder brother within him, the growth shouldn't be so significant. This truly felt odd to him. But now, I can use the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. If I collaborate with Big Brother. Obirama looked at his elder brother, Hashirama, feeling a slight headache. He knew well that his elder brother harbored little animosity towards Kaito Uchiha. Especially since his brother believed that the dead should not interfere in the affairs of the living, which made things even more complicated. Tobirama never hid his disdain for the Uchiha, although his reign had been fair to them. But that's because there hadn't been an individual like Madara Uchiha in the clan. Now that he had emerged, how could he remain so benevolent? Unexpectedly, it's the two Hokage lords again? At this moment, Kaido, holding his ninja blade, had quietly approached. It's quite surprising and disappointing, because once again, both of you are in a controlled state. Indeed, it's embarrassing, but we can't do much about it. Hashirama spread his hands with a playful grin, sighing with resignation. How wonderful it would be if the world had fewer conflicts. Indeed, at least then we wouldn't have to face wars. Kaido chuckled nonchalantly. However, his words changed the expressions of both Hashirama and Tobirama. War? Tobirama immediately inquired, what's happening? Another war has erupted? Yes, the Kamizaru, Onoki clan, you should be aware of them. It's their war, ignited against us, because their son was killed,